everybody. It's great to see you all here on a sunny, lovely day up in Bollington. And it's my great pleasure to welcome James once again, who's generously agreed to come up here and share his wisdom through the teachings on a subject which, as I get older, I must admit is getting slightly more attention from me. Anyway, today and this weekend, he's going to address us on working with life, working with death, looking at what being alive is from the Buddhist point of view and how this illuminates the death process. And I'm certain this will be, as usual, a very enjoyable event, but hopefully also illuminating. So thank you, James.
Pleasure.
Over to you.
So, the main thing that helps us in life and death is being present. That is to say, not being distracted by thoughts about the past or the future, but just being present with whatever is arising in the moment. So we could begin with a little quiet sitting practice, focusing on the breath as it moves in and out at the nostrils. Or if you have another practice you're used to doing, you could do that. The purpose of this practice is to settle our attention on the sensation at the nostrils. That's happening because that sensation is always there, but usually we disregard it. It's subtle, so it requires us to focus in. And whenever we find ourselves going off after thoughts or feelings or other sensations in the body, as soon as we recognize this, we just very gently bring our attention back to the sensation. And in that way, the mind settles down. Because the more we are involved in hopes and fears, in planning and considerations of other possibilities, we're in the realm of the imagination. And as we know, when emotions get mixed with our imagination, we can be carried into fantasy realms which are happy-inducing or sadness-inducing. But actually we're just here. So it's returning to the simplicity of just being present. So we'll do that for a while. Here we are. We are alive. We know that we're going to die, but what death is exactly, we don't know. And in many ways, of course, we can't know. So we have all kinds of ideas about that. Some people believe that when they die, that's the end. That the material body is the support for consciousness and for the mind, and therefore when the functioning of the body ceases, when the blood stops flowing, when the brain stops operating, that is the end. Other people believe that when they die, they will go for some kind of judgment and will be sent to a good place or a bad place according to someone's evaluation of their deeds. Other people believe that you can be born again and again, and that process of rebirth continues until there is a relaxation of the energy that drives it. These are all ideas or beliefs. They're a kind of working hypothesis. And according to which hypothesis we take up, it directs the focus of our intentionality, what we're going to do with our life. So first of all, this morning, I think it might be useful to take up this one life hypothesis and see what, if anything, Buddhism has to say that might be useful if you believe that when you die, that's it. And then we'll go on to look more traditionally at the Buddhist overview of what the mind is, what consciousness is, and what the nature of the death process is, and how we might work with that. Because we can't really establish the truth of these things, we only have our belief, I think it's important to try to see what are the implications of the hypothesis that we choose to adopt. In particular, what are the implications in two directions, wisdom and compassion? Do I have greater fixation on the openness of my life situation? Am I open to life? And do I feel connected with living things, with human beings, with animals? Or am I enclosed inside my self-preoccupations, my desire to get the most out of life? As this, we had a kind of NutriBullet, some kind of extractor, and we're squeezing every situation in order to get the real thing. That's, of course, a slightly grasping and retractive mode. We can think about things we might want to do before we die. If I don't have that experience, will I be unfulfilled? Well, we can look back in our lives. We've all had many different kinds of experiences, and they may have been fulfilling at the time, but the fulfillment doesn't usually last very long. Even if you have a rich body of memories, and the memories are stimulating or inspiring, they are memories, and memories are not the same as direct experiences. So let's imagine we have this life, and then it will be over, and that will be the end of me. What shall I do with my life? I'm here. What am I here as? Clearly I have a body, I have a voice, and I have a mind. My body can be healthy, not healthy. My body can be interested in moving out into the world or seek comfort, might even want to just be under the duvet. My voice may choose to be very connective to other people, to engage with them, or move towards silence. My mind might be full of many different thoughts and interests, curiosity, a desire to explore, or the mind could become somewhat more still, perhaps in a stagnant way, somewhat sinking and without much enthusiasm or enjoyment of possibilities which might be available. But this is what I have. I have a body and a voice and a mind, and a big marker which distinguishes us, as far as we can tell, from animals is that our capacity for communication through language is very rich and complicated. So this allows us to play with ideas, and we have the capacity to imagine many different things. And then what we imagine can be activated by our attention, which is what we experience in the meditation practice. Because you think, I'm going to focus on this simple sensation of my breath, but then we find ourselves going off on some little flight of fancy. Because our attention has gone with the potential of a thought pattern, and the attention is like the fuel that allows the thought pattern to unfold and take us hither and thither. And then the attention slips away from that, and then we're back here again, and then we go off again. We imagine that's going on all the time. That because we are very skillful in holding our lives together, we don't give full attention to what we're doing. We're often on a fairly assumptive or automatic pilot basis, just continuing the patterns of our lives, while many other thoughts, feelings, and sensations are taking our attention. You can walk down the street without much awareness of what's there. Make a cup of tea without really noticing what you're doing. You can then drink the cup of tea without really even tasting the tea. So the question would be, well, where am I if I'm not here? What is it to be in a kind of daydream? The body hasn't gone anywhere, but it's as if the mind has gone someplace. So where does it go? So a few days ago there was a lot of snow, so we can remember being the experience of having snow and how different the world seems. And that's a memory. And when we remember the snow, where do we go in a memory? We're here, but somehow gone. So there we can see that the capacity of our mind to be present, the focus of that presence can be in what is actual through the senses, or it can be in fantasy constructs. And these fantasy constructs can lead us in all sorts of directions, some just drifting daydreams that don't really affect very much, but we can invent new kinds of weapons. Mr. Putin has announced that he has a whole new range of nuclear weapons that he wants to bring into the world. So all over the world we see that a lot of mental activity goes into the development of methods of destruction. We have these people who were attacked in Salisbury by some chemical agent and still trying to work out precisely what it was. Someone in a laboratory somewhere thought, let's find a way to cause optimal damage to living beings, particularly humans. And over the years we've had many, many kinds of weapons, from throwing stones to spears to bow and arrow to guns to very advanced weapons that we have now. People have imagined these things, and the imagination has been plugged into the possibility of getting a job, making a profit, getting a new house, a new car, giving your girlfriend some nice jewels to make her happy, and you can do that on the basis of creating the potential to kill other people. But you could also use your creative intelligence as a way of helping other people, developing new healing medicines and so on. So we see that we have this huge potential of our imagination. And then, of course, we have categories of evaluation. So according to certain dispositions or certain orientations of life, we think it's a very bad thing to make weapons. Or we think it's a very good thing to make weapons. Our foreign secretary is very keen on selling more weapons to Saudi Arabia. And the Saudis are very keen to use these weapons to control other countries. So, in terms of British industry and British jobs, it's a really good thing. In terms of the people getting bombed, it's a really bad thing. So, what criteria will we use? This is a complexity of our human situation. Now, if we think I've only got one life, and there's not going to be any ethical or moral judgment when I die, then I'm concerned simply with getting away with it. So if I can make a lot of money out of selling weapons, why shouldn't I do that? I'm not suffering. I don't know the people who are going to suffer. And of course, I don't even have to believe what I get on the news. I can call it fake news. So I can disbelieve the evidence of the negative consequence of my actions, because that's sort of abstract. But in my hand, I've got the dosh. I've got the money. So here's something quite concrete, and the money's useful, and I like the money, and the people in my family and so on, they also like the money. So that looks like a kind of pragmatic proof of the value of what I'm doing. So this is what the Dharma focus would try to help us see. Oh, I'm a tricksy kind of person. I can really play games with myself. I can lie to myself. I can cheat myself. I can have a sense of the implications of what I do, and yet I don't follow the clear line of these implications, because I delude myself into believing that what I want is going to be good. And so, from a Dharma point of view, is it unhelpful to have that kind of self-deception? We would say yes, because once you get into self-deception, it's like smoke and mirrors. You're in a world of illusion, and you keep developing the illusions in order to keep the show on the road. And if you do that, then although there are consequences to your action, you can try to disregard them as far as possible. If you go to buy cigarettes nowadays, on the packet it's got some pretty disgusting photographs, great tumors and all kind of horrible images. And yet people still open up the packet and start to smoke. So that's quite amazing. I know, but I don't know. Do you care? Yeah, well, I don't want to get sick, but I don't know. So that don't know is a kind of mental dullness, which is a very important notion in Buddhism, that we are not really in touch with the fresh vitality of the moment. We think we see clearly, but in fact our perception is somewhat opaque, because it's mediated through the beliefs and desires and hopes and fears that we carry. When I look through the lens of my belief, the world appears in that particular way. So if you join the army, you learn that you're defending Queen and country, that you are working in the national interest. If you become a pacifist, then you start to become clear that the military industrial complex is quite a perverse use of resources in the world and leads to a great deal of distress. These are opposing views. What is the truth? And this is the problem when we are always relying on concepts as our means of interpretation and understanding. Because there are endlessly different opinions. You can read academic journals in which they have a lot of correspondence, in which people criticize other people's opinions about history. There's a lot of discussion about climate change now. What should you believe? What should you not believe? It's a kind of maelstrom of ideas and possibilities. So inside that, how will I know what to do with my time? And my time is limited because I don't know when I'm going to die. But I want to enjoy life, and I might want to feel that I'm a useful person in the world. So how will I proceed? So the key first point that Buddhism or Dharma would point to is maybe we should be a little bit suspicious of relying on mental constructs. Maybe our thoughts, which seem to be true, are not so reliable. Maybe they belong in the realm of fantasy construction rather than clarity. So when we do the simple meditation practice we began with, we're saying to ourselves, focusing on the sensation of the breath is more important and more valuable than wandering off after my thoughts. Our whole world is developed out of thoughts. So that simple practice is really quite radical. It says, you want thoughts, and thoughts seem to want you. And when these two come together, then you're tumbling in this movement of conceptual elaboration, of the development of ideas about the past, the future. But they're always thoughts about something. what will Brexit bring? Is the government going in the right direction? How will the French respond if we become really separated from Europe? What will happen in Calais? There are thousands of things to think about. This is why these kind of negotiations are so unbelievably tedious, because Brexit is Brexit is a very simple thing to say, but what actually manifests is something of unbelievable complexity, because our lives are interwoven together. And so now there's endless number of research papers going on and opinions thinking about. If you think about a piece of chocolate cake, that is not the same as eating it. Eating chocolate cake is direct and meaningful. Thinking about chocolate cake is a waste of time, because either you've got the cake, and if you got it, eat the damn thing, or don't bother thinking about it. So, if we start to observe our minds, we see, oh, so much of my life is talking about things. And you meet someone and say, oh, how are you doing? And we're immediately into a story talking about ourselves. We are creatures of communication through explanation, through unfolding lots of ideas about what is going on. But the idea is not operating on the same plane as our embodied presence. So, if you're thinking of one life, the body becomes very, very important. Something is happening. What is it? So we have a sensation. Maybe you have a backache. Maybe you are prone to headaches. Maybe you have sciatica. All kinds of ailments can come into the body. There is a sensation. What does it mean? The first thing it usually means for us is, poor me. Why me? I don't want this. You can have it. Please, take my pain. Doesn't go away, so a bit of self-pity is very important. Now, self-pity means I'm thinking about myself. But what is happening to me? My back hurts. My back hurts is a construct. What is actually occurring is some kind of sharp intrusion of pain. The pain can be dull, it can be hot, it can be tearing. These kind of pains are usually influenced by the amount of dampness in the air, whether we've been taking exercise, the kind of chair we're sitting in, and so on. So the presentation of the arising is part of a direct communication with the factors around it. In Buddhism, they say this is dependent co-origination. On the basis of it being a damp day in early spring where it's a bit cold, maybe the pain becomes more intense. The pain. So we're already thinking that there is a pain, and sometimes it's more intense and sometimes it's not. So the actual sensation has been recruited as a symptom of the diagnosis or the conclusion, I have back pain, or I have a painful knee. Once I've got the conclusion, I can then build on top of that and elaborate it. And every time a new sensation arises, what is it? Is very rapidly answered by the construct, I have back pain. This is another instance of my chronic back pain. Now, that is a very normal way for us to proceed, in which we find meaning, we make meaning through packaging, through compounding, through gathering together momentary incidents, momentary emergences or events, and we put them into a package. And the more we do that, the frame of reference that we do to understand what is occurring is mediated through the concept rather than through the direct presence of what's arising. So, as a development from the first practice that we did just now, we have the well-known practices of Vipassana, which in its most general form involves scanning through the body to see what is this emergence. If the body is alive, it shows that aliveness as a field of sensation. So, as sensation arises, what is it? We have two possibilities. One is to catch the sensation with the concept, to label it, and to, as it were, incorporate it into our body of knowledge. But the body of knowledge is not the same as the living body of sensation. We have many different bodies. But if we want to stay with the immediacy of what is occurring, we have to allow the body to show itself. Instead of grasping and appropriating the first sign of what is emerging and putting it inside the wrapper of our concept and say, oh, my back's still sore. Oh, will this never change? So everything which occurs in the region of my back can be subsumed into this wrapper or package. And then we just go on with, getting some cream or going to the GP, going to the specialist clinic, on and on and on, discussing surgery, difficulties of that. And there can be a kind of hopelessness. I now have a story about myself, which is reinforced by stories that various medical professionals have enriched with their ideas. But what is a sensation? What is it? We have to taste it. How shall we taste it? Very often children decide they don't like a particular kind of food before they've even tasted it. They say, I know I don't like it. No, but just try it. No, horrible. It's not horrible, just try it. We're all eating it, why don't you eat it? It's horrible. So, that's a very illuminating experience, because this is what we do. We start with the conclusion that we know what something is, and then on the basis of that positioning, we adopt the stupidity of not investigating. I don't want to know because I already know what it is. So, in Vipassana meditation, we are relaxing the interpretive structure in order to open a space in which life can show itself. Life in its freshness, in its unmediated immediacy. What is this? So, that's why, first of all, we practice the mental calming or shine or shamatha, whereby focusing on the breath or an external object, we get a bit more capacity not to be caught up in thoughts, not to be carried away by thoughts. Why do we get carried by thoughts? Because we think they are meaningful. This is how we generate meaning. If you can't make use of thoughts, you wouldn't get a job. You wouldn't be able to go to the job center, even to claim benefits. You have to be able to fill in forms. In order to function in this world, you have to be a very expert manipulator of thoughts and ideas. Our world is a conceptual world. That's what it means to be a human being. But this arena of concepts is like a cloud. It's floating above the immediate surface of what's here, moment by moment. It's like if we go walking outside and you see, oh, snowdrops. Well, we don't see snowdrops. We imagine snowdrops. Snowdrops are a name. In the field, there are squirrels, there are foxes, there are rabbits, there are birds, there are insects. None of these know that this is a snowdrop. Snowdrop is what we do to this little thing that's growing there. We incorporate that into our frame of reference, but clearly many other creatures can walk around that or try and eat it depending on their diet, and they don't need to have any concept because they're relating to smell, touch, flavor, and so on. So as human beings, we have access to this wonderful capacity for conceptual elaboration, but it's not necessarily useful all the time. It takes on a life of its own. You can see that with small children, you know. By the time they're really getting into language, 2.5, moving into 3, they don't stop blithering. They just keep going, talking about this, talking about that, filling the world with their words. Because they're experiencing the incredible power that comes with being able to name things and then comment on them. I like, I don't like, this is mine, no you can't, I have to. Oh, watching small children, it's incredible. There's a huge gain in power as children move into language, but a huge loss as well. Because the sensitivity whereby someone who's 18 months to 2 years is mediating the world, it's much more through sensory immediacy. But once they come into language, it's as if they're moving always through their interpretation. So, in terms of thinking about death, I am going to die. That's fairly understandable, but what is this to be an I? Moment by moment, the I is manifesting as a flow of experiences. Can we see these experiences in their freshness without pulling them into a frame of reference? So this is what we call Vipassana meditation. We'll do a little bit of it together just now. And it's very useful, particularly if you have a tendency to become anxious or depressed or have a lot of regrets about the past. Because if you see that these are all elaborations, and they have some meaning in them, they allow us to communicate with other people something of what is going on for us. We can talk about our situation, but it's very sticky. So if we can come back to the first sensation in its freshness, there's a kind of freedom from this carapace or this wrapping, the shell of conceptual construction. So we do it in a very simple way. We sit as before, letting the skeleton carry our weight. Usually for this kind of practice, our gaze is slightly down, looking down the line of the nose. The tongue is on the hard palate beneath the upper teeth. Shoulders are open and relaxed, the hands resting on each other in the lap. Eyes, we're not staring, we're just letting the gaze run down the line of the nose. Breathing in a normal way. So we begin, as before, focusing the attention on the breath, And when you have a little bit of stability to stay with that sensation, you bring the focused attention up to the crown of your head, and then just very gently move your attention down through your body. Just allowing what is there to register down to the soles of your feet and then back up again. Now, if you go in your shoulder and you have the thought, my shoulder is sore, you are telling yourself what is there. What is happening? Maybe something tight or tearing or heavy or dragging. That's much closer to the actual language of sensation. So we want to not tell ourselves what is there, but allow what is there the optimal open field to show itself. Just as a clean mirror will show very clearly what's in front of it. The mirror is not interpreting, it's not distorting, it just shows. So we want this simple open attention to reveal what is there without any commentary. So we go down through the body, registering what's there, and then back up to the top of the head. And we slowly go up and down. Any questions about that before we start? Okay, let's try it for a while. Okay. So just the name for this practice, vipassana, means seeing clearly. In Tibetan it's hlakthong, which means the best way of seeing. And if we keep doing it, we can start to see that the sensation is with time. When you are present, you have the sensation, and after time, out of time, comes the concept or the interpretation. It's lagging behind. And the thing about the sensation itself is you can't catch it. There's nothing there to grasp. It's some strange little thing. Just, it's undeniable, but what is it? In order to know what it is, you have to tell it what it is. And so that's the conceptual movement which is arising after the fact of the immediacy of the sensation. Thoughts catch thoughts. They don't catch sensation. So when you go to the doctor and you have to describe what's going on, you're telling the doctor about the thoughts that you have, the construction you have about what is happening for you, because you can't show it directly. It's not possible. Again, with small babies, for mothers, it can often be quite difficult. The baby's unhappy, won't settle, they're crying. What is it? If the kid's 4 or 5, at least they can say something, and that's reassuring, because that's how we feel we can make sense of what is going on. Making sense is a ridiculous term in English, because it's the very opposite of the senses. It's making concepts, not making sense. Because the senses are direct and immediate, and the concepts are elaborations which come after and put this wrapper around it. So when we do the vipassana, see, life is evanescent. My body shows itself directly to me as a stream of arising sensation. As I go down through the body, so there's maybe something and I see in my jaw, my face, and then when I come back up, it's not there anymore. It's gone. Something else has gone. Something else has come. Something else has come. So, when we experience dying, let's say not in an accident, and not in an operating theatre, but we're just lying in a bed, getting weaker and weaker, what we have is the arising of different kinds of sensation. Your body starts to go through these changes. The muscular sensation goes down, capacity to absorb water, to swallow goes down. You might wet the lips of the person, and gradually they heat up a little bit and starts to cool down. These are all sensations. These are the sensations of moving towards death. Now, if you are used to sensation, then you can just stay with the sensation. How shall we die? By being present with the changing pattern of sensations as they arise and pass. But if we have spent our whole life constructing storylines which allow us to enter into a judgment, then we can think, oh, I don't want to die. I've got things to do. I haven't done that. I haven't done that. So hopes, fears, regrets. What will happen to me after I die? Well, the question first would be, who are you while you're alive? Because if you don't have some sense of who you are, what it means to be this person, then when you're thinking about where will I go when I die, is imagining that there is something for it to go. Like, what will happen to my old, my precious old vase when I die? Who shall I give it to? Where will my self go? So first of all, we have to try to find out what the self is. What is the I? What is life? Not as starting with an assumption or a conclusion, but really, as they say in phenomenology, bracketing off assumptions so that there is a space for life to show itself. So this simple practice of Vipassana is very, very useful, and you can do it again and again and just see, oh, this is life before I tell myself what my life is. This is the pre-conceptual existence. Now, of course, it's incommunicable. And the Buddha often said, you can't say. In the Buddhist text, they often say that the mind itself, or awareness, is beyond speech, thought, and expression. And we can see this ourselves. You just scan down through your body. It is absolutely undeniable that there is occurrence, there is experience, but what it is can only be caught by abandoning the experience and substituting a thought about the experience, and then using that in the semiotic web, in the field of conceptual interaction that we have with others. That our life is fundamentally ungraspable and mysterious. It doesn't mean that it's kind of lonely or desolate or psychotic. It just means that, oh, all of this is occurring all the time. And then we can extend this practice when we go outside and we see. We imagine that we see trees and motor cars and other people. But what do we actually see? If I allow myself to receive the world before I tell the world what it is, everything is there. And there's nothing for me to do with it. Once I get into concepts, then I can make a judgment. Oh, someone's parked their car not very well, now that car can't get out, and so on. Well, that tree looks as if it could fall over in a storm. If that happened, it could fall on the roof here. I hope they've got insurance. Our mind can run and run and run with all sorts of thoughts and elaborations. But that's talking about the world. We fill the world with our concepts. And of course, that's a never-ending task. Once you commit yourself to being a stream of thoughts, you can't stop thinking, because then who would you be? So the function of meditation is to relax our addiction to thought and to enter into another domain. It's not an altered state of consciousness. It is exactly what has always been here, but it's as if it's a paradigm shift by not filling the world with our concepts. What is the immediate presentation of the phenomena? We see the tree. When the thought starts to arise in the mind, just relax into the out-breath as if you were focusing on the breath. Take the same focus onto the tree. Something is there, or something is appearing. Even before we think of as grammar is very difficult here because we always insert thing into everything. Something is there. But certainly appearance manifests, appearance shows. Stay with that. The empty mind receives the world as it is. The conceptual mind tells the world what it is. So this is a major kind of fulcrum point or turning point. And if we open to the world as it is, the whole process of being sick, of getting limited, and moving towards death is just that. Now, this may be rather annoying for other people. For example, I live in a world of sounds. People who know me and who hang out with me say, James, you're getting a bit deaf. That is an interpretation. What I live in is a world of sounds, and many of the sounds are not as clear as I remember them being. So I say, oh, what? Oh, that is my world. So you put a wrap around, oh, maybe I need to get a hearing aid and then I have to do this. So, and that may be something I will do. But what we have to know is that is allowing me to continue inside the kind of bandwidth of normal human communication. But as the hearing goes down, it's like that. Or if I don't put on my reading glasses, it's a bit foggy. That's what's there. That's what's there. Now you can say this is terrible because I need to read in order to do that. That's a whole stream of concepts. So you apply that, maybe you start to get really sick and you can't get out of bed. Bedridden. And you remember getting out of bed and it's really annoying and you have to even have other people help you shit and piss and it's embarrassing and so on. Because you think you should be other. And very often as people get older, they're persecuted by the sense that they are no longer who they were. No. That's just a fact. We are no longer who we were. When we were young, we liked to climb trees. There are probably not many people in this room who are very interested in climbing trees. So many doors which opened at one time, or many of the potentials of the world which were ripe and calling for us, they don't call us anymore, but other things call us. So to live present in our embodiment is much easier if we're not endlessly judging it and comparing it, worrying about getting wrinkles, worrying about hair falling out. So many things happen to the body, and it is what it is. It is what it is. Why would I want it to be other than it is? So this is so, from the Buddhist point of view, this is so important, because what it is, you can't actually catch. You look in the mirror and you see some sagging lines around your eyes or a bit collapsed in the cheeks. You just see, oh, this is a shape. You say, oh God, I'm getting old, look at that. I should get some Botox. So now I have an idea about myself, and I have an idea about what other people will find attractive, and I'm slipping away from this ideal, so I need to get back to that ideal. Why? the idea of myself becomes my true self, and how I actually am becomes some kind of horror story, which has to be covered up as much as possible. And this is the madness that we live inside. So how to be as we are? Other people can have their thoughts about us. The beginning of freedom is to allow other people to have their own opinions. Make of me what you will. That is you. It's not me. You cannot catch me. But you can only say that honestly, not in an ego-defensive way. You can only really say it honestly from the heart if you recognize you can't catch yourself. So you look in the mirror and you see the sagging skin. What you see is sagging skin. That's all. What does it mean? Whatever you want it to mean. Whatever you want it to mean. You can hate yourself for it. You can have all sorts of thoughts about it. Leave it alone. It's just this. I'm like this. So when you really accept how the body is, how the health is, there's nothing really to hold on to. It's here. Sensations, abilities, inabilities, getting older, more having to get up in the night to pee and so on, all of these things, that's just what happens. So, staying with the simplicity of how life shows itself frees us from entering into this endless judgment and correction, because at a certain point, as you move towards death, no correction is going to work. It is what it is. But if you spend all your life trying to correct, trying to adapt into some image, the idea is preceding your existence. Rather than, this is how it is, how shall I live with the fact that this is how it is? If I can't inhabit my own life, and I'm stepping out of my life to observe it and then compare and contrast to how I used to be or how someone else is. You know, how come your skin looks so young and healthy and mine's like this? It is what it is. It's not fair. Well, nothing has ever been fair. So meditation can help in the preparation for living and dying by allowing us just to be as it is. And if we really know how it is as it is, then you can take better care of your health. Because your body will say, get some exercise. The body will say, how about a few vegetables? The body... So the body shows itself. So these two, calming the mind and having insight or seeing clearly, opens up a lot of freshness and simplicity for appreciating the world. Okay, let's take a break now for up till 12 o'clock. So, in the Buddha's first teachings, the so-called first turning of the wheel of Dharma that began with the teaching in the deer park in Sarnath is generally seen as being signified by attending to the three marks of conditioned existence. That is to say, suffering, impermanence, and the absence of inherent self-nature. Suffering is said to be the sufferings of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Clearly, if a baby's been in the womb and they're now going down this birth canal and this pressure and so on, it's very confusing. Babies, when they're born, is often quite a bewildering experience. They don't have any point of reference, except the immediacy of what's going on, and that's changing very quickly. So birth is, in a sense, is painful because the experiences arising but the organizing sense of self hasn't ripened into formation yet. Then, if we survive our childhood and go on in life, we come to old age. And old age is suffering because it's generally marked by a loss of abilities, often loss of friends, other people who we know die, fall away, loss of social position. Very often our social identity is established through work, and then you retire from work, and the affirmation that comes from having a role and certain prescribed tasks to perform, that starts to fade away. Also, you have diminished income. If you have children, the children grow up and get on with their own lives, and so the role of being a mother or a father diminishes in importance and intensity. And so many of the patterns of signifiers that maintain our sense of identity start to fade, and we know that depression is a major feature of many older people's existence. And of course, particularly nowadays, with the focus on the nuclear family, which then often collapses, a lot of single-parent families, people left on their own, there is loneliness often in that burden of holding everything together yourself. And then as you get older, there's a lot of loneliness. Statistics are so many people in Britain in their later years in life have very little social contact. There are fewer and fewer public meeting places. You can see in all the villages, many of the pubs are closing down. Church community is getting less a holding factor. So isolation leading to desolation is also clearly a factor. Then there is sickness. And when we get sick, we don't feel like ourselves. Sickness is marked by a loss of the habitual, often unthoughtful continuity of myself. Well, I'm just me. And then you get sick and you're not just me. You're me with hospital appointments or doctor's appointments, or you can't sleep, or there's a new kind of pain. And you're being reformulated as a person. And a lot of that is because we live in a world of affirmation of the individual. As social identity collapses, we have personalities, and personalities are people who in themselves are special. So television is full of people who are just special because they are who they are. Now that's really quite a new phenomena. If you remember King Lear, after he has foolishly handed over the kingdom and he wants to travel around and he turns up with his followers, at a certain point his daughters, the ones who are a little bit on his case, they say to him, you don't need 100 followers. You don't need 50. You don't need 10. 5 is enough, and even 5. So, of course, in those days, the mark of a big person was that they always came with a lot of people. You see that still, for example, in Tibetan culture. Big lamas, they always travel around with a huge entourage, because the entourage marks out your importance as a person. Now, we don't even live in a world like that. We live in a world of individuals, that people will be sufficient unto themselves. And so, if you don't have your familiar people around you, the people that know exactly how you like your cup of tea, who know exactly what has to be done for you, then you don't have any mediating presence between you and the world. It's a much more naked existence. And that's wearing. Because if you have to announce yourself all the time, it's very difficult. I remember my teacher who was working a lot in an Indian university, and he was physically quite a small person, but on many occasions he was pugnacious. He was up for it. He was not going to let anyone piss on him. And he said, oh, everybody thinks Dzogchen Rinpoche is very sweet. That's because Dzogchen Rinpoche always has a lot of people around him managing how it is, so he can cruise through the star of the show. But me, I'm just me, so I've got to fight. And that, of course, is the truth for all of us. When you don't have a buffer zone around you, if you're not protecting yourself, then you're going to be in trouble. Which is why, of course, we've chosen Brexit. Marvelous move. We're on our own. So, when you see the individual coming more and more into isolation and in sickness, what shall we do? Over the winter, in the stories about hospitals being blocked and ambulances waiting in the parking area because they can't discharge patients. And they can't discharge the patients because they've got to go to some protective accommodation, usually very older people, and nobody's there to look after them. So we really start to see what sickness and loneliness and isolation is. Who cares? Nobody cares. Why would they care? Because I'm just me. So this level of suffering is likely to increase in our culture big time. And then we have the movement towards death, in which not only am I losing my health and the functioning of some of my organs, but my whole sense of my existence is vanishing. Now, if you have an ideal scene, you know, where somebody's dying surrounded by their family and everybody's concerned, that's one thing. But if you die on your own and nobody knows you and nobody knows anything about you, who are you? In one of the early styles of practice in Tibet, called the Kadampa, they developed these 4 vows. May I spend my whole life doing practice? May I spend my whole life doing practice alone in a cave? May I spend my whole life doing practice alone in a cave and no one knows I'm there? And may I do my whole life practicing alone in a cave, no one knows I'm there, and die alone? And for Tibetans, from family connections and tribal groupings, that's a very big thing to think. No one will be there, no one will know. It's all up to me. So that was seen as a vow of ultimate responsibility, which is one thing if you take it as a vow and you can see the power and the focus of that intention. But if it's just happening to you because the people you've known have drifted away, maybe your kids have emigrated, and then you're all alone, it's much more desolate. Who am I? What's the meaning of my life? Nobody wants to talk with me. I go to the supermarket and I try to say a few things to the woman on the checkout, but the queue's building up behind me and people don't want to wait. Desolate. So death in that sense, if it's simply the vanishing, you know, this notion that you should struggle against the vanishing of the light, who are you going to struggle with? The light is going out. I am becoming nothing. So now there's 2 things. There's life and there's death. And me, someone, I, me, myself, am now going into nothing at all. And that feels very terrible. Because what was the purpose of all this if it's gone? And this is especially true if we reflect on what we looked at just before the break. That if our experience is mediated through concepts, and the concepts are a sort of patina, they're a sort of covering, almost like a kind of veneer. If that veneer comes off, if there's nobody to share my concepts, then what's left inside feels very hollow. That hollowness, from the Buddhist point of view, is emptiness. It is a positive. It is the actuality or the truth of phenomena. But if you've believed in the patana and it comes off, well, what is that? You buy something and it's got a little chrome surface and it's kind of shiny, and then it starts to wear off. And this lovely object is now just tat. It's just crap. It's rubbish. I bought a pig in a poke. Huh? And now imagine that's your life. But I was a school teacher, or I was a nurse. Where is that? Where is the texture of that? It's your memory and maybe 4 or 5 other people's memories, but they're vanishing. So what is holding you in place if you are the only one with some thoughts of your mind? Oh, that's all you can see. Oh, that would be very painful. I'm being washed away. Now, from the Buddhist point of view, of course you're being washed away. Of course. That's not a punishment. Everything is impermanent. Whatever you construct will deconstruct or will be destroyed. It will vanish. This world is a world of illusion. Things become big and then they go away. On the outside of this building, there's a stone plaque that said it was established as a Wesleyan Sunday school. Well, it's not really functioning as a Sunday school now. People don't manage to send their kids to Sunday school. I'm probably among the last generations where people really did that. And I remember saying to my dad, how come I have to go to the church and you don't go to the church? He said, well, I'm tired. I've been working all week to get food for you. I go to school. Why do I have to go to Sunday school? So then the hypocrisy becomes a little bit too difficult for parents to manage. So these social factors start to fall apart, and identity starts to fall apart as it would. So we have spring that we're moving towards now. The world comes alive, the plants are coming up in their sequences. Then we have summer, and then autumn will come, and again the leaves will start to change color and fall from the trees. And that's as it is. And young people, if they survive, become older, and then they get sick, and then they start to die. And that's just the seasonality of existence. What does it mean for me? Well, there's always the question, who am I? And this is very similar to the practice we did before, the vipassana, the body scanning, where we have the idea of my body, and with that the idea of myself, and we have the immediate actuality of the manifesting of the moments of experience. So I exist as a story I tell about myself. As Julie Andrews sang, me, a name I call myself. This is something which is added on top. So there is an immediacy of I, me, myself, just this. And then there is the web of signifiers that gets wrapped around that in terms of the narratives we tell about ourselves. But as we're looking, these stories start to fall away. If nobody's interested in your story, and if you start to develop dementia of various kinds, you can't tell your story anymore anyway. You're still alive, breathing in and out, and who is there? And this is one of the problems with dementia, that it exposes the fact that if identity is created through fusion with storylines, then as the ability to continue to tell the story diminishes, there is no frame of reference. Because nobody has said, stay with the immediacy of the arising sensation. If you have dementia, there's still the arising of sensation, and there is still the experience of the arising sensation. But there is the diminishing of the ability to give a conceptual account of it, to make sense of it, to construe it. So from that point of view, preparation for dementia would be mindfulness. Mindfulness is the term we're using in English now to translate the Pali sati, or in Tibetan drimba. And it means to remember or to recollect. That is to say, to bring together. To bring together. So how do we bring things together? On the relative truth level or the conventional level, we bring the world together through narrative. We tell ourselves the reassuring stories about what's going on. But that's a fragile capacity or fragile ability that we have. It can be knocked off in car crashes, in all kind of brain conditions. But on a deeper level, Drimba means to recollect your presence in the moment, that we are here. So what is here? In the Dzogchen tradition, Drimba is about the same as Rigpa, as awareness, because to be present means not to be dispersed. Now we get dispersed through narrative construction. So this is where we start to see a kind of tension or contradiction between the ways in which we survive and thrive in a samsaric framework, a framework of duality, me and you, self and other, good, bad, right, wrong, all the polarities and dualities, and the Dharma view of non-duality that would say, let us see, to be present means to be present with whatever is arising, whether it's simple or complicated, whether it appears to be non-dual or dual, just to stay open with what is occurring. And that openness is not dependent on anything else. It's not a construct. When you are small, people keep calling you things. They say sweet baby, they say Mary or Anne or John. They tell you you have a name. Your name comes from the outside in. All your knowledge comes from the outside in. We internalize. We exist in this process of mimesis, of imitation, mimicry, absorption, and we fill ourselves with the not self. Babies don't have any self. They get a self through socialization and education. Of course, the self is a construct. It's not a self-existing phenomena. What is self-existing is awareness. Awareness is just like the mirror. It's just a showing. To be able to give an account of what is seen in the showing, you need to have a particular kind of conceptual ability. You need to be able to compound and bring together and generate an ever increasingly complicated construct. So babies start with nothing, and if you go live your life and go into deep dementia, at the end of it you won't have very much either. And in between there was a lot going on. This is like building a sandcastle on the ocean. It's being washed away, and as people are living longer, and of course as we absorb so many toxins into our body, I mean the world is just awash with poisons. And Buddhism is always talking about dependent co-origination. But dependent co-origination means there's a lot of variables involved. So when they have research, on different kinds of cancer now, everybody's looking into the DNA and the function in the body. Less attention is given to sprays. It's very common to sit in a cafe having a cup of tea and somebody's spraying the table next to you with obnoxious chemicals. And we know that these things knock out the sense of smell and taste. We are being poisoned all the time. So it's not surprising that the brain finds it very difficult to continue for a long period of time. But that simply means dependent co-origination. On the basis of absorbing a lot of toxic substances, we get weird. That's what happens. You get poisoned. It's not just the Russians that are doing this. But consumerist capitalist organizations are doing it all the time. Like if you go into a country like Spain and you go to buy bottled water, they always say, oh, if you're driving a long distance in the car, don't keep the water in the car, because the water will heat up and it will start to leach out more chemicals from the plastic. But how can that be? The water's in the bottle. The bottle's the bottle, the water's the water. No, they're having a wee conversation. They like each other. Intercourse. And so the water's now getting more and more chemicals slushing around inside it. This is our world, a world of interaction. We are infected by the world, not just with people's coughs and sneezes, but by how they are, the tone of voice. Somebody speaks sweetly to us and we feel happy and relaxed. Somebody frowns at us or calls us a fucking idiot and we get upset. What? Muscles tense up. What? Why are you saying that to me? Self-existing, autonomous subject? Nonsense. We are highly vulnerable. Vulnerable simply means you're able to be hurt. We are impacted and invaded and touched and moved by so many things in the world. So, impermanence means whatever construct you can develop for yourself, it will be affected by what goes on. Many people experience this at work. You go for an interview, you get a job, you read the job spec, it's quite nice, but then management makes some decisions. After a few years you think, why am I here? What is this? This isn't what I wanted to do. Because your job has been reorganized as organizations endlessly reinvent themselves. Very difficult to find security. So impermanence is one of the marks of conditioned existence. Life is movement. So if the actuality of life is movement, both in terms of the body, because the blood is going round, we can feel it in our pulse, we're breathing in and out. If these two things stop, breathing and movement of the blood, death is likely to occur. I am movement in a moving world. But I'm me. So, my sense of myself is a kind of abstraction or solidification of a signifier, I, as if it was an enduring substance. I am me. This is me. This is who I am. You can see these are very circular, solipsistic affirmations. The I is always empty and always full. Something's always happening for us, but the things that were happening when we first woke up this morning are no longer happening. Now we can say, I am sitting. And in the break, I was standing. So I can stand and I can sit. So if I say I am sitting, it's only I am sitting temporarily. I am eating temporarily. I am sleeping temporarily. All the qualifiers of I are impermanent, but it appears as if there is an I which is permanent. So in the third mark of conditioned existence, it says the absence of inherent self-nature. It means there is no self-substance. The seeming continuity of the first person singular is an illusion. And when you believe that an illusion is true, you have delusion. You are deluded, you are mistaken, you have an erroneous belief. But because it's a belief that is shared by all human beings, by all societies, if you can't work within that delusion, you won't be able to hold down a job. You wouldn't be able to hold down a relationship. I love you. I'll always love you. Really? I love you means like I love you today. I love you just now because you just gave me something nice to eat or we had a good fuck. So I love you. But the fuck's over. I've eaten the food. Now what? No, but it's you that I love. But who is the you? The you is the you I imagine you to be. Are you who I imagine you to be? Maybe not. Because we're not even who we imagine we are. So there you've got this constant flow of constructs with which we identify in an interplay, in a movement. We're always weaving and creating these patterns. But who are we really? Really, we are no one. There is no essential self. There is the performativity of self with endless variegation according to circumstances. But I'm here. What are you here as? I don't know, I'm just here. If we put that in another language, we say, I'm present. So I'm present. Or if we soften that a little bit, I'm presence. Or presence communicates through saying, here I am. But what is this presence? You can't find it. But it's here. So presence is not a thing, it is a quality of awareness. The basis of who we are is our awareness that we are present moment by moment in whatever is going on. And this presence is both revealed and concealed through the thought, here I am, I'm just me. I've always been me. Onto that we put our name. I'm James. I'm just James. This is an obscuration installed in the open field of clarity. We're just here. But just as we saw before, when you do the body scanning and you have this arising of sensation, the sensation is here, but you can't do anything with it. It's just coming and going, coming and going. The ego wants to have a storyline. The ego is the storyteller, the magician, the one who is constructing and making. But what's it making? It's making folds in the field of imagination, that we imagine these things. I imagine I'm James. I didn't call myself James. My parents called me James. I was named after my mother's eldest brother. That had to do with my mum and the fact that she preferred that brother to the other brother. The other brother was called Charles. If she preferred the other brother, I might have been called Charles, but I was called James because of him. What has that got to do with me? Bugger all. I was the field of projection of my mother's loyalties in a divided family. But that's me. I'm James. So when you look into the backstory of a lot of the construction of family dynamics, it's like that, which in Buddhism it says dependent co-origination. Depending on the particular constellation or concatenation of these factors at one moment in time, the baby is given a particular name. And on the basis of that, people start to identify things about the baby, that it's good at music or it's good at this or good at that. And so people start to develop expectations because we want to know who the other is. So if I sit with you and I just open to you, that gives a space for you to be present with me. And in that moment, we have a meeting. We have a contact. The contact has no doggy bag. I could sit with you just gazing at you. We could do it for half an hour in Gestalt psychotherapy trainings. People often do that. And you have the sense of the immediate presence of the other. You don't know anything about them. You do it with someone you don't know their name. You don't know where they were born or what they do or what food they like. You don't need to know anything about them. But in a sense, you know them. You see their face. Their face starts to kind of have some changes and movement. Wow. Being without these wrappers of interpretation and projection. But because most of the time our interaction with other people is a gesture of appropriation, of trying to take hold of them. And of course, the only thing I can take hold of with you is information. That you live near here, or you don't like walking on the hills, or you've got a dog and you're always walking your dog on the hills, or whatever it would be. Now I've got something to get a handle on. But who are you? So there's the fresh presence of you and the fresh presence of me, and in between there's this domain of mediation in which we exchange stories about each other. And of course, that's often how you lose people. I remember years ago in India, meeting a very fascinating woman, and we started to talk together, and it was a very beautiful evening in the mountains, and it was becoming a little bit erotic, and I started saying something about me, and she said, "Shh, don't tell me who you are, I'll find out." And that's very precious, because we're not our stories. And the stories often become a kind of cover-up. So, again, thinking about death, death is a time when the stories fall away, where there is no ability to speak anymore, and the stories don't mean very much. But very often, someone's lying in the bed, they're dying, and people are saying, "Oh, Granny, I do love you, and you've been the best granny in the world." There is no granny. This is dying. Granniness is falling away. "Oh, you're my mum, my mum. Oh, mum, don't go. I love you, mum." Where's mum? Not there. Mum vanished a long time ago. We project onto this person. We muddy the waters of their dying. You know? It's a big coffin, big letters, mum, big heart, mum. Who has died? You say mum, other people didn't say mum. It may well be that someone thought bitch. That's my mum. It's going to be a bitch, she's my mum. Every person relates to lots of people in their life, and they all have different opinions. Whose opinion is true? We grab onto people and say, "This is my dad, this is my mum, this is my child." This is my child means I am, if they're young, I'm legally responsible for them. They haven't a clue what they're doing when they're outside the house. And they do whatever they do, but somehow the buck stops with me. That's not very fair. Who would have kids? So, my child, my watch, my child, my shoes. It's not like that, is it? Children, you hang out with children, you spend time with children, but they have their own energetic movements, their likes and dislikes, and they're not clones or manifestations of ourselves. The other is other. So how do we deal with that? Very often we bind others into webs of connectivity by projecting obligations onto them. You should do this. Why don't you do this? You should tidy your bedroom. Why? Because it's better tidy for whom? I don't mind a mess. It's my house. You see, it's like playing poker suddenly put another 100 quid on the table, up the ante. You want it tidy? I don't want it tidy. It's not a fair fight. In the end, the kid gets... So, that's where we see dependent co-origination. Power factors. I'll stop your pocket money. You can't go out. Parents have all sorts of moves to try to direct the child into being the kind of child they want to have. But this is a human being, which slavery is against the law. But it's your child. So we have endless complexities for thinking about what it is to be a person, both this person and all the other people that we meet. How shall I relate to other people? Well, first of all, from the Buddhist point of view, it helps if you look at yourself. And you see, in the course of my life, there have been thousands of me's, millions of me's. I have been filled with hopes and fears, despairs, longings, happinesses, expansive moments, contracting moments. All of these fluctuations and patternings have at one stage been called me. I have identified with them. So I is a fusional capacity. This is what in Buddhism when they talk about attachment. It doesn't mean being attached to something like a watch. That's a fairly easy to manage kind of attachment. The basic attachment is we fuse into the arising moment and say, this is me. And if it's a happy moment, then we're happy. And if it's an unhappy moment, then we're sad. But what is happening for me is me. But then we do a bit of meditation practice and we see that what is arising doesn't have to be me. So we're sitting doing the body scanning and something arises. Now, if I say, oh, this is sore, my shoulder is sore, I'm moving progressively into a fusion with this arising sensation. Or it's just, oh, there's some kind of scratchy thing, or it's hot and burning, and we keep on scanning, and when we come back, it's different. So there's nothing to fuse with in the first form. You're present with it, but it doesn't offer you hospitality as a personal identity. The more you elaborate the story, the formation of the event, the more you can have that. I don't know what I've done with my life. I just look back and it all seems so hopeless. I've sat with many patients saying things like that, and you can see that all of the potential of their life is being folded into an account of why they are a waste of space, why they have messed up their existence. And it feels true, it rings true, but it rings true because they are giving themselves into that account of their existence. It's clearly not the only thing that's going on. Somehow they managed to get from their home into the clinic. Somehow they managed to eat and clean their teeth and wipe their bum. Lots of things have been going on, but these things have been taken for granted. They're like the background. And in the foreground is this all-encompassing storyline. I feel hopeless, I can't go on. I've nothing to live for. Whoa, okay. To feel that you've nothing to live for means there's nothing to hold on to except the idea of nothing to live for. What you've got to live for is this dreary tale that you bring here week after week after week. Of course, in the NHS, you're not allowed to say, if you want to kill yourself, kill yourself. Spare me the grief. I can't bear it, you know. But the person wants to tell you the impossibility of the story. So why is it the only thing in town? Because we merge into something. This is what attachment is. It's like a little hermit crab looking for a shell. You know, there are lots of creatures that need a carapace, that need an external shell to inhabit, to keep them safe from pecking birds and so on. So that's what we do. We create this shell, and just as the shells are made by this excrescence of the calcium and layers it thicker and thicker, we do the same with our identity. We massage more and more feeling tones into our self-definition, whether it's an inflated one or a deflated one. But where's the self-essence in that? Where is the intrinsic truth? Because a storyline that you build up through time is extrinsic, that you have, it's external to yourself, and it's not self-forming, but it is made by your beliefs. So we learn things like, when I was at school, we had to, every now and then the music teacher would come round and you all line up and he plays 3 notes on the piano and then you have to sing them, and then he says, oh, you can't sing, you sit down. I could sing, I just sang very badly. You can't dance, I dance very badly. Lots of things we can do, we just do them not very well. But when you have a black and white world, you can or you can't, then it creates a total confusion. Because it feeds into these profound definitions. I can't do this, I can't do this. I can't make relationships work. Well, they work for a while. Some people can stay together for 40 years, some people stay together for 40 days. Something happens, some kind of transaction, something was there. So if you come to a strong conclusion about it, rather than attending to the process, you misidentify what's there. So there, let's go back to these 3 factors of the 3 marks of conditioned existence, or samsara. That there is suffering. And a great deal of suffering comes from conclusions. That is to say, we are held inside a definition. And impermanence means this is wrong. So the suffering stands in contradistinction to the fact of impermanence. You cannot really know that you're a useless person if moment by moment you're breathing in and out and suddenly you hear a bird singing. Because you heard the bird, and hearing the bird impacted you, something shifted in you, therefore I'm a useless person. It doesn't catch hearing a bird song. When you see the wee robin bouncing around, ooh, ooh, where did that come from? You can't stick woo in I'm a useless person. It doesn't fit. So suffering is an over-tight definition. Now, who is the one who wants the definition? The ego. Ego means self, doesn't it? Or means I. Ego, I. I want to confirm my enduring presence as something. So it's not that I is the problem, it's that the misconstrual that I means I am something as opposed to I am nothing. Now, generally in the world, something is better than nothing. Something is better than nothing. When you get people who do scamming, they try to cheat people. So you give me your £10 and I'll give you this magic envelope, and inside it there is the most amazing thing, but you mustn't open it until you get home. So, there are many sophisticated scams that work in that way. We want something. But presence is nothing. Sensation in its immediate form is nothing. That is to say, there is a registering or a manifesting or a showing or an appearing, but it's not the appearance of something. The of something comes after the fact and is imputed, is injected into the arising. So we hear a sound. Oh, it's a cuckoo. Amazing. Must be the first in spring. It was a sound. You put cuckoo into the sound. You did that. Worms in the ground don't need to know cuckoo. They just need to know beak and try and hide. So we put the substance, the essence, into the illusory formation. So nothing shows itself as illusion. So in Buddhism you have these classic 12 examples of illusion. a mirage, a rainbow, the horns on a hare, the child of a barren woman, and so on. It means something can appear to be the case, though it's not. So on a hot summer's day, out on the road, you see the water shimmering in front of you. That is undeniable. It is as if something is there, but actually nothing is there. But the nothing shows itself as the illusion of something. That's what illusion means. It means you see the rainbow in the sky, but that arises due to the interaction of causes and conditions, the angle of the sun, the small droplets of water in the sky, where the viewer is standing in relation to it. It's a meeting place of these circumstances which generate the illusion. Or traditional one, the reflection of the full moon in water. On full moon night, in a still place, in a pond, you can see the moon. It looks as if the moon is there in the pond. Look, it's the moon. But the moon's not there. The moon's up in the sky. It is as if the moon is in the pond. It is as if I have an enduring content. But I know that I'm fickle. Now, if you go for a job interview, how would you describe your personality? Fickle. Doesn't really work, does it? But the fact is, we are fickle. We have fancies. Something takes our fancy. We have a yen for something. Some arises. Something will come in your mind. Why? It just came into my mind. Where did it come from? I don't know. We get taken over by some thought. So that's what we are. The mind is a space of the emergence of thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, intentions, and so on. It is the space of the mind which allows the possibility of the diversity and richness of our lives. If you were definitely someone, an unchanging someone, think how flat your life would be. That would be terrible. And when people get captured by a diagnosis and other people have a notion as to who they are, this is terrible. Whether it's calling them a terrorist or through some sexist or racist labeling, or in terms of having a chronic physical or mental disability. Where, it used to be the case that if a child is born with Down syndrome, would be strong encouragement to take the child away from the parents and put them into an institution, and they would never come out. They would never come out. And now we have much more integration in schools. And we can see that people have very different capacities. And this is such an amazing thing. But when you start with a definition, this child is like this, they will never be able to do anything in their life. They need to be protected from the world. When you impose that kind of structure, you blind yourself to the potential. And the potential is that they can have a good sense of humor and enjoy music and so on and so forth. As they have a wider range of stimuli coming towards the person, they show more. So, who are they? You've got the name, Down syndrome, or the title, or Asperger's, or whatever the diagnosis would be. But inside that, there is still a lot of potential. So this is the whole issue for ourselves. When you think, well, I'm just me, in a sense, that's a diagnosis. I am like this. I have never liked that. Is that really true? Probably not true. Because we are contrarians. We are people with internal contradictions. We have moods. And so at different times in our lives, we do different things. We expand towards something, and then later we think, oh, I don't know why I did that. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me as I am now, but it did make sense to me as I was then. Hopefully the evidence is getting a bit clearer. There is no defined content in the I. It is the emptiness of the I which allows the fullness of the I. I am sad, I am happy, I am selfish, I am generous. All of us can say thousands of things about ourselves because we're just noting the ways in which we are situational creatures. You can imagine yourself in one way and things change and then you behave in a different way. When war breaks out, some people become very, very cruel. They become infected by that ghastliness and enact horrible things. And other people become more compassionate and more kind. And it's very difficult to know exactly how we're going to behave. And we can see that all across Europe, still from the Second World War, the endless cover-ups in Italy, Spain, still in Germany, although they've done a lot of work, France, and of course in Britain. We don't want to know what we did when we were a big colonial power. We don't really want to know about torture. We don't want to know that. My dad was in the Indian Army, and I remember him saying, well, you know, of course, in India, people like chilies, but what you do is, if you get someone and you need some information from them, you stick a lot of chili up their arse. Because it doesn't show, but it's pretty painful. So, oh, thanks, Dad. That's given me a new sense of possibility. What do you think? So that was a way of proceeding. These are things you can do, and every dominating, controlling power has ways of inducing pain and suffering in other people. So we don't really want to know that. What did we do in India? We gave them railways. Through Macaulay, we gave them the Education Act and taught them English. That's what we did for them. We don't really want to know what we did to them. We don't want to know about the Bengal famine when Winston Churchill directed the food supplies away from India to service the British soldiers. We don't want to know anything about our real history because we're nice people. And if we knew all the facts, we wouldn't be very nice people. And every country is full of these cover-ups. Now, I'm not trying to malign a country. I'm just trying to say is that once you've got a calling card, once you've got a persona, a mask, a lot is hidden behind the mask. And so we're dishonest. Same as a person. But unfortunately, a lot of what we hide as people is the richness and the extent of ourselves. I can be really angry. I can be very sweet. How do you square that circle? How is that possible? Because I'm not a thing. I'm not one thing. I am unknowable. And I don't know who is going to make me feel angry and who is going to make me feel sweet. I don't know. I'm quite fond of small children. But if I'm in the plane and the people have got a small child behind me and it's a long flight and that little bugger won't shut up, I don't like children at all. So liking and not liking are expanding like seaweed in the ocean. Does that seem to relate to your experience? So that's really what impermanence means. It's not so much looking outside and seeing how the world changes as seeing, oh, I am relational. I come into being not through some monologic movement, me towards the world, but I'm called into being by many factors around me. So the impossibility of defining myself is my freedom to be many things. So in Buddhist language, what this means is wisdom is the emptiness of the self, and it is exactly this wisdom which is the basis for compassion. Because if I was just one thing, I would be always the same, which would mean that I would have a shape like a piece in a jigsaw puzzle. and there would only be one place for me to be, and I would have a very restricted range of performance possibilities. But if I don't have a fixed shape, then I can shape myself in relation to the other. So it is the absence of inherent self-nature which is the basis of compassion. So you can respond in different ways. If you go in the hospital, out of compassion, people will stick metal pins into your arm. They'll take your blood. You're lying in the bed, you can't move, and they come around, they take your blood. And they get paid for it. It's outrageous. But according to the context, we're quite grateful because they get a result. So in that way, everything is situational. So what this kind of reflection is hopefully like a kind of massage that lets us soften up the sclerotic features of ourselves, the ways in which we harden up and become stiff and brittle and over-defined, because that's the best way to prepare for death, is all that I have been has already gone. And how I will be, I don't know. This is true of all of us sitting in this room now. Our past is gone, and how we will be, we don't know. So we don't know. We don't know what thought's going to arise in our mind in the next minute. We just don't know. We don't know what sensations are going to arise in our body. We just don't know. So we are waiting, open to the unfolding of how our life is. Oh, it's not all up to me then. I'm not in charge. I'm not the master, and I'm not the servant. I'm working with circumstances. I am a participant. I am participating. I am a part of the unfolding patterning of my existence. So that's a very sweet way to be, because the more we experience that when we're healthy and happy, we can take that into being sick. We can take that into situations of fear. We don't know what's going to happen. You get sent to the hospital for some tests. You don't know what the result's going to be. Maybe you've got 10 years more to live. Maybe you've got a few months. What will I do? How will I be? If you get caught up with thoughts, I need to do this before I die, you might set off and be very, very busy. Well, is the object formation really the guarantor of meaning in your life? Or is it being here? Because if you go chasing something which is somewhere else, you're extending out of yourself in the hope of some kind of special or magical experience. But you can fall asleep in that. You can project yourself out of yourself, displace yourself from yourself in the hope of something magical. But here we are. How will I be? It's just this. If every day it's just this, then we are completely at home where we are, however it is. Whether you're waiting for a train that's late, or your kids are causing you a lot of grief, or someone close to you dies, here you are, this is what's happening. If only my life was different is an unhelpful idea, because your life is the way it is. If you are in touch with the actuality, the contouring of your actual situation, you can start from here. And then you can change your life a little bit, because you're on the growing edge of your experience, because you're here. This is me. This is how I'm structured at the moment. Now, how will I proceed from here? I wish my life was different. I'm never going to do that again. These things shouldn't happen. All these kind of abstract thoughts disempower us. Oh, it's just this. Here I am. Here I am. This is my life. So to be alive is to be present in the unfolding of life. It doesn't mean to be incredibly fit and go out jogging in the morning. You can be lying in bed, you can be quite sick, and you're still alive because you're here. But if you're full of regret, and the regret puts you... The thing about regret and all these functions of the imagination is that they function like a kind of wedge that separate you from the immediacy of your life, so that you stand in relation to your life as if you'd come out of yourself. Now you're looking at yourself and thinking, I haven't done that very well. Now clearly there's a time for reviewing performance, but it's also quite alienating. If you're always on your case, if you're always judging yourself, you become a kind of object to be manipulated to try to be the right shape so that you're going to fit in. So in order to become who I could be, I'm going to abandon who I am. That is not very logical. If you want to become a different kind of person, you have to start by being who you are and being it. Not judging it, not pissing on it, but okay, this is me. This is the actual topology, the lived patterning, the lived contouring of my existence. How shall I proceed? Well, it depends on the circumstances and the environment, but at least I'm here. So that's the central point, is that we need to start from here. And in order to be here, we have to be present. And in order to be present, we have to avoid distraction. And in order to avoid distraction, on an outer level at first, we have an external focus, like focusing on the breath. We'll take a break soon for lunch, and then we'll come back in the afternoon and we'll look more at the Dzogchen view and how that would take up the view of death. But from the one life point of view, the main focus is on being kind to ourselves, not making harsh demands, and trying to soften the internal split between subject and object. Most of us, unfortunately, probably had some shaming experiences in childhood. And when you get shamed, you get blasted into being an object. You know, you're doing whatever you're doing, and then suddenly your parents or somebody tells you off in a strong way, and you're kind of shocked out of the lived moment. You see another kind of experience of yourself. And you hear that somebody is seeing you as an object. And then you sort of stand in relation to that objectness, even if the moment is, even if it's not a harsh shaming. I mean, I can remember going up to the shops with my mum when I was a wee boy, and because it was Glasgow, people blether all the time, so she'd endlessly be stopping and talking about this and that and this and that, and oh, and how's wee Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy, he's doing this and that. Shut up. Why are you talking about me? Because it's something, isn't it, to be talked about. It's horrible, because I'm here. I'm here. I am subject. And you're talking about me as if I'm object. And then as a child, you really start to see, I'm an object for my mum. And I thought my mum was an extension of my subjectivity. Mum! You know, like having an extra long arm or something. And then you realize your mum is a separate person, and she thinks about you other than you. And there's a kind of existential aloneness in that. The fantasy of the whole world of the narcissistic bubble is split open. So now I am an object. And then you go to school and you have to correct yourself to fit into the school. And people judge you and they say you're not good at this, or you must try harder. So now I have to act on myself to try harder. So I am a thing to be manipulated, whether that's practicing the high jump or doing basic spelling or whatever it would be. You are now manipulating yourself in order to be a more acceptable shape. And if that continues too much, if you go to a very competitive school, the recognition of the marvelous, shining ungraspability of subjectivity gets hidden in the fixation of the object, because now the subject is the servant of the object. Does that make sense? And you can spend the whole of your life correcting yourself to be the right kind of object for the world. And then you really lose who you are. So the more we realize, oh, I can give myself a hard time, and me judging me is very similar instruction to me judging other people. So can I relax the tendency of judging into an appreciation? Because when you appreciate something, you embrace it more. Does that seem right? To appreciate a painting, you have to give yourself to the painting so that the painting can give itself to you. But if you judge it, there's a kind of cold distancing. So once we start appreciating the world, the beauty of nature, the incredible multiplicity of how human beings live, and we just allow them to be as they are, we can start to allow ourselves to be as we are. And therefore you put an arm around yourself, you include yourself, and everything is then included. And the dualistic harshness of judgment softens into the warmth of inclusion. And inclusion is the heart of Dzogchen. Dzogchen means the great completion. And things are complete if they're included. As long as you fragment and want to reject the bad bits and get more of the good bits, you're in an endless activity which will never come to a point of peace and satisfaction. Okay, so we have an hour's break for lunch, and then we'll come back, and we'll have some time over the course of these days to do some questions and answers, and we'll do some discussion in small groups. But also, if you have any questions that you'd like me to address that you don't want to raise directly, you can write them down on a bit of paper and give them to me. And towards the end of the lunch break, I'll put out some books, because I have a new book you might be interested in, and it will be available at the greatly reduced price of £15. So it'll be out there in the hall. Good. Shall we have lunch? So if we now look at our life in relation to notion of multiple lives and rebirth, and I'll try to show how this functions in relation to how the mind is. So we were looking before at how our sense of ourself develops through interactions in our family, in school, and so on. And we have a sense of being this particular person. And then there's a question, well, where did we come from? So we know that our parents had sex, and from the meeting of this male and female essence, our body starts to unpack. You can understand it in terms of DNA or various other ways. From the Buddhist point of view, it is a tripartite meeting. You have the male energy and the female energy meeting at the uterus, and at the moment when conception occurs, the third element, which is consciousness arriving, enters into this. And then our life unfolds. Now, there are different kinds of birth. There's womb birth, egg birth, heat and light birth, and lotus birth. So, according to Indian and Tibetan understanding, you can be born in a different way. Clearly, we know about egg birth. All the birds are born from eggs. The egg has to be fertilized. Heat and moisture is what you can experience in India sometimes, especially in the monsoon. You're walking along the road and suddenly out of a little hole in the ground you see a whole stream of flying ants or some creatures coming out, and it looks as if they've come into existence out of heat and light. And then we have a lotus birth, which is, if you like, a kind of virgin birth. In the Christian tradition, we have Mary with the Annunciation, and in the Indian tradition, you have like Padmasambhava, who is born on a lotus, and the lotus represents purity. Lotus is also a term for the introitus, for the beginning of the vagina. So, which particular lotus it was would depend on your notion of history. The big problem, of course, is that in many cultures, because of misogyny, the vagina is seen as something impure because of menstruation and so on. But if you see it just as the symbol of emptiness, which it also is, then it's completely pure. So consciousness arrives at this potential of the meeting point of germination, the unfolding of a new life. Where does the consciousness come from? And what is consciousness? So now I explained from the point of view of Dzogchen how the world of delusion starts. So it begins with reflection on the ground or the basis or the source. This is that which is. That which is has never come into existence. It is unconditioned. It's self-originating. It just is. It is immeasurable. You can't allocate any size or depth or shape to it. It's an infinite expanse. It's inexpressible. You can't say anything definite about it. And it's free of any attribution of the names of samsara or nirvana. This is the description of it that comes from the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra. So this is the ground of existence, the ground of our own mind. If you recognize that ground, which is infinite emptiness, which is also a plenum void, a void which fills itself ceaselessly, then the clarity of that recognition is called rigpa, or awareness. When that ground is not seen clearly, you have non-awareness, or marikpa. And, sometimes it's translated as ignorance, but ignorance would indicate some kind of fixed state, whereas in fact it's an ongoing unfolding of ignoring. Who does the ignoring? No one. It arises from the ground, because as the texts say, there is one ground and two paths. The ground is open, there is awareness of the ground and not awareness of the ground. And these form the two paths which give rise to the two fruits of liberation or nirvana and obscuration, which is samsara. Why is it like this? When you get enlightened, you ask Samantabhadra. He knows, we don't know. It just is. It just is. Nobody does it. And this is very, very important. But in the non-recognition of openness, the openness is still there. It's very big, infinite. Not seeing this bigness as the ground of your own being, not as a person, James, now I recognize that I really am infinite. It's not like that, because there is nobody there to do the recognizing. It's just the clarity, which is why traditionally we use the example of the mirror. The mirror shows the openness. The mirror is just empty and open, and it shows. So what you have here is the showing, which is, if you like, self-reflexive. It's present to itself. And then you also have the possibility of absent to itself. But the self, or the self is of course the wrong word, but the openness is here, and there is a non-recognition that the clarity which reveals the openness is inseparable from the openness. So it's as if the clarity turns towards the openness as if it were a thing, at which point the clarity goes unconscious, because you can't make sense of it. You can't grasp it or comprehend it. Then there is, from this, there is an awakening, a return, and that return is a bit misty and foggy. And according to the traditional Dzogchen text, it says, gradually there is a thickening of a kind of miasma, or like a morning mist. At first it might be like little wisps of mist, but gradually this mist becomes more dense and more dense and more dense. And then you only have like the fog. So some of you living in this kind of country place may have that experience. You go walking in the hills, and the weather starts to change and it gets a little bit misty, and at a certain point you can't see what's going on. You can't see your hand in front of your face. That kind of thick mist is very difficult because the hill is there. The hill is as it is. Nothing has changed, but it is, you can't find what is there. And the mist, as it were, turns you back on yourself and you start to imagine. So if you took that as a metaphor, what's activated then is like a fragmentation. So if you imagine light going into a crystal and it comes out with different kinds of light, but there is a kind of density or solidification that goes with the light. And now there appears to be many different things. And as the many different things start to interact, they move in the form of subject and object. And out of this movement, you have a lot of differentiation of the possibilities of the subject side and of the object side. And from this, gradually the 6 realms of samsara, the hell realms, jealous gods, humans, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell realms arise. So this is how samsara unfolds. At a certain stage in this process, consciousness arises. Consciousness is not different from awareness, but it's like awareness on a bad hair day. It doesn't feel like itself. The awareness is trying to apprehend what it is attending to. So if you think again of the example of a mirror, the mirror just shows. It's not doing any interpreting or editing or making sense of or commentaries about it. It just shows. So this is like the quality of Rigpa, it just shows. But our consciousness, which is a dualistic formation, is taking hold of, apprehending what is arising. So in the Tibetan language, the word for consciousness is Nampar Shepa. Shepa means to know, or at least to reveal or to illuminate, which is really the basis of knowing, isn't it? When you know something, it illuminates not just the thing itself, as it were, but what is necessary. So, for example, you might get up in the morning and open your front door and, oh, well, it's a bit cold today. So you go back into the house and you put on an extra coat. So that's a kind of knowing. You both know the cold and it has implications. And these implications unfold. But this shaper of illuminating or seeing, or in that very open sense knowing, is linked with nampa, which means like a shape. You know something. You know something. And on the basis of knowing something, you now can take hold of it. This is a tree. This is a Volkswagen car. This bread has no taste. This is terrible coffee. We know something, and we're able to, by apprehending it, by taking hold of it, we can then locate it in a field of meanings where, by comparing and contrasting, we're able to identify it. We say this is an old motor car, this is a new motor car. We say this is a big tree or a small tree, this is a young person or an old person. You apprehend person, and then you can say young or old. Because you know, having identified this is a human being, what arises in your mind is a set of criteria for evaluating human beings, whether they are sick or healthy, whether they are dangerous, whether they're sexually interesting, whatever it would be. These various criteria allocate what you do. So this is consciousness. Consciousness takes an object. So consciousness is not somebody being conscious. Consciousness is a movement of energy. Okay? So, say you like wine, and you go into a pub and you ask for a glass of wine. You bring it up, you smell it a little bit, then you bring it to your lips. Is it good or bad? Is it pleasing or unpleasing? You have some criteria to apply to this. So what is going on? Some scent is arising from the surface of the wine, it's going into your nostrils, and there's a response. This is a description of a process. You lift the glass to your lips, you put some on in your lips, some comes into your mouth, it moves around inside your mouth, some response from the taste buds arise, you come to some conclusion about whether you like it or not. This is a process. It's a process of interaction between subject and object. Who is doing it? Well, we say, I am doing it. I have tried this wine and I don't like it. The wine comes up to our mouth. We say, this is my mouth. The wine is now in the mouth. Some taste buds are being affected, my taste buds. I decide I like it or I don't like it. There is a taste, and then there is a commentary on the taste. I don't like it. This is horrible. You, having a glass from the same bottle, taste it and say, not so bad. Not so bad, huh? I would normally drink the Gamay grape, but anyway, it's not so bad. But it's terrible. No, come on, it's not so bad. If the wine was definitely good or bad, we would all agree. So what I have is my psychophysical, psychosomatic, but also social response to the wine. Because if I grew up in an area where they have the Gamay grape, like in Beaujolais, then I would have become accustomed to that taste. So I might like it. But if I grew up with Cabernet Sauvignon, and then somebody gives me even quite a good Pinot Noir, I say, it's very thin. This is not a proper wine. This is my social construction of my criteria for evaluating the wine. And it rings true for me. It's how I enter into relationship with the wine, or it could be like some people like Earl Grey tea. Some people don't. Some people like very fine tea. Some people like Assamese tea, which is quite dense. Some people like tea from Kenya, which is again more heavy. So according to your history and your palate, something becomes attributed as good or bad. It is relational. Who says good or bad? I do. On the basis of what? On the basis of speaking. Because every language has to have personal pronouns in it. If I recall from when I studied linguistics, there's no language in the world without personal pronouns. Because language is used to indicate relational connectivity between what we take to be I and other people. So we take the linguistic signifier I as if it is referring to something already existing. When I say, I don't like this wine, I, as the one who doesn't like this wine, am being called into existence in the moment of tasting the wine. Yeah? The James that doesn't like this glass of wine didn't exist before tasting the glass of wine. So I is a potential which is constellated in particular circumstances. Yeah? Like some people like Darjeeling tea. Darjeeling tea is famous because of its scent and its color, but it doesn't have much flavor. It's just how it is. You can pay a lot of money for it, but it doesn't have much flavor. It's the same many people would say about champagne. Spend a lot of money on bubbles. Why bother? So these are opinions, not facts. And opinions are always embodied. They arise for us due to our particular constellation as a person, which can be influenced by our health, the time of the year, whether we are in a good mood or a bad mood, whether we are tired, whether we are on holiday. All sorts of things can influence how a wine tastes or a cup of tea tastes. So the key point here is that the sense of I is a commentary after the fact of the experience which is revealed in the clarity of the unfolding of the experience, which shows itself as subject and object as unfolding. So the formation of the object shows itself. Just like in a movie, or you're reading a novel. When you read a novel, there is a person in a situation. And as you go through the different situations, you see the character changing. So you like to read Jane Eyre. And there's the poor little abandoned Jane in this horrible school. And then there's Jane leaving and becoming a governess. And then there's hope-filled Jane about to get married. And then there's desolate Jane humiliated in the church. And then. And in each of these situations, who we feel Jane to be brings up feelings in ourselves. And what is evoking that is Jane in context. Does that seem right? So that's what novels do. They allow us to see the showing of the potential of the person according to changes in the situation. So who is the real Jane Eyre? At what point in the novel do we see who Jane really is? Each stage is Jane being Jane. But where is the essence of Jane? It's the same for us. There is no essence to us. And that's what it means in Buddhism by there is no self It doesn't mean that you don't exist and you don't have experience, but the experience is relational. It arises in interaction. It doesn't manifest as a kind of X-ray of your soul. It's how you manifest according to these events. And in each situation, you can be authentic. That is to say, you can ring true, but it's not the true you. Does that make sense? So, something happens and you feel really sad. Or something happens and you cook up a storm. So, little children, age 2.5, 3, become quite good as politicians usually. They work out who they can milk the situation for to get more attention. So they fall over and the mum, a bit anxious, gives them a hug and they cry more to get more hug. Are they really upset? No. But they're getting what they want. They're playing the system. They're being inauthentic in the authentic pursuit of what they want, which is undivided mother's attention. So that's the politics of attention, because the subject always needs attention from other people. Because the I is empty. It drains away. It drains away. One hug is not enough for a child. It needs more. Because it bleeds out. It's leaking. It's leaking. The self is always emptying, moment by moment. That's what impermanence is. So you take the child to the park and you push them on the swings. And half an hour later, you're still pushing them on the bloody swing. Do it again, do it again. Once is never enough. Because it's, it's gone, it's gone. This is our mind, filling and emptying, filling and emptying. Gone. Here. Gone. Who is this happening to? That is the commentary after the fact. So this is the main reversal that a Buddhist understanding invites you to see. It's not me first, it's always me second. Life comes first, I come after. But I justify my importance by saying I come first. So the I is always trying to distort time by claiming mastery, agency, dominance, control. As if the I, the felt sense of being a subject, was a thing which continues in its own form, with its own substantial integrity through time. So Buddhism is not saying there is no continuity through time, but it's not substantial. For example, some of you drove quite a long way to get here, and in the car you have a wing mirror, or 2 wing mirrors, and the mirror is filling and emptying with reflection. It's doing that again and again and again. Filling and emptying. Cars are coming to overtake you, you're swerving, you go around the corner. In the course of your journey, maybe 10,000, 100,000 reflections are arising. The reflection is only possible because the mirror is there. The reflection is only possible because the mirror has no substantial content of its own. It is the empty clarity of the mirror that allows it to show 100,000 reflections. And the reflection arises due to the open potential, the generosity of clarity of the mirror, but the mirror doesn't decide what's going to happen. Just as in our lives, we're not in charge of our lives, but neither are we just a slave. But we are moving with circumstances, but the circumstances announce themselves. So, there is no substantial I, but there is a functioning I, which functions because it's empty. of inherent self-nature. The I works because it's empty. So if this becomes clear for you, then life becomes a lot easier. Otherwise, you would just be like an old-fashioned record that had a scratch on it. I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. But now I need a P. What the fuck am I going to do? I'm tired. I can't have a P as well. Because I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. So the record keeps playing. Life is going on. I'm tired, I need to go to the toilet, I'm hungry, what's on the telly, time to phone a friend. More and more stories. I is there present in all of these, but it's only able to be present because it's empty. We are here in this hall because this is a multi-purpose hall. This hall was built, as it says on the stone on the outside, as a Sunday school building, a Wesleyan Sunday school building. Wesleyans would not normally be inviting Buddhists to use their premises. So the Wesleyanness has been taken out of the hall. It's now a community arts centre, and it's multi-purpose. That is to say, it's not defined by being a church hall or a drama centre, but it's a place in which many things are possible. That is to say, it is a space of possibilities. It is a space with potential. That's why it's useful. This is like the mind. The mind is a space which has potential and so responds in different ways. Just as there's a stage here, we could have a drama, or we could have a dance show, or we could have a children's Christmas party. There's endless possibilities because the space is not overdetermined. If this was a traditional church with pews, and the pews were screwed into the floor, then the possibilities of using the space are very limited, because the layout of the furniture directs and determines the utilization of the space. Does that make sense? It is the fact that we don't have fixed furniture that allows us to be more responsive. If, unfortunately, we fall under the power of various kinds of conditions like obsessive compulsive disorder or chronic anxiety, we fill ourselves from the inside out with this particular disposition. We are predisposed to feel social anxiety. So, as it were, I'm preoccupied with what's arising from me, and so I don't have much space to respond to circumstances. And that's why mental troubles are not much fun. They are limitations of our potential. When we are relaxed and open, we have more contact with our potential, which means we can be called into being in different ways by different settings. So there you've got wisdom and compassion. The wisdom is the openness that we find in ourselves, and the compassion is the responsiveness which can arise. But if you're feeling very anxious, even if you want to help someone, and they say, I've been invited to this social occasion and I don't like to go alone, would you please come with me? Why are you asking me? I hate these social events. I get all hot and sweaty and I don't know what to say and I want to run away. So that my preoccupation, my overdeterminedness by my own social anxiety inhibits my possibility of responding. I like you, I want to make you happy, but I just can't. And we probably all know this in relation to aspects of our personality, that there are certain doors in life that we see other people going through, but we feel we can't go through, that it's just not possible. So, the function of the meditation is to find the ever open ground, and to find a way to inhabit that open ground. This is what is called Rigpa. Rigpa never loses the open ground. Consciousness never finds the open ground. So no matter how hard you try from the point of view of consciousness, you won't find the open ground. Because consciousness always takes an object, but the open ground isn't an object. So if this is clear, it helps you to avoid lots of problems that arise in meditation. I want to find the true nature of my mind. Never will. It's not a thing. You can find your car keys. You can find the bill that you forgot to pay last month. It's hidden under a pile of papers. But you can't find your Buddha nature because it's not a thing. The Buddha nature is already present as the basis of your movement in the world, but you don't see it because you are addicted to seeing things, to getting things, to having things, and it's not a thing. So it doesn't fit inside your frame of reference. It doesn't register. That's the issue. It just doesn't register. There are lots of things in the world that we don't see because we've no idea how to look for them. For example, outside there are lots of stones in the garden, but we don't know anything about these stones because we look at them and it's like, why would I be looking at little stones in the garden? Why? No reason to look. No reason to look means no reason to see. I don't see them. We are always editing the field of experience, highlighting, making things figural or foregrounded according to our disposition and our interests. And so, although we may imagine we have a broad spectrum attention to the world, we're still highly selective. And this is because we are located inside dualistic consciousness. So how do we move out of dualistic consciousness? Do less. The key instruction in the practice is to relax and release. Relax the arousal which stems from the sense that there is a lack inside me and there are things in the world which can repair my lack. If only I had that, then I would be happy. It's not true. It's really, really not true. There is nothing in the world that will make you happy forever. Just not true. Why? Because of impermanence. Everything changes. I happened by chance on a pile of old love letters. Wow. The things that are said by people falling in love, and then the letters coming 6 months later, they're quite different. This is illusion. Grand statements. I'll always love you. You are the most special person I ever met. And so on, for a while. The answer doesn't lie in the object. But we are object fixated because we live in duality, which is the field of interaction of the subject and the object. So the subject is always looking for the right kind of object that will make things okay, and it never finds it. Who is the one who is looking? This is the central question. So we can do a little bit of meditation practice around this now. Some of you know this, this practice very well. It's not complicated in its form. Here we are, we're sitting. And we're here. And experience is arising. Usually we do this practice with our arms a little bit open, arms on the knees. So the chest is quite open. The gaze is into space in front of us, about 2 arms length in front, so we're not staring at the distant wall, but we're just resting in the space. And because the eyes are open, all the senses are open, life is going on. You might see people moving, or you hear sounds. And we're just with whatever happens. So all we're doing is being here, present with whatever happens, which means we don't have to interpret or explain or judge or choose. We're just open. So we'll do this practice many times over these next few days. We don't do it for very long because it's not about making effort or trying to do something, but rather of finding yourself just relaxed and open and seeing what happens. The invitation to get involved, to construct, to make things happen is always present for us in our stream of potential. And it takes a while to have the sense you don't need to activate involvement. There's nothing which is required to do. If you don't do anything, life goes on. The interventions you make, selecting this thought, crushing that feeling, and so on, not necessary. That is to say, by recognizing that the movement of the ego is irrelevant, there is more space to awaken to unborn awareness. But the more you stay identified with the ego's choices and plans and constructions, there is a concentration, a focusing, an intoxication, which means that the expansive awareness is not so easily seen. So gradually bring this towards the topic of death. So this ground, this unchanging ground, it's not a thing. It doesn't get old. It never changes. It's in the tradition, it's called Vajra or indestructible. It is the infinity of awareness which is the basis of all experience. Moving within it are the forms of subject and object. When these forms are seen clearly, they are just pulsations of energy. If you look at it from the tantric point of view, you would see this as two deities together, like Padmasambhava and Yeshe Tsogyal, or Heruka and Vajravarai. The tantric symbolism means that the subject and object represented as deities in sexual intercourse means that they are moving together, and this movement generates the creation of all the forms of the world. So in that sense, the world is a divine mandala or an open situation of lucidity, free of substance, but replete with experience of clarity, of shiningness, of colors and shapes. From the point of view of Dzogchen, this energy manifests in 3 main forms. One is like the mirror. As the reflection arises in the mirror is not doing anything. The mirror is just there, and the potential of the mirror, when it meets the object presented in front of it, gives rise to the reflection. The mirror doesn't make a reflection. It's not like an apple tree giving a flower and then the flower ripening and gradually there is an apple. There aren't stages of production. As soon as something's in front of the mirror, the reflection is there. So in this way, the mind shows just instantly. Then another example is if a crystal ball is put on red cloth, it looks a bit red. If it's on blue cloth, it looks a bit blue. It means that the translucency of the mind has no need to defend itself against whatever is arising. The mind stays open and different forms arise. And while they arise, it looks red or it looks green. So, for example, you might be meditating and you become angry or sad or confused. You might think, I'm wasting my time, I don't know what I'm doing, this is stupid. All kind of feeling tones could arise. And then they go. Just like you put the crystal ball on the red cloth and it looks red. Now I'm sitting here bored in this stupid fucking meditation and it never works for me and I don't know why I keep trying. Okay. So some feeling tone is arising. What does it define? It's just an arising. If you stay, it goes. If you go into it and you think, this is true, this is hopeless, I can't do this, some people can meditate, but I can't meditate, and you start weaving a whole texture, no matter how bad it is, it's just red color in the crystal. The crystal is not red, it appears to be red. When you put it on the blue cloth, it doesn't look red anymore, it looks a bit blue. Now you have a break, we go outside, you have a cigarette, you look at the sky, think, oh, this is better. Meditation, nul point. Cigarette. So, sad girl is now happy girl. Then somebody says something to happy girl, now she's angry girl. Like that. We are, moment by moment, filling and emptying with these colorations. Are they the truth about us? Or, put it another way, can I be truthful in seeing that I am fickle? I am unreliable. I am ever changing. Because if I am ever changing and now I'm jealous, I'm just jealous. But if I'm James and I want to appear as a nice guy and I want you to think that I'm very balanced and sorted, then I don't want to be jealous, or certainly I don't want you to know that I'm jealous. So now I can't say, oh, this is arising, because I have to pretend. No? Then we see, this is the difference between the ego and awareness. The ego is trying to maintain an image of itself, because that's all that the ego is. It is the image of the self. Whereas awareness shows a lot more. Sometimes we're not happy. Sometimes we're not very kind. Sometimes we're bored, we are indifferent, we don't care. We've just had enough, I don't care. Well, fuck off, leave me alone. We like that. We don't want to say that to other people. Because if you knew how I really was, you wouldn't like me. This is the worry of the ego. But if you knew I was like that for a while due to circumstances, who would it be that you don't like? On Tuesday morning, I got really pissed off. And now you know that on Tuesday morning, I got really pissed off. And you don't like the James who got really pissed off on Tuesday morning. Well, that's okay, it's Friday. Who is it you don't like? But we feel, now they've understood something about me. I'm not very nice. They've caught me. And the reason you've caught me is because I'm catchable. And this is the ego. The ego always fears being caught, but awareness cannot be caught. When you have something really horrible and you place it in front of the mirror will reflect that. Do we say it's a horrible mirror? We might say it's a horrible reflection, but it's not the mirror that's horrible. This is the basis of freedom. But if you identify yourself with the reflection, oh, I got really jealous and everyone knew, and oh, I don't want to see these people anymore. Because now they know about me. That's reflection, isn't it? Because actually, I'm feeling much better today. So that's gone, but the fear remains, because now you know who I could be. Not who I am, but who I could be. And therefore, it's very useful to know I can be angry, I can be jealous, I can be proud, I can be kind, I can be selfish, I can be 1,000 million things. So in the Tantric tradition, we have Padmasambhava, and he has 8 main forms and hundreds of thousands of forms. In fact, everything is a form of Padmasambhava. Everything is a form of Tara. It means nasty, shitty Tara, selfish, mean Tara, torturing Tara, infinitely cruel Tara, because everything is Tara. No, Tara couldn't be cruel. She's really nice. No, then cruelty is really real. Yes. No. Yes. No. Everything is empty, but not cruelty. Torturers are not empty. They're horrible. Horrible is empty. It's horrible and it's empty. It's form and emptiness. The fear of being caught is because we are attached. We do the grasping, and the grasper feels to be grasped. We grasp at ourselves, and we say, I am like this, I am like that. We grasp at other people and say, oh, this person's really beautiful, this person's not so beautiful. I don't want to go here, I want to go there. We are attributing value. We're pumping it out, and then when we fear it's going to be pumped onto us. But the mirror is the same whether it's got a beautiful image or an ugly image. The crystal ball is on the red cloth or the blue cloth. And then you put it on the lime green cloth and it looks a little bit sickly. Does it matter to the crystal? The light is just passing through. Just passing through. So this is why we do this particular kind of meditation. We sit, eyes are open, we're open. We're like the sky. Clouds are passing through. Some thoughts, some feelings, some memory, excited, bored, happy, sad, whatever it is, it's just passing through. The goal of the meditation is to realize that the mind is like the sky. And the sky has no policeman. The sky has no bouncer. Good thoughts come in, bad thoughts come in. The sky fills with snow, the sky fills with thunder clouds, the sky fills with soft rain, the sky fills with sunshine. The sky doesn't mind. The sky is not affected. We also just funny stuff, weird shit. Feeling happy, feeling sad. Not a policeman. Come and go. My mind is a public park. My mind is not a private garden. My mind does not belong to me. Me is a thought that arises in my mind. Yeah? My mind does not belong to me. Me is not the signifier. Me is not the guarantor. Me is a thought that arises in my mind and then goes. And then goes. So whatever conclusion we come to, it just goes. How long is a conclusion there for? It's hard work to keep hating. When I was a kid, I fought with my brother a lot for many years. And we had to keep fighting. We couldn't just have a fight one day and that would be that. We kept fighting. We fought over anything at all. Because it's a full-time activity to maintain a state of I don't like my brother. It is performative. There are no fixed states. You perform it again and again and again. It is activity. Activity is the movement of the mind. The mind doesn't move, the activity moves. When you're driving and you look in the wing mirror, the reflections are arising and passing in the mirror. The mirror's not doing anything. If you like, the mirror's not moving, it's just there. But the reflections are coming and going, coming and going. The thoughts and feelings are coming and going in the mind. When we enter into duality, we identify with one arena of what is arising and call it self. And in that moment, we identify everything else which arises as other. There is self and other. So, you're in the kitchen and you're making biscuits. So in the bowl, you mix up the dough, and then you roll it out, and then you have your biscuit cutter. So at first, you just have a big surface with the biscuit dough. And then you take your little star shape and you put it in the dough. Now you have a star, and you take it out. Now there's a hole in the dough. Self and other. What is the ingredients of self? The same as the dough. They are not intrinsically separate, but one's a star and the rest isn't a star. The identification of star is conventional. It is an idea. Oh, that's the star. I want the star one. Why have you given the star one to him? It was for me. You said you. Oy, oy, oy. That is so horrible being a child. And you're completely at the mercy of the shape of the biscuit. So, it's all the same. No, it isn't. That's a better one. My one. So that's what we do in our life. Me, my one. No real difference. Everyone's breathing in and out, walking and talking. But once we've got our shape, we're constantly defending not just its integrity, but its difference and its specialness. Although it's basically the same. All phenomena are inherently empty, devoid of inherent self-nature. The attributed self-nature arises due to the use of signs, particularly linguistic signs. So, the notion of self is functional. That is to say, it is a utility. It's something which is used in the dynamics of the unfolding of experience. It's not a thing, it is a mode of participation. Yeah? A mode of participation. So, there's a lot of sociological writing on the nature of role definition. And social attribution of roles gives permissions or blocks permission. So in many countries, especially under traditional patriarchy, there are a lot of prohibitions on girls and women engaging in activities. So now we've got some change in Saudi Arabia. Women are going to be allowed to drive cars by themselves. In other countries, they've been free to do that for many years. But I can drive a car. Why shouldn't I drive a car? That's when it feels intrinsic. Why shouldn't I? But in another culture, it's seen very much as an attribution. This is something given to you by the state. And if the state withdraws it, you won't have it. Under National Socialism in Germany, many people who began their lives with freedom ended up in concentration camps being killed. Because what they took to be their natural rights as citizens was gradually withdrawn by the fascist state, leading to their death. So, it's all very well to talk about the United Nations Charter of Human Rights, but all of these are performative. They're maintained by the actions of people. Nobody has stopped Putin sending planes to kill innocent people in Syria. Nobody is protecting their civil rights. This is a fact. Because it's all blah, blah, blah. It's just conventional truth. We are good, they are bad, we're going to stop them. But it will cost us too much to stop them. Mr. Obama and his red line. Lying and cheating. Lying and cheating and pretending to be good when you're bad, pretending to be brave when you're cowardly is not very inspiring. But we look in the mirror, we say, oh, that's me too. Because these are the patternings of the energy when it's under the power of the ego. So instead of participating as part of the dough, I'm just this shape of the universal dough. I say, I'm different. I'm better than you. I can make this happen and not that happen. So this is the ego's problem, is that it takes itself to be independent when it's actually highly dependent. And it's highly dependent because it's participative. So in the traditional Buddhist text, they talk, they say our world is unborn and unceasing. Unborn means nothing comes into true existence. Or in a more symbolic language, everything is within the womb of the Great Mother. The Great Mother's womb is emptiness. Everything is like a dream or an illusion. So, nothing has really occurred, and yet manifestation is unceasing. The manifestation is not something, but it is display, and the different forms of the display are impactful. So this is the main point. The mind is infinite. The ego is the energy of the infinite mind. The ego functions to maintain itself by forgetting that it is the energy of the infinite mind and pretends to be a self-existing phenomena and invents pseudo-histories, fake news about itself, and projects this into the world. And so in living a lie, it's concerned to tell more lies to maintain the fundamental deceit. What is not done is to see the ground of being. The ground of being hasn't gone away. It's not hidden or covered over by anything except the habit of not looking. So, Tibetans say, it's like the farmer who goes out looking on the hill to find his cow when the cow is safe in the byre. The cow is not lost. The cow is where the cow should be. But if you look on the hill, you won't find the cow. And then the more you look on the hill, the more you say, hey, that cow is lost. It's really, really lost. But it's safe at home. The mind is where it always is, just here. But if you chase thoughts, thinking the thought will take you to the mind, you're going to have a big problem. The way thoughts will lead you to the mind is not by going into the thought, but by observing the vanishing of the thought. The vanishing of the thought is like the cloud, a fine summertime cloud, dissolving back into the sky. Oh, the thought, I'm in the thought, and now it dissolves. Ah. The thought was in the sky. The sky was open and generously offering hospitality to the thought. The thought didn't displace the sky. It's not either or. You don't lose the sky to get the cloud. The cloud is inseparable. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Cloud is sky. Sky is cloud. But when you see the cloud dissolve, then you see the sky. The cloud comes out of the sky and goes into the sky. The thought comes out of the empty open mind, unchanging awareness, and all the troubles of samsara are not two separate domains. So this is a basic understanding, and if you see this, then understanding death is much easier. Because the one who dies is inseparable from the ground. In the process of death is to return to the moment of the unveiling of the open sky. But if you spend your time as a cloud technician and you develop a lot of skills of cloud development, when you come in death to see the clear sky, what you going to do? no clouds. Clear sky vanishes, and then you get some more clouds. Then you get born again, and born again, and born again. Because you like clouds. Okay, should we take a break there? Bit of fresh air, lots of ideas. Then we come back and do some more practice. Okay, so see if there are any things you would like to say about that. Did you think you would survive? Put your hand up if you think you will survive. So, most are for the great wipeout.
I sort of don't care.
Okay.
It's like, well, why even think about it? So.
I didn't hear what you said.
I sort of didn't care. I mean, there's a quality of. I don't care for the either way. No, not in a negative way, just.
Well, I suppose it might have some influence on how you live your life. In the Dzogchen text, they often talk about naked awareness. And naked means uncovered. So, just before the break, we were thinking about the sky and the clouds, and that the clouds are in the sky, or the reflection is in the mirror. In a similar way, we all wear clothes, and underneath the clothes we're all naked. Our social interaction requires us to wear clothes, but it doesn't, in a sense, remove our nakedness. It simply covers it over. So in a similar way, our open awareness is always here, but it is as if it's covered over. And it's covered over in the sense that if I look at you, I can't see your naked skin, I see your clothes. But you, if you come into the sensibility of your body, can feel your nakedness under the skin and under the clothes. So it depends very much how we look at it. If I look, as it were, from the outside in at myself, then I've got to cut a sway through the obscurations and the clouds and the delusion and all that stuff and try to get rid of all this stuff as if it was standing between me and my open, naked awareness. But from the point of view of Dzogchen, that's completely the wrong way to go. Because you're starting in duality, trying to get to non-duality. But if from the very beginning the mind has been pure, then like the naked body, it's always there. So here I am as a naked awareness, and there are the clothes of the arising of the thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. Do I need to take my clothes off to be naked? So I'm naked with my clothes. My mind is open awareness with the thoughts. That's the meaning of the non-duality. It's not an either or, it's both and. So, will I survive my death? My nakedness will survive, my clothes will not.
So is I your nakedness? Because our discussion was, what is the I that's born?
Yeah.
Rebirth happens.
Yeah.
So you say the I is the nakedness.
Well, it's both, isn't it? Normally, the I is the clothes. I feel tired, I'm hungry, I'm from Scotland. These are kinds of clothing or cladding. And yet, the one who is saying, I am from Scotland, who is that? Because as I speak, I'm also aware that I'm speaking. So I am speaking and I'm aware that I'm speaking is kind of clothed over nakedness simultaneously. So in the performativity of our lives, walking, talking, cleaning our teeth and so on, I'm present with myself. So the cleaning my teeth is the energy or the manifestation or the showing of the potential of the mind through the mind, which is open. So this is going on, I'm doing that, as a display. So it's almost like the theatre of teeth cleaning is occurring. Where is the stage?
So the I isn't the same as the ego.
Well, the I can appear to be just the ego. Normally we would say, well, I don't know what this bloody awareness is, I'm just here. Is that a problem, eh? I'm here. So then it's as if I'm just my construct. And yet, because construct is following one after another, after another, after another, if it happens fast enough, like in an old movie, you just see the continuous film of your life. But sometimes there's a kind of hiatus, there's a kind of pause, and it's just, oh, like maybe a beautiful sunset or running down a hill, and you're just there, but you're not resting in the clothing, as it were. It's just you, kind of taken out of yourself. Would that seem right?
Is that you conscious? Would you call it conscious
Okay.
awareness? Conscious awareness, would that be that you that is not separate from the body, but is inhabiting the body?
That would be consciousness, wouldn't it?
And would be that the surviving?
No, that wouldn't survive.
It's not the quality of thought.
Because if you're conscious of something,
Conscious awareness. And awareness.
well, awareness and consciousness are not the same.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, okay.
It can be linked to that.
Well, you can consciousness. Well, one way of thinking of this would be to say awareness is like the sun. So the light is coming out of the sun and illuminating everything. And in that sense, it's the true source or the true illuminator. But if you go out on a full moon night, if it's maybe an autumn full moon, you can even read a book outside in the moonlight. But the moon has no light. The moon is the reflector of the light of the sun. So that's like consciousness. Consciousness doesn't have its own light. It is a deflection of the light of awareness, but it appears to be, oh, the moon is so bright. The moon is so bright with the light of the sun, but we cut the sentence. The moon is self-existing brightness, which it's not. So when we're in our ego self, we think, I am walking, I am talking, as if I'm doing these things. But it's quite difficult to talk in a structured way. When we become self-conscious, and I'm sitting here and I suddenly think, oh my God, I've got to keep talking because everybody's here and I've got to... then it's much more difficult. But if I just look around and I see your faces, then I'm talking with you. That's how it feels to me. So staying in it, it flows. When you step out of it, it becomes much more difficult because you've got to think ahead of yourself and then you fall over your feet. Sorry.
The nakedness that survives, surely it doesn't matter if it's yours or mine. There's not a
Yeah.
sense to any ego.
That's right.
So I have a hard time trying to understand why it matters, because ego grasps and creates bubbles. We try and hold on to the sense of me, but that's going to just cut through everything anyway.
Okay. So if we go back to this image of the mirror and the reflection, the clarity of the mind, or the emptiness of the mind is like the emptiness of the mirror. And this has the potential to show many things. So that's the clarity of the mind. And then there is the displaying or the manifesting of the energy of that clarity as this. Like as the car's going along the road, there's reflection after reflection after reflection arising. As I'm walking through the course of the day, many different things are arising. I'm locking the front door, I'm going down the steps, I'm on the street, I'm looking at what's there and so on. So I'm arising in relation to the environment. So this is the co-emergence of self and other, or subject and object, or self and environment. And it's arising in the mirror of awareness. Now, if I am forgetful of the awareness of the mirror, it's just me. And I'm having thoughts and feelings, and that's all there is. But if I'm a bit more relaxed, I can see the upwelling of the thoughts and feelings and my feet on the ground, like when we had the snow in London. If it's a fresh bit of snow, it's quite crunchy because it was light, fluffy snow. And if other people have been over it, it's a bit slippery and slushy. And as your foot goes down onto that surface, the balance of your hips is changing as you work with the circumstances. So how I am in my embodiment and my attention is determined by the snow. If it's slippery, I'm a little bit more wary. And if it's just light and fluffy, I'm bopping along. So this is like the eternal conversation of subject and object occurring on the stage of the open mind. So death is then the process of the closing of the play. This play has been running a long time, but now finally it's closing down, because the audience is getting tired and I'm forgetting my lines. And we gradually move into death. Now, the mirror is still there. The clarity, the potential is still there, but a new play arises. So when you're reborn, a new play arises. You're born as a sheep or a cow or a human in a rich house, or as a woman, or as many different possibilities arise, and these formations that are emerging have no direct correspondence with your life here, in this life. Something else happens. So the key thing would be, if you're in touch with the nature of the mirror as the reflections are dissolving, when the reflections arise again, you know there's nothing wrong with reflections arising. They are inseparable from the mirror. They are part of the story, but they're not the whole story. If we're forgetful of the mirror, then we see the reflection that arises as something which is a personal identity. I am a this. This then becomes a kind of hooking system to take on all the comments that come around, whether it's a mother sheep licking you and getting you to go to the udder, or it's, being told who you are by your parents if you're a human being. And gradually you get a kind of solidification, a density builds up into, this is who I am. And we see that when you see a small baby, it's not really anybody, but the people around it are massaging it, signifiers into the baby, so that the baby's pulled into webs of identification. And by the time they're 3 or 4, they're really fully, this is my mum, this is my dad, these are my toys, and so on. So, going back to your point of, well, maybe it doesn't matter too much. If it's correct that the mirror is unchanging, it is the Vajra, indestructible ground, then if you can be present with it, it makes a big difference. Because if you just go unconscious at the time of death, and we'll look at the Tibetan notion of the death process tomorrow, I think, if you go unconscious because there's nothing for you to hold on to, then it's like being hit on the head. You're knocked out, and then you think, oh, God, where am I now? Oh, I must be this. And then you're into a new identification. But if you release the identification, a bit like falling asleep at night, you trust I will wake in the morning. So I'm letting go not just of today, but I'm letting go of the me of today, and then in the morning something else arises. And we wake up in a slightly different mood from how we went to bed the night before. So there is an emergence. Now, in the course of one lifetime, when you re-emerge in the morning, you're re-emerging as a modality of the stream of self-identification that goes on as my ego self. Oh, God, I was in a bad mood last night. I shouldn't have said that. I'll have to go and phone them up and apologize. So I'm not in a bad mood anymore, and I'm aware of the consequences of my action. So when I wake up, I can backtrack across time because there's a reference point. I'm me, and I did that. Now imagine you die, and you can't come back to the body. So there's no this in relation to that, because this has just gone. It's just like big, open. So if I am not familiar with being big open, I'm nothing at all. So then when stuff arises, I'm going to cling on to it and think, this is me. And so my life then begins with attachment. As the Buddha says, the ground or the basis of suffering is attachment. Because we say, this is who I am, this is all I am. But actually we are the play of the radiance of the ever-open ground. So from that point of view, it makes a difference. And that the I of the ego is not something bad or toxic. People talk about destroying the ego or getting rid of the ego. But this is a ludicrous thing to say. You know, if you didn't have an ego, then you wouldn't be able to eat. My mouth, my hand goes to my mouth. I mean, the ego in that sense is a system of feedback loops, isn't it? My shoulder is itchy. Nowadays, in this anxiety around sexual harassment, it's very important as a man not to go down the street scratching women's backs. But all backs are one. You want to scratch a back? Scratch your own back. So that's why we have an ego that tells you my back, your back. So it's self-referential, but that's a feedback looping. A sensation arises and there's a reaction to it. So if we see that the ego I is manifesting or performative and is circumstantial, it arises in relation to events. So if I feel an itch, I scratch the itch. I mobilize my body towards the itch and I scratch it, and then the itch goes. I see someone and I say, hi, how are you doing? And da-da-da, and da-da-da, because I see the person and I recognize them a bit. So I have a permission, if I'm here and I see people that I've seen before, to say something. Or if I hadn't seen the person before, I approach them in a different way. But if I walk down onto the street, because of the nature of British culture nowadays, I don't have permission to go up to people and say, how are you? Saying, do I know you? Well, you do now, I'm a rude bastard. So, our life is a social choreography. It's such an interesting thing. And this is one of the meanings of karma. Karma means activity. And our activity arises in the field of activity. So, which is what we would normally call culture. So there are certain things that you are allowed to do, there are certain things that you have to do according to the time when you grow up. So when I was a child, No elbows on the table, keep your mouth closed when you're chewing, don't slurp your soup, don't insult your mother. I've got a lot of rules and regulations about how to live. This is how children should behave. If I was on the bus with my mum, she would say, "Why are you still sitting? Stand up for that lady." Stand up for the lady. Okay. So you have to do that. And kids are not doing that very much these days, because there is a different zeitgeist. There is a different set of assumptions formulating the world. People are free to behave in different ways. That's all. Oh. What was being massaged into me as the proper way to behave was indeed being massaged in, from the outside in. And it was being massaged because I was growing up in the early 1950s, and these traditional ideas were still there. They're not functioning now very much. So parents are massaging different things into the children. So, excuse me, what seems to be normal or natural or appropriate is not a truth, but a circumstance. And these circumstances change. So we get filled up with the mood of the times, with certain kinds of permissions. And then the permissions change. So when I was, as an early teenager, there was a lot of anxiety, certainly where I was in the west of Scotland, or out as a boy in a boys-only school, about girls and sex, and it was all very fraught. And then after a few years, it all started to loosen up, and people are taking drugs, and it was all getting a bit wild, and there was a lot of freedom. And now we can see that the culture's tightening up again. So there was a period of maybe 35 years where there was a lot of freedom. And now people are much more wary, thinking about the consequences of actions, and that people will have to be much more consciously respectful towards other people, and not assume that it's okay to become intimate quickly or whatever. Right or wrong, these are cultural formations, and that is one of the ways that karma arises. Karma is, it says, on the basis of actions, there are not only immediate results, but there are future consequences. And the future consequences may be quite far down the line from the initiatory cause, so that you don't quite see why it's happening, and then suddenly the world has changed. Because your karma is not something inside you. Karma manifests as your relationship with the environment. So I grew up at a time when, as far as I know, there was no concept of nature at all. There was just, you went out of the city on your bicycle and it's all wet and cold, and you get your wee tent and you sleep outside. And one of the things that we used to do, used to get lemonade in a bottle. And when you finished with the lemonade, you'd put the top on and throw it in the loch, and then throw stones at it till you broke the bottle. Which is not exactly socially aware. But it was a kind of the Glaswegians' holiday kind of excitement. So nowadays we think, hey, you shouldn't do that. You've got to respect the environment. So now we've got a concept, the environment, and doing things for others. But at that time I was just kind of caught up in, well, this is fun. So there was many things which are now foreground or visible were not visible. People were not tuning into them. And that's really karma. It's like it is partly individual because we participate, but there is a flavor that captures us all about possibilities. So 100 years ago in Scotland, very, very few people interested in Buddhism. Then by the 1960s, it started to be quite a fascinating thing in Scotland. And various Buddhist societies started, and Samye Ling at Johnson House started, Trungpa came, Akong, and so on. And I remember being there in the very early stages of Johnson House. And then you start to have Buddhism in Britain. And before it wasn't there. So not only does this event arise, but it sort of leaches out into the ether and becomes more a possibility. You're not weird if you're interested in Buddhism. It's one of the things that people can be interested in. It's not a sign of being abnormal. It's just, oh yeah, people get into all sorts of things. So karma is manifest as a consequence in terms of roads opening and roads closing. That some things are allowable or permissible, and then they're not. And karma arises in a very, according to the tradition, in a very specific way. The first aspect of karma is forgetfulness of the ground. So if you have awareness of the ground, if you have rigpa, if you're present with the open ground, there is no karma. When you are forgetful of the ground, then you have the arising of subject-object duality. So I'm me, and you're you, and you're out there. So between me and you, I start to develop an intention. I like you or I don't like you. And if I like you, I want to please you or do something nice for you. And if I don't like you, I might want to exploit you or cheat you in some way. So the organization of the intention requires subject-object differentiation. So forgetfulness of the ground is stage one. Development of an intention, a specific intention towards a specific object, is stage two. Then you have the enactment of the intention. I'm now giving you a bit of my cake, or I'm trying to steal some money from you, and I've got my hand in your bag and you're not there, so now I've got something from you. The intention is manifesting through the body. And then the fourth stage, I've got the money and I'm glad. So the fourth stage is the validating conclusion. Now, if at the fourth stage I think, God, what have I done? I've taken this money, I didn't need to. That was a moment of madness. I might apologize or try and slip it back in your bag. So that softens the power of the act. If in the moment when I go towards the bag to take the money, I'm thinking, what am I doing? And I don't do it, that softens it. If at the moment of the arising of the intention, I think, wow, all this weird stuff that comes in your mind, Mr. Lowe, what are you up to? Then it's just a weird thought. And then that's a very, very subtle bit of karmic tracing. And if your mind is open like a mirror, all kind of weird stuff comes, but it's not leaving a trace. But it's when these four stages are all aligned and you're glad that you did what you did, then you get the whack, because you've now committed yourself to a particular narrowing of your life energy. This is what I want. I don't have to. You can't make me. I'm going to do it. So there's a kind of victory involved in the karmic creation. That is to say, I do this to you. Subject, me, dominates object. Now, when you come to the consequence of the karma, when it comes back like a boomerang, now you do something to me. Now, I mean, very often, according to the tradition, it's not it's not a direct retribution. It's not revenge. It's not that you work out what I've done to you and you do it to me. But at another time, in another life, something is happening to me. So I'm now constellating as the object under the power of others who are taking up the place of the subject. Because this is like a tango. There aren't all that many moves. We can be object-object, subject-subject, subject-object, object-subject. 4 moves, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's how it's moving all the time. When wars occur, and it's mutual object. I'm going to kill you before you kill me, like in Syria. It's just horrible. Everybody's an object. Everybody's killable. It's just a field of annihilation. If it's subject to object, you can try and work out some game plan. We're safest when we're in a field of intersubjectivity. Because if I'm a subject, if I'm alive in myself, I know that I'm vulnerable. When I am alive in this embodied thing, I know the difference between pleasure and pain. And I see that you also are a subject. And I see that you also respond to pleasure and pain. Therefore, that mutual recognition that we can be hurt brings a sensitivity of how shall we engage in a way that's beneficial to both and not attacking to the other. And in the Buddhist tradition, that's really what compassion is. It's to maintain the position of a sensitive subject towards all beings as subjects. So although you say, in this and all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of all beings, it doesn't mean work for their benefit as if they were objects. It means work for them, with them, as subjects who are aware, because they are sentient beings, they are feeling. And we help people by inviting them into more sensitivity, more connectivity. So, love and compassion aren't terms which are talked of a great deal in Dzogchen because they are implicit in non-dual contact. We're contacting in an alive world in which we see each other's faces, we feel the quality of someone's gaze, and why would you do something bad to them? It's always best, if you want to be horrible, to turn the other person into an object. You know, to insult them, to call them cockroaches, to demean them. Once you demean the person, then you're free to do whatever you want, because you are the subject and they are the object. And once that's installed, we know it's absolutely deadly. When Stalin was in the early mid 1930s, was really getting the gulags going in Siberia, and he was in this very paranoid stage. Anybody could be shifted around. As the Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends, except in Stalin's Russia, it didn't go both ways. It's only friends become enemies and then off to the gulag. All the people who were in the inner circle, they started to be vibrating. Because today I'm a subject and tomorrow I'm an object. 4 o'clock in the morning, knock on the door, and you're off to the Lubyanka and it's very unpleasant, and then you're off to Siberia or you're dead. How could that be? How could I be turned from a subject? You know me. You know me. It's amazing. You can read the transcripts of the show trials from Moscow at that time, and they're completely heartbreaking. Because people were confessing to things they didn't do and weeping salt tears about the crimes they've committed against the party and so on. Wow, that is just madness. Because once you turn someone into an object, they don't know how to. But I'm a subject, but I can't be a subject. I'm not allowed to be a subject. I'm being told who I am. And that's, of course, the basis of all prejudice, that men used to tell women who they were and what they could do and how much education they could have and so on. So, subjectivity is our shining life force, isn't it? That we smell with our nostrils, we hear, we taste, we respond, we feel alive and contactful. So all that the meditation practice is doing is saying, have more of it, have more of it. Don't dull yourself, don't dampen yourself, because your aliveness will be beautiful for everyone. You're not stealing life to have more of it. When you see these dictatorial regimes, like what Mugabe had set up in Zimbabwe, he's stealing all the resources of the country to make him have a shiny life with his wife and the inner circle, and everyone else has death, has poverty, has collapsed economies, and so on. But of course, if you look at the quality of his life, it was something perverse. It's not really bright and shining, it's just greedy and material and selfish. Real shining from the heart out through the senses. This doesn't steal from anyone. It gives. So how do we keep giving? Is because the source or the ground or the base from which the sun of awareness arises is always open and is in the heart of all beings. It's not a limited resource. There's always more. But from the point of view of the ego, I've got to hang on to what I've got. The ego is fearful of loss. And awareness has no fear of loss because there's nothing to steal. It's open, empty, shining awareness. So being clear about the difference, I think, is very helpful. And so when we are engaging in our lives, day by day we can see the arising and the passing of phenomena. And as we look today, I can have more freedom to be honest about my life situation. I don't have to cover up, because cover up is always the terrible thing. Hypocrisy is a terrible, terrible poison of the soul. We all know that we are selfish. So just saying, oh yeah, I'm selfish, not as an exoneration, but just as a simple description of the phenomenology of one's being, that's fine. I'm selfish. I'm greedy. I'm mean. I'm tired. I'm bored. It's not to say this is how I always am, but it's just true some of the time. And this is, I think, very, very beautiful. It's exactly what I was not told to do as a child. I was taught to be false, to put on a smile, to be pleasing to other people, to make other people feel good by pretending that things were better than they were. It's very, very unhelpful. It's not about dumping your shit on other people. It's about the middle way that's not covered up, but not kind of pumping it out. It just is what it is. And therefore, my availability will be fluctuating. That is to say, when we say, I want to work for the benefit of all beings, because this is an intention, it can be infinite. When it comes into actually helping people, sometimes we've had it up to here, because the body has a capacity. The mind has limitless capacity, but the old body gets knocked out. Can't do it, can't make it. And therefore being honest is to say, I'd like to help, but I can't. That's very honest and very reasonable. Because if you pretend that you will and then you don't, then you let the other person down. So hopefully we can see that it's all about simplicity. The simplicity of openness, the simplicity of clarity, and the simplicity of co-emergence. Because co-emergence means you can only co-emerge as you feel the resonance with the other person, according to your capacity. And your capacity is going to fluctuate. So, being in touch with one's own energy as it manifests is very important. And I think the more we see this movement of our energy, we can see how death could be. That my energy goes down. When we get tired, the earth element in the body is not so robust. We start to collapse. Our posture collapses. We collapse on the chest. The water element starts to go down. We're not so easy to kind of move with the difficulties. We think, I've had enough. Oh, God, no more, please. So that's the water element thinning down. Then the fire element, we're not so excited. We're not so enthusiastic. So, give me a bit of space, please. Then the wind element goes down. We can't mobilize so quickly. And we really lose touch with the space element. And we become self-protective. Now, that is very reasonable, because to be embodied is to be in these 5 elements. And so, of course, through things like yoga, meditation, we can develop more ability to rest in space. We can start to allow the moving elements, the water, fire and wind, to be more dynamic in us, so that we can relate to different people in different ways, and life is more spontaneous. And we can have a sense of what the earth element is, so that we can be grounded and stable as required. But we are not omnipotent. You know, we get tired. So that's very important. When I get tired, the elements are fading. So in the end of the day, in the evening, you might be tired. Some people have more energy in the evening than the morning. That's true. But most people, evening comes and the energy is going down. They want to slouch on a sofa. Some people just like to watch rubbish on the telly. I don't want to think. I've had enough. I've had enough. So when that happens, don't try to do meditation. Just be present with not being available. Had it up to here. Don't want to know. Phone rings, you unplug the phone, switch it off. I don't care. I don't care. Doesn't matter. But I should care. Or maybe it's the kids. Maybe there's some trouble. Oh well. If they don't die tonight, they'll be there tomorrow. Very important. Just to be collapsed. Because if you collapse and you let go, you're preparing for death. But if you think, oh, I have to. Well, at this stage in your life, maybe you can force yourself to go beyond your limit. But a time will come when you cannot transcend your limit. And if you spent your life always jumping over your limit and exhausting yourself, bone marrow tired, when you can no longer jump over, what are you going to do? You have no idea how to say, I can't. You'll feel like a failure. You feel useless. Not very helpful. When you're old and tired, it's really important to be old and tired. My great guru for that was my mum, because she would sit in a chair and say, I belong in this chair, and people who tell me I should walk, they should walk. It's exactly right. Why would I want to go for a walk? Do you think I haven't walked a lot in my life? It's like that. Everybody's got ideas of stay healthy when you're old. I'd rather have a sherry. So there is a time to let go, isn't there? A time to let go. Okay, let's do a little bit of sitting practice again, the same way as before. We just let the skeleton carry the weight and relax into the out-breath. Gaze is open, we're open and present, and whatever comes, comes. Coming and going, coming and going. So, a new day. Yesterday we were looking a bit at the dynamic nature of our experience. And in Buddhism, especially Tibetan Buddhism, there's quite a lot of attention to lineages of transmission of the teaching. But all of us are caught up in lineage and transmission, because to be alive is to exist between the dead and the unborn. The dead are gone, but we, in being born, inherit a lot. We inherit language, we inherit culture, we inherit the technology and the orientation of the society we're born in. And we inhabit that world, transforming it in some way. And then it gets passed on, if there are children or extended family members, through our conversation. And then we move towards death. And life goes on. So, at each stage of our existence, we are absorbing and generating. Just as we breathe in and breathe out, we receive information and stimulus from the environment around us, and we offer the moods of our participation. So even a very small baby is absorbing a great deal, but is also giving out in an effortless way, the way they smile and they look around. And we're charmed by small babies. We find, most of us, I think, find them quite fascinating. So in that way, the pulsation of giving and receiving is ceaseless in life. And from the Buddhist point of view, again, it's like, well, what is there? When we look, we see what is there is movement, not entities. Entity is an interpretation which disguises the dynamic nature of formation. As soon as conception occurs, an incredible number of transformations are going on inside the womb. And the baby develops and comes to term and then comes out of the mother's body and then is again immediately in a dynamic formation. Drinking in milk, pissing and shitting, the first excreta that comes out of the baby has a particular color and smell, and then it transforms and changes, and the baby gets gradually weaned from the breast, takes more food, and so its shit and piss smells different, and so on. And these are the changes of life, that it's an unfolding of different patterns. The patterns manifest and can be identified through their repetition. But of course, pattern recognition is a kind of abstraction. What we have is the immediacy of each moment, and each moment, and each moment. So this is the key focus. This is the key kind of massage for our mind, which allows us to soften the tissues, to soften the rigidity of how we hold ourselves in place as being this particular person with these particular qualities. Because once you have a definition, the tendency is to project the definition out and to look at emerging events as exemplars, as examples of the pattern that you've already described, rather than seeing the freshness of the unfolding. So of course, if we're going to be human beings and talk together, we have to communicate descriptions of what we see. But when we describe something, there's two main modes of that. The mode of samsara, or the mode of limitation, or the mode of solidification, is to start from the point of view that there are these fixed entities in the world, and I'm simply seeing what is there and describing it. And the second way, which arises in the path of meditation, is to see that what I experience as being there arises in a dialogue with my mode of participation. So if I'm distracted or being in a hurry, if I'm going down the pavement, the people I encounter are obstacles because I need to get to the station on time to get the train. If I'm in a more relaxed mood, I might be looking at the people and how they dress or their posture. I might be fascinated by the way human beings move and interact. So my mood, my orientation, my availability is part of the revealing of the world. And this is a central thing. So again and again, it's about including ourselves in the world. Rather than seeing self is inside and the world is outside, and the world is in some ways a done deal, which I'm kind of catching up on or finding my way of relating to all these things by starting from, as it were, the inside, that I'm in the world. When two people come together and have sex, they're in the world. And if conception takes place, the development is happening in the mother's body, in the world. And when the baby comes out of the mother's body, they come out into the world. And the mother was always in the world. We are always on the inside. And the dualistic split of self and other seems to create this great sundering, this separating in a fundamental way between what is inside and what is outside. But when we pay attention to our body, we start to be able to put this into question, because we breathe in the world into me, and we breathe out me into the world. We drink and then we pee. We hear and then we speak. We are responsive creatures, and we're not responding, as it were, with a threshold where I choose to be on the inside or not. Insideness is what there is. This is the simplicity of non-duality. Duality is the interpretation that I am apart from other people. I am not a part of things. I'm not a participant. I don't have intrinsic belonging, but I have intrinsic separation and isolation, and then from this I have to work out what I'm going to do and where I'm going to go. And so the isolated ego formation is concerned with choices, options. How do I identify what might be possible and what do I want? And it's quite a lonely business, because there's a lot of, once you start seeing a world full of things, do I have to? Do I want to? How will I know? And then we make a decision, and afterwards we think, why did I do that? As if somehow from a position of isolation, of receiving information, I can then decide what is a good thing to do. But of course, the phenomenological field, the field of living, presenting phenomena, is beyond arithmetic. It's beyond totalization. You can't work out all the variables. Now, we know this in life in terms of life choices, choosing a partner, choosing subjects when you're at school, choosing a job. Because of the unfolding nature of our existence, what seemed like a good idea may turn out not to be so good. We don't know. This is why war is such a terrible thing, because war involves huge mobilization of resources towards particular readings of situations which are often shown to be false. Billions and billions and billions of dollars and pounds have been wasted in Afghanistan and all over the world, laying landmines, dropping bombs which are not found until much later, people having their legs blown off, all because it seemed a good idea that we are the good guys, they're the bad guys. If we get rid of the bad guys, then the world will be good. Now, even if you have a very, very tiny garden, you will know that gardens mean weeds. That's what they mean. If you've got a garden, you've got weeding to do. Because you've got flowers and you've got weeds. And you like the flowers and you don't like the weeds. But the sky is open and the wind blows and the little seeds come flying over the wall into your garden and the weeds come up. That's life. You can't get rid of the weeds. If you want to really get rid of the weeds, you get a lot of cement and you pour it over the garden. Then you don't have much of a garden. So if you want to have life, a garden where things grow, you're going to have weeds. The good guys and the bad guys belong together in the world. And that makes it a little bit scary. And that's why the good guys and the bad guys are helped if they can have a conversation. But if you think the bad guys are really bad, the axis of evil, the devil's spawn, and so on, the way that countries stigmatize particular nations or racial groups, religious groups, it becomes implacable. Now I know who you definitely are, and I know that you are bad. I will have no rest and no freedom until you are annihilated. And this is the logic. So when we throw around words like terrorist, what the word terrorist does is it goes from the description, this is somebody who would like to kill me. Killing me is an activity. You have to pull a trigger or stab me or hit me in the head with a brick. You have to do something to kill me. You can't just say bang, bang, and I fall down dead. So you want to kill me, that's an activity. I perhaps can engage with you in a way to alter that form of activity. But once I say you are a terrorist, that is something which exists outside time and space. That is some eternal truth about you. And therefore it moves from activity which is unfolding and amenable to some kind of interaction into the sense of a true enduring essence, a definitive essence, and therefore we have to deal with the terrorists. And so we've supported killing people with the drones, assassination attempts and so on, because we know that these people are eternally bad. These people are under the power of an idea. Their idea is Britain's not a very nice country. Britain's full of colonial bigots, and getting them wiped out would be a good idea. History might prove them right. But we, being alive, don't want to be killed. But they are hurting. And the very great difficulty that countries have to apologize about the harm done makes it so much more difficult. Very few people want to apologize because it will cost you. I saw a little bit on the television last night about a case that's gone through the courts again about sexual abuse in one of the Christian Brothers schools. And this has been going on for years and years and years, and all the evidence is there, but there's no apology. There's absolutely no apology from the Christian Brothers. And that's what the people say. How could they not say sorry? They knew this was happening. They didn't stop it happening. So once you take up an implacable position, once you say, I'm not going to be in communication about something, it leads to hatred. And some of the people who had been abused were speaking with a lot of energy about these people, and this is what they did. And it's very understandable. So from this point of view, dualism, the separation of subject and object, and the imputation of true essences in subject and object is very, very powerful and greatly restricts the kind of moves that we can make and intensifies the kind of moves that we can make. So yesterday we were looking at the way in which we have different kinds of clothing. We clearly have our outer social relational clothing that covers our naked bodies, but we also have the clothing of the contents of our mind. Thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, intentions. And when we take that clothing or cladding to be definitive of who we are, then we have to protect something which is fundamentally not self as if it were self. So this is in Buddhism called ignorance, or ignoring the fact that you are maintaining a delusion. So as we know in the meditation, when a thought arises and we get merged into it, when we get fused and carried away by the thought, it is as if this thought is deeply meaningful, and it is as if this thought is me. I am thinking this. But I am thinking this because this thought came into my mind. Now this thought is going out of my mind. So it was only my thought in the transient moment that I was able to merge with it. Once it's gone, it's not my thought anymore. So in that way, the constituents of self are like clothing. Unborn awareness is like the naked body. The naked body, or the freshness, is where the real sensitivity is. When we wear clothes, we dull the sensitivity of our skin. But if you're in the summer and you're on a beach someplace and you've got no clothes or minimal clothing, then you feel much more. You feel the breeze across your skin. You're more connected. So naked awareness is more vital and alive than the constructions of clothing. Some of the clothing that we wear is anxiety formations, what will other people think about me, predictive, I'm going to fail, I'm going to mess up, nobody likes me, definitive of situations, things will never change, they'll never get better. When you sit in meditation, you start to be able to see what thoughts are. So if a thought arises, no one loves me, it's a thought. What is the truth of the thought? Well, it may be that your life, for causes and due to causes and conditions, has become isolated. So the thought, no one loves me, which then gets energized with some self-pity and energized with shame and a feeling of not wanting other people to know how pathetic my life is, the isolation and density and intensity of this thought seems to be referring to something self-existing. But when we're young and we're running around at school, at least most of us have some sort of friendships and connections. So at one stage in my life, I had more friends, and now I don't have friends. So we can see this is a process. This is various moments of perception of options and decisions that were made, maybe moving house, the end of an unhappy relationship, you decide I can't bear to be here, so you move to a new place, but you don't know anyone there, and life becomes more difficult. Due to causes and conditions, I find myself in isolation. That is a process description. And that is how it is. Therefore, if I make some effort to change the causes and conditions, it's likely that I can make more connection with other people. Processes always have the possibility of linking out with other processes because they are gestures of energy, movements of energy, which can then be connected and transformed. But if you sit with a totalized definition, nobody loves me, nobody cares about me, and this is the eternal truth about me, the hopelessness that that's likely to engender will inhibit any new possibility of seeking connectivity. Because I can, from my definition, I can predict people don't like me, so what would be the point of going to that meeting? Or what would be the point of joining that group? Because all I get is more evidence that people don't like me. So my assumption is transformed into an eternal truth, which then governs the kind of options I can perceive and decisions I can make. This is what in Buddhism is referred to as attachment. We bind ourselves into a particular reading, a particular formulation, and on the basis of that seeming truth, our decisions unfold again and again and again. But if we attend to the dynamics of our emergent life, we see that it's always in relation to various factors that arise. Some of these factors will appear to be external. Some of these factors will appear to be internal. But the more we see that external and internal are always in dialogue, the feeling that you betrayed me, you let me down, we start to think, oh, that is a feeling tone. And there is some truth in it. But the reason you betrayed me is because we have a complicated connectivity, and there are various things that I did in my relationship with you that pissed you off. So it's not surprising that at a certain point, if you get a chance, you go off and do something else. And then I feel let down. So if we see the sequence of cause and effect, it's much more difficult to come to finalized conclusions. So in very general Buddhist saying, they say, all compounded things arise from causes. And this cause has been taught by the Buddha. And this is the path to awakening. So all compounded things means all our clothes, all our relationships, our possessions, the knowledge that we have, our thoughts, feelings, sensations, our bodies, these are all compounded. They arise due to causes, to phenomenal causes, to metaphysical causes, to emotional causes. Many vectors of causation meet together and give me the sense that I'm me, or that this is my house, this is my job, these are my children. These are emergent phenomena, and then they change. So what was the case is no longer the case. So the imputation of true, essential, substantial, definitional coherence in any object, whether it appears to be outside or inside, is from the Buddhist position a falsity. It comes as a kind of easy solution, the attempt to solidify the dynamic. So again and again we want to return to the dynamic. So yesterday we began by doing some shine, some quiet sitting, and then moved into vipassana, doing the scanning of the body, taking our attention to the top of our head and then down through the body to the feet and back up, which is a way of tuning in to the fact that aliveness is unfolding or process or emergence, and that when you catch an emergent phenomena and wrap it in a concept, you can then start to build up a picture of concepts. And in your mind, you start to think, I'm simply describing what's there. And from the Buddhist point of view, that's a lie. What you are doing is you are constructing the situation. So, for example, say you're scanning through your body, and at a certain point you feel something in your jaw, some little burning or some little funny sensation. And then a thought arises, I haven't been to the dentist for a while. Maybe there's something wrong with my tooth. Not a difficult leap to do, that we do that kind of thing all the time. So now this little bit of sensation is a sign, maybe there's something wrong with my tooth, I need to do some action. So this is a sequence of thoughts. And if we follow the sequence of thoughts, we're going to phone up the dentist, make an appointment, and go along there and get our teeth checked. That is activity. There's something wrong with my tooth is a thought. I'm going to check it out. That's a movement of thought into activity. I have to find the number of the dentist. I phone the dentist. The reception is busy, so I phone back later. It's all sequences of activity unfolding. There isn't a thing there. Then the dentist says, oh yes, there's something, the crown that I put on last time is a little bit loose, and sometimes some food gets in there, and that's why. we can do it again, or it's not so bad. And he's basically saying, if he's a good, or she's a good dentist, she says, you can spend money if you want, but you don't have to. That's it. So there you're back with options and choices. What will I do? Samsara is the field of doing. It is the field of energy or participation or unfolding. If you like, nirvana is the domain of being, that which just is, which is not doing anything. So we want to, through the meditation, to come into the open, naked awareness, which reveals the ceaseless movement of energy. These are not in opposition. It's not that either or. It's both and. The mind is both open and empty and full of the movement of energy. And because these are inseparable, the movement of energy is simply influential display. When you have a fluid, the influence, the movement of the energy moves into the field and brings about changes in patterns. It doesn't establish things. Thingness is a delusion. But if we say there are no things, there is nothing, it doesn't mean there's nothing at all. It's not a nihilistic oblivion. It's the lightness of the unfolding of the becoming of being. So that's a resume of what we were doing yesterday. So maybe we can do some sitting now. Begin by doing the calming practice, starting focusing on the experience of the breath at the nostrils. And when you stabilize a bit of the focused attention, bring the attention to the crown of your head and start to just move through the body and let the body show you what is there. Don't interpret, don't tell your body what it is, just stay with the showing. Stay with the showing and just move at a slow, steady pace down through the body and then back up again and see what shows. Any questions about that practice before we start? Okay. Oh, sorry, on you go. Sure, that's fine. So eyes open or closed depending on yourself. Usually the mouth is slightly open with the tongue on the hard palate, but some people find it easier to close the mouth. The key thing is, if you say the technique is right and I'm not very good at the technique, what have you done to yourself? We are here, and we are ourselves the unique specificity of our embodiment. So we are in dialogue with the technique. That's the important thing. If you become the slave of the technique, then what are you voting for? Fascism. The great dictator always knows best. The great dictator wants to tell you what to do. And if you want to be a slave, you can always be a slave. There's always going to be bullies to tell you what to do. But these techniques are things you have to inhabit. That's why they are practices. When you buy new boots for the winter, or you buy a new jacket, it's a bit funny at first, because the jacket is a jacket. And then, as you wear it, it becomes your jacket. And it snuggles into you. And your boots now are really comfy. So that's what we need to do with the meditation practice. It's a two-way movement. So it's very important to check out how it is for yourself. Okay. And again, the two practices used together are very useful if we get caught up in a lot of worries or our lives seem very heavy and structured, because they just open up a bit of space. We live in a world of increasing commodification, in which so many aspects of the world can be traded. And time and space become commodities. Just walking around in Macclesfield, it's amazing at the number of estate agents there are. There seems to be a lot of concern with buying and selling of properties. And a lot of the land in Britain, as we know, is owned. You can buy a space. If you have a flat, you have a particular kind of space. If you have a bigger house, you have more space. But we all need some space to live. And space becomes increasingly expensive because people from other countries want to come to Britain and buy British spaces. Chinese people, people from Malaysia find it very helpful to buy British spaces because our spaces are more secure than spaces in their country. They believe that our government's not going to seize their space as might happen in their own country. So as international capital moves around and takes on a life of its own, the appropriation of space becomes very powerful. And we know from the development of industrialization, with the development of the mills particularly, in this kind of area, although mainly the silk looms were quite small hand production, when you go into Lancashire and the bigger mills, once machines come in, you have machine time. And machine time shouldn't stop. I worked in a continuous production paper mill for a while, and this big machine, which was very, very long, went 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, never stopped. It only stopped if it snarled up, and then they got it going again, because you're going to keep it going. In the old days with the blast furnaces, it's such a bother to close them down, they would just keep them going. If the machine keeps moving, the people who work with the machines are the servant of the machine. In the old days, when you went out into the field with the scythe to cut the corn for the harvest, you did it according to the rhythm of the body, and then someone would bring you out some food in a basket and maybe some cider to drink, and you go on and do a bit. But once you have a combine harvester and you're hiring the combine harvester and it's very expensive to hire, you want to whack up and down these fields and not stop. And you can see that in the summertime, it's just whacking up, whacking down. So we move from body time, which is relational time, in which the fact that I'm tired and I need to have a pee is important. It's part of the process. But if you're working with a conveyor belt, the fact that you need a pee is not very important because the product's going to keep coming. And so you have standardized breaks, not the time of the body, not the movement of the body. Your back starts to get sore, you can't stop because you have to do that. So we are used to people being entrained into that kind of production, and now it's people in offices with computers, open plan offices where there's nowhere to hide and you have to stay there for a long time to impress your boss so that you don't lose your job. All of these are ways in which insecurity and the absenting of subjectivity from human beings occurs. So if you have a zero contract job, if you have no security, there's a kind of anxiety in that because you don't know how much work you're going to have. So it's then very difficult to plan ahead. So there's a kind of unsettledness that comes in, which is a lot in the economy just now. That's very far away from meditating in a Burmese village or a Tibetan village. We have so much insecurity and instability, and the sense that the locus of control, the site of where decisions are made in our culture is projected out into the World Bank, into big multinational corporations who will open a factory and close it according to their notion of pricing and availability of resources. The destabilization of the situation is a disempowering of the subject to say, this is my life and I can work with circumstances. So I think in terms of practice, we need to factor that into the situation. And we can see when we look around this room, this is not a weekend party for teenagers. You know, our average age is not 21. We have to think, well, why wouldn't 21-year-olds be interested in this? Some of us got interested in Buddhism when we were 17, 18, 21, and so on. It was something that intrigued us in our youth, thinking about what's the meaning of life, or what could you do with your life, or how could things be different. But it appears, certainly in my movement around Dharma groups, that the average age progresses as we all progress, and younger people don't very much come into Dharma. Something is in the air, because people are preoccupied with other concerns, with holding life together, with getting a job. And of course, they're bound into the endless demands that come from texting and the internet and Twitter and so on. Social media eat up so much of life's time. And it seems important to respond. You get a message, and if you want to be part of the gang, you have to respond to be part of it. The unfolding, instead of the unfolding being something that in the quietness of your mind you see the whole shebang, subject and object unfolding, if you're not engaged in planning when to meet and so on, you're out of the loop. And the loop means that you bind yourself into reactivity. So these are cultural factors. We live at a time of huge changes in the culture in which stability and calm is not very privileged. And the notion that was around, say, 100 years ago, that elders with a lifetime of experience might have some depth of support to give you, or even wisdom to offer you, this is all washed away. Because everything is about information, and the new information is coming from younger and younger people. So old people are just a drag, they're expensive for the NHS, they don't know what the hell to do with their computer, and what are we for? Eating, breathing, why bother? So that's a huge cultural shift. That this before it was a notion of a distillation process, just as if you have grapes, then you pick the grapes, you make the wine, you take some of the wine and the lees, what's left in the bottom of the production barrel, and you can distill that and make a brandy or a grappa or a fin de Bourgogne. You're distilling. And so you're getting a refinement. That is vanishing. Everything is just the immediacy of the crude, tweeting as a sudden impulsive thought. The most powerful man in the world just tweets without thinking. So what you have is, instead of a lively, fresh, connected spontaneity, you have the impulsivity of the person who has to be right. The great cosmic dog that must piss on every lamppost. This is this is very difficult, because it's so quick. This is the terrifying thing in the American schools, where young people in a bad mood get an automatic rifle. It means you just press the trigger and 100 bullets come out. You don't even have to go bam, bam, bam with your finger. One little tug is enough, and the whole thing runs by itself. Automatization. Meditation goes in a very different direction. And particularly when we're thinking about death, because as we get older and we experience the gradual collapse of the power of our sense organs, that we need to get reading glasses or distant glasses, and the arches in the feet start to collapse a bit, and you get more aches and pains. All of these are reminders of the nature of embodiment. But if you have a culture which is led by very young people who are very healthy and hopeful, the whole view is very different. So we can remember being young and running around and being very free. Unconstrained. Everything is possible. Anything is possible. When you get older, that's not true at all. So when you have a culture which wipes out the voices of older people, then the breaks, which are to say, hang on a minute, we've been here before, Corkani, be careful, that vanishes. And so we get this endless acceleration. Now these robots are coming, and we hear this. Over the horizon, coming from the next valley is robots. And the robots are going to change the economy. People keep saying this, as if it's something inevitable. They don't have to have robots. Many people will lose their jobs. Why? Because we need to have robots. Why do we need to have robots? Because some people will make money. And who's going to stop them doing it? That is karma. That is the drivenness of the seeming inevitability of cultural formations, where instead of seeing these as processes, where at each moment there are options and you can make a choice, it's just how it is. Just how it is a formulation of stupidity. It's not just how it is, it's how it is according to certain decisions. And if the decisions are made by a few powerful people who are less and less answerable, then it appears to be the case. And the reason for thinking about society and the socio-economic structures is to keep seeing this is unfolding, this is changing. It's never a done deal. It's never a done deal. It only becomes a done deal when everybody decides this is how it is. But it's only this is how it is due to causes and conditions, due to decisions, due to going along with things. And when that changes, people can do something different. So our power as people is not the power of mastery, which is the power of big, powerful international corporations. It's the power of participation. And we have to communicate and stay connected. Because everyone is creative. The commodification of creativity, the marketing of it as a particular province of artists is very damaging. Art means doing, it means making things, and linked with art is artifice, which is falsity, false production, and artificiality. So the artist makes the artificial. The artifact is artificial. It is not, as it were, natural. It's not arising of itself. So if you start to privilege the artificial, then those who can make something artificial, especially if it seems to be unique and special, are ascribed special gifts. They are able to do things we can't do. So Michelangelo clearly could draw in a particular way, Leonardo da Vinci, and so on. There are many great artists who could do many things. That is to say, they made products. Products are objects. Objects exist in the world and are ascribed a market value, which is then moved around. And the more we praise an artist, the more you have to pay to buy the products of that artist. And that's the modern art market, which is just a big PR job, isn't it? You've got to have somebody to pump for you in Art Today or one of the art magazines and write up and say this is amazing, innovative, blah, 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 blah. Then you get a little show and everybody comes and you get friends to send out little messages. You inflate it. Everything's about inflation. What is there? Something. What is that something? Something you experience. Who is the artist? The experiencer. A book without a reader is useless. When the reader reads the book, they read their book. It doesn't matter who wrote the book. When you read a book, you get your book. You don't get the same book as anyone else. We even see that at school. When you have to write an essay, you write an essay on, I don't know, The Merchant of Venice. So everybody in the class has to read a bit of The Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 2, give an account of what happened. All the essays are different. Why is that? Because each child, small, undeveloped mind, each child is different. And as they read the play, they enter into their own particular relationship with it. Their mind, imbued with their life history, their family values, and so on, comes into relation with the words on the page, and something arises. Now, that is creativity, and that's what we do all the time. Co-emergence is co-creativity. Subject and object come together. This is why the primordial Buddha in the general Tibetan systems, Dorji Chang, he has his hands crossed like this, means wisdom and compassion, but particularly means subject and object are together, inseparable. So, if you see how you are in the world, that you are making your world by what you bring to it, then you see, oh, this is the creativity of the mind. And what I'm creating is not things, but moments. I am creating the particular quality of this moment through the mode in which I participate in it. So if I'm in a bad mood, and for whatever bloody-minded reason I want to remain in my bad mood, I'm going to be pissed off whatever you say, because I'm just pissed off. Don't try and cheer me up. I'm fucked off about this. Just leave me alone. Except don't leave me alone, because I want to share my fucked offedness with you. So, in that way, I am obdurate. I'm hardening myself and hanging on to my state. But of course, as soon as I really connect with you, how you are meets how I am, and there's some movement. And optimally, if I'm available, I'm going to be touched and moved by you, so that how I am is you, me, you. So instead of the individual as someone separate who's got a big threshold and I will decide how I want to be, you get through to me. When we are healthy and happy, that's how life is, isn't it? People get through to us. Sometimes it makes us unhappy because they tell us a story and it makes us sad. But we are in it together. And when we sit in isolation and seal ourselves off, then it is as if we can choose. But actually what we're choosing is to be resistant. We're making ourselves impermeable. We're Tefloning the surface of ourselves so as not to let the other person through. And we've probably all experienced that in a relationship. You meet someone, you feel very open to them, you vibrate with however they are, and then at a certain point you start to seal off. You've had enough. I don't want this anymore. And then there's nothing much they can do, or if the other person's doing it to you, the moves that you could do before that would kind of catch them or make them smile doesn't work anymore, because they're gone. They're functionally gone. So in Dzogchen, as we touched on yesterday, there's not much writing about love and compassion, because love and compassion are intentional acts. They're moods that we try to create in order to make the world warmer and more flowing. But the point of view of Dzogchen is, from the very beginning, everything has been within. This is Dzogchen, the great completion. Everything is within the great circle, or the great tigli, which means a drop, means a bowl, because a bowl has no corners or edges. It includes everything. So everything is already within, and connectivity is the order of the day. Everything is connected. So when we read in the text that the mind is open, and its clarity, and its co-emergence, clarity means here we are, we're all sitting together in this room, we're aware of our body, and we're aware of other people's bodies, and we're aware of the ceilings and the walls and the lamps. From where I'm sitting, I can see out the windows, and so I see the trees and so on. All of this arises at once. There is an undivided field of experience, the all-at-onceness of the world. So whenever I am, something else is. Even if you wake up in the morning and your eyes are closed and you're in the bed, you are there, but there's still the warmth of the duvet resting on you, or the feeling of the mattress underneath you. Subject and object are always together. Then you get up, you clean your teeth and so on. You're moving in the world. You and the world are in a co-emergent movement or a dance. This is our life. So we're not going from the outside in. It's the illusion of being on the outside which creates all the problems. When we say to someone, I love you, it's a kind of inclusive gesture, isn't it? It's not saying, I welcome you into my world. But you're already in my world. So if we stay with the immediate phenomenology of clarity, everyone's already in my world. When you walk down the street and you pass people, you don't know their name, you don't know anything about them, but they are participants in your world. They are features of your world, as the birds, the trees, the clouds, the rain. This is your experience. And it's unfolding. We receive the world by being part of it. And we lose the world and we lose ourselves by retreating into the delusion of isolation. So in Buddhism, illusion and delusion refer to individuality, individualizing, separating ourselves. That doesn't mean, of course, that we're not all unique and specific in the emergence of our own patterning. Every child has something different to say about the Merchant of Venice, because we all have our own take on things. We take things up according to our dispositions, tendencies, likes and dislikes and so on. But it doesn't mean that we are apart. We are unique and specific within. Does that make sense? If you get a flavor of that. So the fact that we are different, it doesn't mean we're different other, we're just different hello. And your difference is part of the richness of my world. Because if you were all the same, imagine if you were all robots. That would be pretty horrible. You all had exactly the same programming. You all had exactly the same response. But some people look as if they're half asleep. Some people looking up at the ceiling. Some people look as if they might even be here. And it's like that. We all have our different way of participating. And as we are, so our world is. So this is the essential point here, that creativity is not a specialist quality. It is what is revealed when we give ourselves to being here. And the world emerges with us. So then we have some choices about how we use our energy. So it's not about saying that certain personality aspects are better than others. If you have a tendency to being critical and judgmental and bored, then you can observe what sort of a world that reveals for you. These are patterns, these are kind of flavors. It's almost like this is a stained glass window, and as the light of the fresh moment comes into it, you get a coloration of boredom or not being interested. And what does that reveal? Like kids in the backseat of a car on a long journey, getting really bored, played their games, eaten their chocolate, we're not there yet. They're just bored. And some children, blessedly, are quietly bored, and others are whiny bored, and whiny bored is pretty unpleasant. I shouldn't be bored. But of course, boredom is part of life. Depression is part of life. Sadness, loneliness, all of these are part of life. The problem is if you over-identify with a particular patterning of energy and it becomes your home base, and that's what you do, and it's what other people expect you to do because that's what I'm like. That's the fruit of individuation, not in the Jungian sense, but the individualization, the separating off of myself and the attribution to myself of personal qualities. I'm often bored, I don't find life interesting, and I don't know why I'm here. I think I should die. Some people who move towards suicide can't find any pathway in the world. Their energy starting to vibrate on very familiar tracks, and they have a lot of repetition compulsion. The same way as if you get trapped in anorexia nervosa, or obsessive compulsive disorders, or patterns of extreme bulimic eating and so on. These are all familiar patterns of energy, because if you're deciding not to eat, that's an energetic formation with a particular orientation of interpretation of how you look in the mirror. You think you're fat, everyone says you're very thin, but you're hanging on to your reading. Same with all the modes of addiction. They have the same sort of pattern. I have to, I need to, I'm a smoker. If you say I'm a smoker, it's very difficult to stop smoking because you've taken smoking and incorporated it as part of your essential identity. Or if you say, oh, I've been smoking for 20 years, I remember when I started. Oh, so now I think, oh, there was a time when I didn't smoke and then I started to smoke and now I'm habituated to smoking. There's a bit more leeway, there's a bit more room for maneuver in starting to imagine, well, I could not smoke since I wasn't smoking when I was born. But if you say, I am a smoker, then you merge yourself into it. Or I am depressed, or I am just full of hate at how my life is. I'm disappointed. So each of us can observe for ourselves how the more we invest in a particular definition of ourselves, it invites in emotional intensity, and it brings a particular trajectory of interpretation of possibilities, and we find ourselves doing more and more to confirm this basic belief of who we are. And we know this in school. You know, when the kids who don't do too well and who are maybe a bit distracted and they get into being cheeky to the teacher, if they keep pushing that, if they get identified as being the bad person and they take that on as a badge of honor and nobody praises them, but they get into a negative stroke economy where in order to get attention, I have to be disruptive in the class, that doesn't go in a very good direction. And every school has kids going in that way because they can't fit in, but they don't want to be nothing at all. They don't want to be wallpaper, and so they end up being bad and disruptive. And that can lead to lots of trouble. They're searching for identity. They're searching for a way of belonging. So if I can't belong in this group, I'll belong in that group. So the more we see the process of unfolding, we see that there are endless new pathways opening, that every moment is like a crossroads. There are different ways to go. But when we conceptualize ourselves in a fixed way, it's very clear there's lots of things in the world I couldn't do because I'm just me. And if we're lucky, the one we end up thinking I'm just me as is fairly broad, but sometimes it becomes very narrow. So all of the Buddhist practices we do and all of our understanding is don't put all your eggs in one basket. Over-definition, foreclosure, closing down the possibilities because you predicted your way into it, it's that causes a lot of problems. So in relation to in relation to death, if we just stay with the idea of suicide, what is life? Well, clearly what we're looking at here is that life is a stream of unfolding possibility, and there's always some degree of room for maneuver. But once you intensify identification with a very narrow pattern, it may appear to you clearly there is no way forward. This is impossible. So, for example, when the War of Independence of Bangladesh occurred, the army of what was then West Pakistan carried out a very intentional process of rape. And many of the girls who were raped hanged themselves from trees with their saris or threw themselves down the well because, having been raped, they thought they couldn't survive. And then the government, at the end of the war, as soon as there was independence, the government brought this huge policy in of honouring the women who had been raped. It was a very, very amazing social turn that was done. And they made a lot of medical attention, and then there was a very honouring way of talking, and they made special marriage brokering arrangements to help these girls get a new life. It was a very wonderful thing, because we see in many countries that just doesn't happen. Because you get a marker on your life, you are a victim of this, and it wouldn't have happened to you if you'd been a good girl, because there's only good girls and bad girls, and because this happened to you, you're now moved into the camp of being the bad girl. If you're a bad girl, there's no future. So we're all aware of this. This is what happens when you get a strong definition. When you don't see any way ahead of you, because this brand, this mark of Cain is on your forehead, why not die? So people who go to suicide through depression, they're in a similar situation. They may well have some trauma in their history, but it's an over-determined notion of identity, that you and the situation have become so fused that you can't see any way forward. So, in terms of love and compassion, when we can connect with people and open up some possibilities of communication, of toing and froing, of connectivity, that's the great thing. That what flattens us as human beings and what kills us off is totalizing definition. Zopa Chembo is concerned with infinity, and infinity is very different from totalization, because the infinite, by definition, is you never get to an end of it. It never becomes finite. It's more and more and more and bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's always possibilities. When you've got a totalizing system, then you can add up someone's qualities, come to a final definition about them, and you've got them. Whether they're Tutsi or Hutu or Jewish or black or Scottish or whatever, if you don't like that group and you've got their number, you've now got them, and there's nothing else to be added, because that's the total story about you. The only thing I need to know about you is what family you were born in, or what color you are, or what your sexual orientation is. And now I know what you're like. That's terrifying. It's reducing this rich complexity of our potential to some tiny little definition. So most of us in stages in our childhood have been shamed and judged and made to feel guilty and bad. And we know what that retractive feeling is like. So this is one of the great things about meditation, is it gives you the possibility of sitting and feeling the retraction, feeling how you're on your own case, and just releasing it. Oh, that's just a thought. That's just a memory. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. You know, if you're meditating on your own, you might find your body's just seizing up. Something arises. And then it's gone. And then it's gone. Which is why in Dzogchen the main thing is to relax and release. The past is gone. The future hasn't yet arrived. There's just this moment, and it's open. And so I have my huge potential and I have my identity. And my identity is a very, very narrow slice of my potential. So the more I stay in this box of my identity, most of which was given to me by the big people on my case when I was small, if I sit in this identity, I am forgetful of my potential, and beneath that, the ground of my own being, the open freshness of the Buddha mind. So that's the real function of meditation, is to keep loosening the retractive, totalizing definition which operates towards ourselves and towards other people. As it says in the good book, judge not lest ye be judged. It moves both ways. So the less we judge ourselves, the less we judge other people, and then there's more possibility of communality and interaction. Okay, so if we take a break now, and then we can come back and look more at the view of Dzogchen in relation to death. Okay, let's continue. So, say a little bit more about ignorance from the Buddhist point of view, and how that leads to the generation of the modalities of experience that we inhabit. So, in the teachings that come from the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra, he says that the ground is unchanging, and the ground is the ground of everything. Good, bad, right, wrong, whatever there is no other source. And the nature of this ground is, as we touched on yesterday, it's uncompounded. It's to say, it's not made, it's not a thing, it's self-existing, or rangjung. It arises by itself. It has no origin, nothing was there prior to it. And this openness, or this potential, is not nothing at all, but it shows itself as an awareness which reveals the clarity of the unfolding of whatever's occurring. So what is unfolding is like light coming out. When light goes into a crystal and it spreads out, we see these different colors. These colors were hidden inside or inherent to the white light that was going into the crystal. So in the same way, the potential of the mind shows itself in all sorts of different ways, and this potential is the clarity of the awareness of the ground. And seeing that is just presence. This presence is, if you awaken to it, is extremely intimate. It is you, here you are, but it's not you on the basis of your personal story. It's not you as an identity, which is a structure. I was born here, I like this, I don't like that. These are qualities or qualifications which arise as movements of energy revealed by the awareness. But the awareness has no color or shape or any particularization. So the ground of my being is an open spaciousness which is just aware. Now, the awareness is self-reflexive in the sense that there is a presence, but it's not the presence of somebody, it's just present, which hopefully we could experience from time to time walking in nature or in the meditation. To be present means not to be absent, and we go absent when we go into constructions about what is going on. But just to be there when we might say, the beauty of the sunset took my breath away. if something takes your breath away and you're not breathing, then the mind stops. In the tantric tradition, it says that the mind rides on the prana. And the prana is the movement of the energy of the breath through the body. And so you have a lot of yoga exercises like kumbhakas and locks, whereby you stop the movement of the prana to stop thinking, because the breath moves with the thought. So something is so beautiful, you're kind of shocked out of yourself, and it's just open. But that's a circumstance arising due to causes and conditions, which gives you a glimpse of this primordial openness. Now, just like a wispy mist forming in the sky, the ground also gives rise to developing opacity. It gets more the potential of the clarity becomes dulled. So if you look around, you can see in the windows there, the top windows are all clear, but the ones at the bottom are a bit opaque, because when they make the glass, then they treat the surface of the glass, and then you can't see it. You have to get that in bathroom windows. The glass has the potential to be clear, but because the surface is usually it's ground with some fine sand, it breaks up the surface so you can't see clearly through it. So in the same way, the surface of the mind, the clarity, becomes a bit occluded, is a bit covered over. And this thickens as the experience of self and other. So the open clarity and the clouding over are not two different things, because the cloud is moving inside the openness. So this is the first level of ignorance, and it's called the arising together or born together ignorance. It means not seeing and seeing are born together. So here is my thumb in front of my face. I can see it, but now I can't see it. My thumb is still here, but I can't see it. So it's there, but I don't see it. So in the same way, the ground is open, but it's not seen. Why is it not seen? Because attention is now wrapping itself into the clouding, which then thickens into a sort of density of appearance. In that first moment, if you recognize that the cloud is in the sky, the cloud is not a problem. But if the cloud thickens, you don't see the sky. So today we've got quite a grey sky out there. Now, if you imagine that the sky is clear blue, and you look out and you see a kind of milky white or light greyness pervading everything, you might think, well, I can't see the sky, I just see the clouds. I've heard of blue sky. I hear that people in Greece seem to have a lot of blue sky, but me, living up here in the hills, this is my sky, and it's always clouds. So clouds are the sky. And so it's as if then the sky collapses into cloudiness, because that's what you have access to. So this takes you into the second level of ignorance, a forgetfulness of the sky, and more attention to the clouds. And the clouds are then sorted out through identification and imagination. So the second ignorance is called kuntutagpi marikpa, the ignorance of naming and labeling and identifying and believing in many different things. So we start to divide up the field of appearance into particular forms. Just as, with kids, you can sit out on a summer's hill and look at the clouds and see elephants and trains and people and so on. So we project interpretation into the world. And the creativity of that act, the processional movement of identification, gradually thickens even more so that you forget that you have projected the meaning out there. And when you see the tree, you say, that is a pine tree. I'm telling the tree it's a pine tree, but it doesn't feel like that to me. I think I'm identifying a pine tree which exists in and of itself as a pine tree. There are no pine trees, but there are trees that we call pine trees. Funnily enough, trees don't know English. They have no idea that they're pine trees or beech trees or oak trees. We, once we learn things about the world, we learn to say things about the world, and the world becomes increasingly aboutedness. So I see self-existing phenomena out there. This is created by the movement of my mind. This is created by our particular constellation. So, for example, in the room there are lots of chairs. And we say most of the chairs are folding chairs. And we learn what they mean because they're folding, stacking chairs, because we can stack them on rails in the storeroom. So we learn about different kinds of chairs. This is not a chair for a cat. It is a chair for a human being. It's not a chair for a bird. It's not a chair for a worm. On the basis of being a human being and not 2 years of age, on the basis of being an adult human being, I sit in the chair. The chairness of the chair is inseparable from me being an adult human being. There is no self-existing chair. The chair is an interpretation which I use. Some of you may, from time to time, or maybe very frequently, like to watch nonsense on television. One of the particular nonsenses I like to watch is American wrestling, which is a particular kind of theatre. And in that theatre, when the wrestlers tumble out of the ring, one of the things they often do is pick up a chair. And then, having picked up the chair, they whack the other person very hard with the chair. How they do that, I don't know, but the other guy gets up. So the chair is also a weapon. For us, generally speaking, because of the constellation of our mind and our cultural formation, we don't see the chair as a weapon. We see the chair as something which is quite orderly and tidily and set out, and we sit in rows. But if a fire broke out, we could take the chair and smash the window in order to get out of the building. So, the function of the object is situational, not intrinsic. It's not inherent. So the chairness of the chair is situational. Does that make sense? And if you apply that again and again and again, you can really see, I am part of the world. Without my being here, without my interpretation, this would not have that meaning. So, if I was, for whatever whimsical reason, to take off my shoe and hit you with it, you would be surprised and maybe a little bit hurt. If I did that in India, you would be deeply insulted because the shoe is juta, it's dirty. And you hit someone with a shoe, it's like a heavy, heavy, heavy insult. because you take your shoes off when you go into a nice house, and the shoe represents walking in shit out in the world. So the shoe is unclean. We think, well, the shoe might be dirty, but it's not symbolically dirty. It's just practically dirty if you stood in the dog shit. But in and of itself, the shoe is not dirty. So there's a cultural construct. And if you go to India, especially in a village place, if people are drinking water and they have it in a bowl, they hold it up and they open their mouth, they go, because the inside of the mouth is dirty. And if the glass touches the lip, the glass becomes dirty. So if you're going to share a container of water with other people, you can't put it the way we would do, because now it's contaminated with your saliva, and that makes it dirty. So cultures are full of rules and regulations about what is clean and not clean. And if you're brought up in that culture, that seems to be an absolute truth. It's just true, 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 because that's what you believe. So if you're brought up in a traditional Jewish household, you wouldn't eat crustaceans from the sea because they're dirty, they're at the bottom of the sea, and you shouldn't eat them. They're not kosher. And there are many food prohibitions in different cultures. For other people, it's not the case. So the status of the whelk or the lobster depends on how it's addressed. Somebody in a very expensive restaurant for a big lobster could pay £50 to contaminate themselves if you were of an orthodox persuasion. Why would anybody put this dirty filth in their mouth? But for other people, this is delicious. This is interpretation. So this is the re-inhabiting the world with your mind. This world, the world that you live in, is your world, because nobody in this room lives in the same world. We can talk about the world as if it was the same, but what we smell and taste and touch is, as we were looking, it's the constellation of the unique specificity of the factors of our organization. Some people have a very strong sense of smell, some people have quite a weak one. People have different patterning in their tongue for picking up different flavors. Some people are drawn to sweet things, some people are drawn to savory things. This is our embodied existence. So the world is a conversation with ourselves. The world doesn't exist objectively out there. The world is co-emergent with us, and we are co-emergent with the world. Dynamic, unfolding, moment by moment. So this is infinite time out with the three times. So we have the past, the present, and the future. And in that normal sequential looking at time, the present is sandwiched between the past and the future. The past is gone, the future hasn't come, and in the moment there's just this. But because our present is linked across for us into our concerns with the past and our hopes for the future, our present is bound inside this construction of three times. Whereas when we meditate and we relax and we're just open, there is no time. That is to say, time is not something you can get hold of, because you find that you are time. You become time. You are time and space, because everything is arising within time and space. And this is the experience of awareness. So when we are in ignorance and the world is solidifying, and we're naming, this is object, this is subject, this is self, this is other, this is blue, this is green. And we're then sticking these labels and identifications onto the forms of the world and onto ourselves. There is a solidification, there is a status, a settling down, a density. And that density appears to be just a given. It just is what it is. I remember my dad telling me that when he was in the Second World War, he was in charge of some training exercise, and he took the soldiers out to a big country house in the north of England that had been given over for training. Very beautiful place, and it was very, very cold. And he went into a room, and some of the soldiers were tearing the wooden paneling off and sticking it in the fire. And he was the officer, so he said, actually, lads, we can't do that. And they said, but it's very cold. And he said, no, but this is someone else's house. And he said, one of the soldiers said to him, don't you know there's a war on? So he said, fine, they burnt all the furniture. And the furniture meant a lot, it belonged to someone else, but they were cold. So what do you privilege? These guys are going off to fight. Many of them are going to die. Die to protect someone else's furniture. No, I think we'll burn the bloody stuff. So that there, it's in these moments that you see situationality. Due to a particular context, you have a mental set, oh, we mustn't damage people's property, but it's cold. So we know that in the Second World War, sexual mores changed a lot. People were going off to die, and people who before the war would not have had sex without marriage started to have sex without marriage because their boyfriend's going to die. Maybe never see him again. So due to causes and conditions, what's allowed and what's not allowed changes. That's through an interpretation, but if we stay just with the direct experience of the phenomena, this is going on all the time. So what this is saying is, if you fall asleep in your life, you will experience life happening to you as you live in a world of things. But if you awaken, if you become more present, more here, you will find that you and your world are arising together. Because it's our own lazy sleepiness, our dullness, that lets us believe that that's just how it is. And that can happen on a sociological level, on a perceptual level. On a sociological level, in many offices, it used to be the case, the boss could come in and grab the young girl's bum. Because these things happen, and he's always been like that, and don't pay attention to it. And nowadays people say, oh, you can't do that. Now that's a particular shift in the power of being able to raise an objection and say something. So instead of taking it as normal, as given, you redefine it. And so much social change has occurred through this process of redefinition. So similarly, if you fall asleep into the idea that, well, a chair is a chair, why bother objecting? Everyone says it's a chair, I may as well say it's a chair too. If I say it's not a chair, it is a chair. Very short sentence, very easy to say. This is a phenomena appearing due to causes and conditions which certain people, when they speak English, refer to as a chair. So why bother? It's a chair, leave it alone. So that's what we do. It's quick and easy, but it's dull. So, of course, we don't need to give long explanations, but we need to see in our mind, I'm falling asleep by resting in my assumptions. Now, what is there as the shape of the chair is not going to be altered whether I call it a chair or don't call it a chair. But if I call it a chair, because I know it's a chair, and I've seen a lot of chairs in my life, why would I bother paying any attention to it? So the chairness of the chair is its opacity. Yeah? Why would I look at it? What is there to see in a chair if I know it's a chair? All I'll see is a chair. Okay, but if I don't say it's a chair, If I start with what is there, I see shape and color. I see the way the light is striking the chair. So in front of me I can see two chairs, and the way the light is coming from the light bulbs above and through the window gives a different coloration to the two chairs. So they are the same, because we're not daft, we could see these are the same chair, same kind of chair, but in the moment of the perception they are not the same, because the color is different according to the angle of the sunlight coming in the window. Does that make sense? So if I stay with the phenomenology, the phenomena as they reveal themselves, there is a particularization of experience which arises due to the meeting of many factors. The month of the year, which influences the angle of the sun, the time of the day, which brings the sunlight in at that particular angle. Or we stay with the assumption and the name and the label, it's just a chair. So, although it's powerful for me as a social being to be able to recognize it's a chair, and that gives me a social belonging. People don't think he's a bit strange or he doesn't know how to function as a social being. The price of that belonging is that everything is placed inside assumptions. There are certain axioms that we operate from. The basic axioms are: there are self-existing phenomena. A chair is not a table. But if you're sitting on the floor and you've got a cup of tea and a sandwich, you might turn around and put them on the chair. And therefore for you, situationally, it's a table. But a chair is a chair and a table is a table. So the more you investigate, you start to see my creativity, my bright, shining mind, which can see different possibilities in the situation, is being constrained by the requirement that I normalize my perception in the service of maintaining assumptions. Does that make sense? Now, of course, because we're social creatures, we have to make use of these assumptions, but you can loosen them up, you can tickle them a little bit, so that there's more sense of, oh, this is an imaginal game. So in Buddhism they say this is illusion, or in Sanskrit, Maya. Illusion means something appears to be the case, but it's not the case. So in our conventional English, this is a chair, but it's not a chair. Chair is speaking of one of the many potential usages of this chair. The chair is made of tubular steel. You can make a pipe bomb out of the tubular steel. There's an endless number of things you can do with that. That's the limit of our imagination. So, conventionality and potential could be put back to back, or you can integrate them, that for the purposes of communicating with other people in a standard modality, I call it a chair, but that's how it appears due to these causes and circumstances. So it is a conventional interpretation, but it is not a definitive knowledge, because you cannot define the chair, because it could have so many meanings. It could turn into a ladder if you needed to get something from a high shelf. It lifts you up. So again and again, I am in a semiotic web. That is to say, I am in a network of signs, of signifiers and signifieds, and as this net moves and pulsates, it generates the sense of specific definitions. These definitions belong inside the web of signifiers. You can't take them out. You know, with linguistic theory from de Saussure and the Russian families from Vygotsky and Bakhtin and so on, They're all pointing in the same direction, that language is a game or is a play. It's not a true description of what is there, but it is a social mediation of meaning generation. And according to the particular conditions, we generate these meanings. But there is no truth to the meaning. That is to say, what we call the chair is empty of chairness until my mind fills it with chairness. The chairness of the chair is extrinsic to the phenomena. I put it in, and we could put other meanings into it as well. Oh, my life's up to me. Here is fundamental freedom. I'm not a prisoner in this overdetermined world of things. I am not a thing among things, but I am a participant in the generation of the field of unfolding meaning. Does that make sense? Which is great. You know, it's why if you have small children, getting down on the carpet and playing games with them is so great. Because they don't hold such a fixed determination of the object. They'll turn it into something else. Because it's not that, oh, look what he can do with the pen. He can use the pen as if it's a rocket. For the child, it's not a pen. Nor is it a rocket. Because it could be anything. But we bring it back to the home base. Oh, look at my little boy. Look what he can do with a pen. But there isn't a pen. The pen has no more truth than the rocket. But the pen has more conventional status with adults who are addicted to an overdetermined identification of the object. Does that make sense? So we always return to this core basis. Look what the person does with this. Because we start with the thisness of this. But this is an interpretation. Wow. It's open. So in Buddhism, when they're talking about open, it means like the field is interpreted. It only appears to be overdetermined because we buy into the structure of our situation. So that if when you die, you're born as a dog, you learn about dogness. You learn to be a dog. And we know, through, ethologists and people like Konrad Lorenz, that there are these windows of opportunity for many species in which they lock on to the patterns of the parent. And sometimes you get an animal like a little lamb who gets friendly with ducks and pretends it's a duck and goes marching with the ducks. And you can see these charming films. Because we need to be something. Any mind which manifests is always seeking identity. So do you see the link with ignorance? Ignorance means ignoring the actual intrinsic or inherent value or lucidity or clarity of the mind. And if you don't have that, you're faced with the question, well, who am I? And then you need an answer. I'm a duck, or I'm a chicken, or I'm a boy, or I'm a girl, or I'm Scottish, or I'm Polish, or whatever it would be. And we fuse into the setting according to what is provided to us. So that when we see hot-blooded mammals, usually the mothers give some attention to the child after it's born. And in some other situations, the mother is simply depositing some eggs and then goes away, and it's up to the little baby to work out what it's going to do. But there is some internalized kind of truth that if I have this body, this is what I do. For example, little human babies, after a while, they start kind of playing with their fingers and poking, and they're kind of checking this out. Lambs can't do that. What lambs do is they quack into other lambs and push them over and play, and little piglets do that. And they're kind of getting a sense of little piggy moves and little lammy moves and little puppies bite each other. And just as our babies pull at themselves and come into playing with things. So we're trying to work out, if this is me, what is this? This is me. So in that way, we merge into an identification and then we behave within the shaping or paradigm of that particular form. We do cow things or lamb things, and then that kind of activity generates some degree of karma because it has a pattern to it. So we look at living things, they're always intentional. Bees go out in search of getting pollen, which they then turn into honey and so on. Lambs want to eat grass. Different creatures do different kinds of things. We don't eat grass. Our parents would encourage us probably not to eat grass. But lambs eat grass. That's what they do. And so they have a grass-oriented world. And so they become enthusiastic about that. It's very lovely in springtime and you see the new lambs and they're running up and down in the field. And it's quite poignant because you see the old tired sheep and they're just looking at the lambs thinking, what the fuck? Why do we lose our bounce? It's very important, isn't it? I think you can be bouncy at any age if you stay connected with the world. Because the lambs are surprised and they're just alive. And the sheep, they're wrapped in assumption, aren't they? They've gone dull and heavy. And we human beings can also go dull and heavy. But what the Dzogchen would point to is there is a freshness to life moment by moment. Okay, let's do a little sitting practice. You can just sit in an easy way. You can do this with your eyes open or closed. Generally, we do it open, but not open looking at something, but more just the openness of the sense organs. But if you want to close your eyes, that's fine because your other senses are open anyway. Life is continuing, so we simply relax in the out-breath. Here we are, and the flow of experience continues. Some of the experience seems to be, as it were, internal, inside me, and some appears to be outside. But just stay present to the whole shebang. Let everything arise together. So as I said, it's usually recommended do this kind of practice for quite short periods of time. Now, because we have a lot of habit formation of organizing our experience around the sense of I'm here and I'm experiencing that, whether an arising seems to be external or internal, it's likely that we take hold of it, we grasp at it in terms of someone is moving, or my back is sore, or I'm thinking about Monday, or I am doing something, this is happening to me, or I am doing this. Well, this is the normal frame of reference. If you like, it's like almost like a loom. You've got the warp and the woof of active and passive, and on that you create the weave of your life. But what we want to do is, whenever you find yourself with that, just stay present with the thought, I am thinking. You've come to some conclusion about what is going on. Stay with it. If the conclusion is true, it should be continuous. But it vanishes. It is a thought. The thought has a truth claim way beyond its actual area of competence. The thought arises and passes. So, if we remember this second form of ignorance, it's the ignorance of labeling, of identification, of naming, and that's what we live as. We're moving through this matrix of identifying. And that's how these concretized phenomena arise for us. So when we find ourselves in that state, don't attempt to change the content of the mind. We don't want to pull in the thoughts and make them true, nor do we want to push them away as the enemy, but with a very neutral, open attention, allow whatever is coming to come, and then it goes. If you don't enter into involvement, either merging or rejecting, you will experience the self-liberating of all phenomena. We've now been in this hall together since 10 o'clock this morning. Many, many experiences have arisen. Sensation in the body, thoughts, memories, perceptions. You've talked with people. Where's all that gone? It was here. It was what was happening for you. You're involved in something, chatting with someone, and it's gone. To say that it never occurred would be crazy. To say that it occurred and is real and true and enduring would also be absurd. This is appearance and emptiness. It appears, this is undeniable. It is unstable and vanishing, that is undeniable. So this is form is emptiness, emptiness is form. And in Dzogchen they refer to this as the self-liberation of all phenomena. So if we stay relaxed and open, we find everything is passing through and passing through. But we want to cling, we want to edit and construct, because the ego sense of self claims a terrain. It claims an ownership of particular patterns and structures and says, this is me. But if we look, we see the impermanence of all the ingredients of myself. The ingredient arises, it's constellated into a particular self-construct, and then it vanishes. And because it's vanishing, I need to reach out and grab something else. So now I'm this, now I'm that, now I'm. What am I really? I'm some mad monkey grasping at everything. Why? Phenomena arise and pass by themselves. I'm here, and if I'm here, I get the whole thing. But if I've gone into my selectivity, there's so much that I disregard, and other small areas I over-fixate on, and so I have a very unbalanced sense of the world. When I was a student in university, I knew the location of all the cigarette machines in Edinburgh. And so if I ran out of cigarettes at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning when I was up all night making my own cigarettes, I'd have to go out and find a machine. So I'm zooming through the town, getting to the cigarette machine. I didn't learn very much about the geography of Edinburgh, except where's the pubs, where you could buy certain substances, and where the cigarette machines were. That is how we live our lives. We think we're human beings, but we live as if we're moles in little tunnels under the ground, following these little pathways to the things that are big and bright and meaningful for us, completely disregarding many of the things that are bright and shiny for other people. So if we want to have a panoramic awareness, we have to have some sense of our own predilections, the things that we're predisposed to highlight as being very important. Why are they important? Because I want them, because I need them. Why do you need them? Because I'm me. I'm a smoker, or I like to have this, or that's the only good place you can get fresh salad. Whatever it would be, whatever floats your boat is not just floating it, but it's directing it through the pathways of life. So when we do this meditation, we're relaxing all these pattern formations and habit formations. Otherwise you simply have repetition compulsion, and you drive more and more sense of truth into these forms. But of course, when you die, you lose the capacity to carry on these forms. If you have a long old age in which you become progressively weaker, you become progressively more dependent on people doing things for you. And one of the most interesting things is, it's very rare to meet someone who can make a cup of tea the right way. So imagine that you can't make your own cup of tea anymore. That is a tragedy. And all these things that people are going to do for you, they do it their way. They won't do it your way. So the more fixated you are on exactly the right way, which is the object formation confirming the subject formation, because if it's done right, that's wonderful. Makes me feel like me to have the right cup of tea. The object confirms the subject. So in terms of preparing for old age, allowing yourself to experience bad tea. I remember when I was in India, I met an old yogi, and he said, the most important thing in life is never chew your food. Because he said, if you chew your food, your stomach gets used to digested food. But when you get old and your teeth fall out, your stomach won't be able to cope with the unchewed food. The world is full of ideas. But the more we see these constructs, we can see our own constructs are rather mad. That they're very particular. I like it done this way. So when we sit in the meditation practice and our mind is zooming in on certain thoughts or feelings as being important, and other thoughts are being rejected, or we find ourselves straining or wanting something to happen, or feeling bored or confused and not being sure what I should do, all of these are experiences arising in the mind. Don't indulge them. It's not that we have to do anything, and that of course is very troubling for many of us, because we spent our whole life trying to be good and do things the right way, and now there's something where you can't do it the right way because it's not something you do. So we're letting go of the sense of individual personal agency, and we're allowing our mind to happen, to come as it comes. And that may make you feel a bit weird and anxious. It may seem like a mess. What on earth's the point of doing this? I've got to hold myself together. I've got to keep my life on the road. But just for the purposes of the practice, you let it come however it comes. And even the thing which is not very nice or not very easy, it goes. So if I take that sensation of anxiety or confusion, if I take that as a limit and I say, I can't accept this, I retract myself back into a familiar shaping of myself. But now I'm sitting and just feeling completely weird, and then the weirdness goes and something else happens. I can feel weird and not die. I can feel bored and not die. I can feel completely clear and not die. All of these moments are arising and passing, and none of them is the truth. None of them I can rest on. But remember, we were looking yesterday at the image of the mirror and the reflection. Everything which arises is like a reflection. It's undeniably here, but without essence or substance. I am the mirror. I am the lucidity within which there is the unfolding of the stream of experience. And as you know, when you look into a mirror, you only ever find the reflection. You'll never find your mind as something. because the mind shows itself as its contents, thoughts, feelings, sensations, sounds, smells, and so on. But these thoughts and smells and so on wouldn't be there without the mind, just as without a mirror, you wouldn't have any reflection. It is the emptiness of the mirror, which is the generosity which allows the unfolding of many, many reflections. It's the emptiness of your mind which allows all these experiences to arise. Now the ego, within that flow of experience, edits and particularizes experiences into like and not like, mine, not mine, and so on. So the ego is like a manager, always trying to maintain its portfolio. It's a very active, engaged, and quite exhausting activity. And of course it never works because it's a moving field of unfolding. You cannot maintain the whole thing. So you're having to blank things off or not give attention. So we relax and open, and we're just present with what comes. Let's try it again. So one of the distinguishing features of our time is a focus on facts. Reliable facts, facts that allow prediction and so on. And so medical science has developed enormously, which allows all sorts of life-saving procedures which are amazing, and they're based on very precise understandings of anatomy, metabolism, and so on. And they allow professional people to do things to our body and for our body. We can be very grateful for that capacity, but it operates in a quite a dualistic modality in which the body exists as a thing and the doctor can do things to the body, and in many ways you're not really involved. You should sort of not interrupt the process too much. Tibetan approach is very, very different. A lot of the explanation is given in the form of metaphors, and the metaphors speak to the movement of our, if you like, the immediacy of our life. So, for example, we have the notion of the 5 elements. That was an idea that was operating in Western Europe pretty much up until the Enlightenment, and then with the rise of modern science, it's not something to be taught in a medical school at all, but it would be still used in a school of Chinese medicine or acupuncture. So it's a way of thinking about the balancing of the energies which we manifest as our body. So if you're used to thinking of a Western anatomical or medical body, you have to make quite a shift to thinking about, not about bones and marrow and blood as having many, many variations and many forms, each of which need an analysis. Western science goes into ever-increasing particularity of attention, ever-increasing more finessed and precise definitions of what is occurring. Whereas an understanding through the 5 elements is much more a gathering together and a subsuming of different categories of experience inside a particular frame. So we have earth, water, fire, wind, and space. And everything that occurs can be located inside these. Now, clearly in terms of medical treatment, having a lot of precise analysis is very useful. You give blood samples, urine samples, and so on, and these are analyzed across a wide spectrum of pathways of inquiry. Diversification. When we look in terms of these 5 elements, we're wanting to hold on to the idea that diversity is contained within the 5, and then the 5 in the 1, and then the 1 into nothing. So in this, if you think of the beginning of the human being, there is a space, the space at the beginning of the womb, and in this space you have the ripening of the female essence or the egg, and you have the arrival through the spermatozoa coming up, and then you have this third function of the consciousness, and these 3 meet, and they meet in a space, and as soon as they meet, you start to have the development of the patterning of the 5 elements, which ripens and becomes more and more complicated, and the development of the spine and the head, which is down, starts to rise. I mean, you can see the whole development of the fetus. And then the baby comes out into the world, and there is skin, and inside the skin there is soft material, which will develop more into muscles later with usage, and bones, which are at first quite soft and pliable and gradually take on more rigidity. So the 5 elements develop through the course of our lives, but as we get older, they start to dissolve. Now, in the Tibetan understanding, there are an outer set of 5 elements and an inner set of 5 elements. The inner ones are the kind of energetic receptors of the energy of the mind, or it's how the energy of the mind shows itself as a harmonic or a site of fitting with the outer form of the 5 elements. So we have the outer form of the 5 elements. Earth would be the bones of the body, which are hard. The more subtle mental formation would be rigidity, holding things in place, having a sense of determinism. Now, clearly, if you've ever broken your leg or even twisted your ankle, you know what it's like to have an interrupted sense of your own solidity. When you're young and healthy and you can run around, it's almost like you have an indestructible body. You know, you can hurl it up a tree and start climbing and run down hills and leap over things because here you are. And then you get hurt. And you're hurtling along. And everything's tightening up. And you're not so strong at all. So there you see how the earth element gets compromised. So that if the outer earth element is affected, the strength and sense of stamina in the corresponding mental aspect of it also gets wobbled. Does that make sense? So as we move towards the death process, you get a gradual collapsing of the outer forms of the elements into the more subtle forms, which then dissolve into space. So if someone is not dying in an accident, but with old age, as they move towards death, usually they really want to lie down. They're in bed. They're not getting up because the body feels very heavy. This is the collapsing of the earth element, that the strength of the bone structure in relation to the muscles starts to collapse. And so the body's just a heaviness. Then the earth collapses into water, and the fluidity of ease of movement and facial expression goes down. Then water into fire, which is interest and enthusiasm. In my experience of being with people who are dying, they're usually not expressing much interest. They're kind of looking with these large vacant eyes, and they can hear what people are saying, but the time for, connectivity is going down, and that then expresses itself with as the fire element goes into the wind element, speech stops, breath becomes very slight, And then the breath element, the wind element goes into space. And it's at that point that the wind, as the vehicle or the carrier of the life energy, is dispersed in space and the body moves towards death. Now, consciousness, mental consciousness, the most subtle formation of dualistic presence, is carried on the wind into the dissolving in space. So it becomes like almost like very, very fine particles. Like on a summer's day, if you see a shaft of light shining in the window and you suddenly see how much dust there is in your house. It's just floating. So there's a kind of dispersal. And at that point, you go into the bardo. So clearly, the most important thing is that we allow the fading of ourselves. So all the meditation that we've been doing is focused on releasing fixation, seeing the impermanence, and allowing life to happen as it does. It's not about mastery. So now we're in a time of fading. It's like being very, very tired. You might feel like getting up and you think, oh, I can't. You just slump back. The energy is sinking, and therefore mobilization is impossible. So that, taken it to its ultimate degree, is what death is. It's a fading away of the energy which was available in this life, and so the body is no longer mobilized and it becomes a corpse. So it's not about in our daily life preparing for death by becoming completely passive and reactive and being blown hither and thither by life. It's much more to see that energy is something passing through. It's a bit like we have in this building the electric current that comes in from the mains and then is distributed through the building to the various plugs and switches. So the electricity comes through, and if you plug a little lamp into it and switch it on, you get light from that lamp. The lamp is shining, but it's shining with the power that's come through the electricity supply. So the energy of our life is the energy of the universe, or the energy of the ground, which for a brief period of time is plugged into this body. And then when this body gets unplugged, the power's not coming through and this body's just a piece of dead meat. But as long as we're plugged in and the flow of light is coming, we have light in our eyes, we speak, we breathe, we connect. So if we see that looking at the notion of participation we had before, if we see that our participation in the world, our being part of the world, is our access to the energy of the world. That it's not me being healthy, but it's my capacity to relate to the energy of the world. It's life's energy. And therefore, as I move towards death, life's energy fades away. Now, if I take a very personal reading, I am dying. So we've had these two aspects of who I am. I am the mirror. I am the open awareness. This doesn't die, because that mirror or that showing or that basic awareness is present in death. So you're present as you die. Who is dying? The patterning of the ego. So just as our body has a pattern in our life, depending on our inheritance through our mother and father, depending on the kind of food that was available when we were young, depending on the amount of exercise we've had and so on, our body has a particular pattern. Our mental energy also has a particular patterning. some people have a lot of rigidity in their mental structure. So the earth element is very privileged. And if somebody is very dogmatic and judgmental, the privileging of earth usually means a diminution of space. They're not very spacious and easygoing. So the three moving elements of water, fire and wind are restricted by the tilt towards earth. Does that make sense? Other people are very kind of slightly hysterical and kind of wind and fire and react very quickly to things. Oh my goodness. And they almost seek to excite themselves more. And that's a pattern we understand. So when you look around at people, you can see that this, whatever we call it, metaphor or symbolism of the 5 elements is quite a good way of seeing this, what we call this person, is manifesting this patterning of the 5 elements. So the personhood, John is like this, that's like the cherry on the cake. You don't eat a cake just to get the cherry. You don't really need the cherry. You can have the cake without the cherry, because you don't need the final conclusion, John is like this, because actually John is the showing of this pattern. Yeah? Oh, we can probably all remember different stages of our lives where the balance of these elements was different. So, when I was a teenager, a young teenager, I was very anxious, very socially anxious. I was very avoidant of social situations. I spent most of my free time swimming. I went to the baths 5, 6, 7 times a week. Or I'd be out on my bicycle out in the countryside. I really didn't like people too much. So that was a very kind of... I liked the water element because you could just sort of scoosh through it and do length after length after length, or swim in the sea. It's a kind of unobstructed movement of yourself. And then when I would encounter other people, I think, well, what do you do with other people? Because they're kind of over there and they're looking at me, and what do they want from me? And I don't know what to do, and I'll just go swimming instead. So after a while that shifted, and the balance of the elements shifted in me, and being with other people got easier. Because the fear of, if I'm with others, there's something that's expected or something to be done. I couldn't quite clock what it was. Of course, other people are always showing us roughly what they're up for. But when you're retroflecting, when you're turned back into yourself and you're trying to work it out inside yourself, it's a great mystery. This is very common in the psychology of teenage boys. In the hospital over the years, you saw so many young men who wouldn't get out of their bedroom, and they'd have to be driven. Very often the whole family would bring them to the clinic, and they would be saying, but I don't want to see anyone, I don't want to do anything. Well, you have to do things, you have to go out in the world. Your mum doesn't want you around all the time. But I don't know what to do. Well, just follow the cues that other people give you. But they wouldn't like me. And you get this kind of stubborn, collapsing, self-destructive mood, which unfortunately feeds a lot into suicide rates in young men. So there's a particular patterning in the 5 elements. Generally speaking, the best corrector or the best balancer of the elements is space. The more you have space as the kind of ground media or the kind of root orientation, the other 4 can be niched inside space, because space is infinite. But if you take Earth as your position, there's not all that much you can niche inside Earth, because it's solid and resistant. And if you're hot and fiery and very reactive, because you respond so quickly, you can't really allow too much of other people into you, because they set you off. So it's quite useful just to reflect on the course of your own life and the variations of the balancing of these elements that have gone on, and how sometimes it's been very useful and sometimes it leads to real interpersonal difficulties or the collapse of relationships, because very often when people fall in love, they look for somebody who's different from them to try and find a compensation, but then you have a relationship of difference and then it's quite difficult to find the accommodation. So just as a metaphor, it's very useful for thinking about that. But anyway, you're moving towards the death situation. So can you let go of earth? If you've spent your life as somebody who likes to be in control, the idea that you're no longer in control of the shape of your life is very, very difficult, because you're now being shaped by circumstances. Which is why I was suggesting before lunch, when you get up and you move around, you see how your embodiment is responding to the size of the plates, the plastic spoons, and so on. And when you go outside and it's a little bit damp and chilly, how your body responds. Because the more we see responsiveness, we're more connecting with water, fire, and wind, which are the moving elements. And the more you start with the assumption, but I'm like this, I'm just me, you're privileging earth. And then, of course, it's as if life is happening to us, because we're not in our responsive mode. Does that make sense? So in the preparation for death, it's seeing now the elements are dissolving. The elements are my expressive mode. They are not the truth of who I am. The truth of who I am is the inseparability of awareness and space. Yingrig Yerme, the inseparability of the spaciousness of the Dharma Dhatu and the clarity of awareness. This is the ground, indestructible quality of the mind, or sometimes referred to as Buddha nature. This expresses itself through the display of all the different patterns of the world, including the patterns of our body and how we are with other people. So that's the elements are an expressive mode, but not an essential mode. But when we don't see the ground openness, we fantasize essence in the pattern of the elements. So just as the elements are situational in their balancing and formation, so thoughts, feelings, and sensations are likewise situational. But if you impute into them, this is me, this is my body, I look in the mirror, I recognize myself, this is my life, you seem to have got hold of something, and now it's dissolving. So the urge to hang on can be very strong. And so if you find that you have that tilt, again and again practice dissolving, letting go. Whatever comes, comes. I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge. Very, very important. But what you have to be careful there is to find the middle way, because under the power of ignorance, we go into the domain of polarities, right, wrong, good, bad, winning, losing, and especially in control, out of control. If I'm not in control, I'm out of control. But the middle way is neither in control nor out of control. So finding that way of being, that you have to be there and be present with all the interruptions that the dynamic nature of life is. So having more awareness of that and relaxed it over the years preceding death is the best way to go about it, because you get used to letting go. It'll just be the way it is. We're not in charge. So I'm collaborating with circumstances. Neither the boss nor the slave, the collaborator, the participant. So now we're lying in the bed, the elements are dissolving, and consciousness becomes fainter and fainter and fainter, very, very thin. And that's the process of dying. In the Tibetan system, as many of you will know, if you read the Tibetan Book of the Dead and so on, this is the bardo of dying. And when the bardo simply means the intermediate period. So between being born and being dead, at the end you have the bardo of dying. And when the process of dying ends, you have the death of the body. That is to say, the mind and the body separate, and then you have the Chunyi Bardo, this intermediate period of the Dharmata, which means how things are. So this is it. And what is it? Big empty space. Nothing. Nothing to cling to, nothing is arising, just open space. Now, if you've never done any meditation, you have no experience of that. You might get a hint of it in an orgasm, or in falling asleep, or being very relaxed on a holiday, something of just here-ness with no focus on the content. But most of our lives, we're fairly fixated on the content, either external or internal. And now there is no content, and there is no barrier of internal and external. So there is presence in and as space, presence inseparable from space, which is in the tradition called the Dharmakaya. This is the mind of the Buddha. Present, but nothing there to hold on to. So it's a very pure, radiant presence. If we can't relax into that openness, then the next bardo arises, which is the bardo of the manifesting experience, or this, in the tradition, arises first as an array of peaceful Buddhas who are very beautiful. They're adorned in many different kinds of golden ornaments. They're shining, they're friendly, they're looking at you very sweetly. But if you don't know them and you're not connected with them and you're still in shock because you've been dying, and you're dying in Macclesfield, and there ain't too many shiny Buddhas wandering around the streets, certainly not on Friday night that I saw in the rain. So, think, what is this? And they vanish. And after they vanish, then the wrathful Buddhas arrive. And they're roaring and shouting, and they're covered in flames, and they're not very nice. And if you didn't like the nice ones, you're probably not going to like the nasty ones. So they vanish after a while, and then again it goes black, and you enter into a sort of tunnel experience, and gradually you find yourself in the situation of being reborn through an egg, or through entering into the point of copulation contact of parents and so on. So what you see there is a kind of menu of points of identification. In the first state, where there's just openness, if you're used to openness, oh, been here before. And then life stays very open. If you're not used to that, but you have some relation to the peaceful deities, which needn't necessarily be in the form of meditation deities, it's simply that there is the appearance of light and sound and color as a potential. Now the potential is arising. Can I be with that? But it's not anything, so I can't hold on to it. So if the consciousness is arising to grasp, but it can't grasp it and it vanishes. And then the wrathful ones come, which is a stronger form of potential, but I can't identify with it, and so it vanishes. And that procedure goes on until you find something you can identify with. And that capacity for identification is your karma. Some of us have the manifesting potential to have a human birth, or birth as a frog or a dog. If you're born as a human being, it could be a human being in a war zone. It could be a human being in a family which has a lot of violence and sexual abuse in it. It could be in a very beautiful, kind, loving family, in a place where food and resources come very easily. If you look around the world, the term human being doesn't really indicate very much. there are some hellish places to be born and some incredibly beautiful places to be born. So that's your particularization. So in that sense, your karma is your parents if you're going to be born with a human form. And the same would be in an animal farm, in an animal situation, because you could be born as a wild animal. You could be born as a wild animal that's a little shrew, terrified by owls, or you could be born in a factory farming situation, or in a nice open farm up on a hillside, and Heidi's coming out to see if you're all right. And there are many, many places where animals have a different life. So we start off from this assumption, I'm just me. And all that we've been looking at yesterday and today is the sense that the idea that there is a knowable essence to me is a delusion, that I arise in relation to circumstances. I was born through the arising of circumstances. All the changes of my life is due to circumstances. How I die will be due to circumstances. And what happens after that will be due to circumstances. That is to say, vectors of potential and energy formation meet together and generate the particular pattern of our lives. And this is how we find ourselves. So, preparing for death is allowing manifestation to go into emptiness and manifestation to arise from emptiness. So you have the ocean and the wave rises up and sinks back down, and rises up and sinks back down. So in lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, we manifest in a particular situation. Now, for many people, it's very difficult to imagine that they wouldn't be a human being. And it might be very difficult to imagine you wouldn't be an English-speaking human being, and you wouldn't be living in England. Imagine if you're born in America, be an American English speaker. But that wouldn't be the same, would it? That would be another kind of something. There are many, many possibilities that you could have, because you are not you. What you call you is just a title to describe the current patterning which shows itself on the basis of experiences. Today, this afternoon, there will be people experiencing life-changing injuries through car crashes on the British roads. It's raining, it's wet, some of the hill roads will be slippery with ice, there will be accidents, people will have amputations. Their life will be different. It's like that. Someone was driving out to the hills to go hill walking, and they're not going to be walking very easily on the hills again. That happens. So what we call I, me, myself is the pattern manifested through the interplay of circumstances. We are not in a war zone, but many people are. And if we go back generations, parents or grandparents were involved in war. War was declared. There was a national call-up. And people from the villages around were sent off. You can see the war memorials. They were called up and they went off to fight. And some of them came back healthy and happy, and some of them came back without arms, without eyes, and so on. Some of them were put into long-stay hospitals and never came out again. That was the karma of that time. It's gone. Now we're all healthy and happy forevermore. Maybe not. Wars can easily return. Famine can return. These accounts from Buddhism are not designed to scare us. They're just saying, don't imagine that the dynamic can be made stable. We don't know what will happen. We don't know what forces are operating. But here and now, we have a blessed opportunity to understand what is the nature of manifestation. breathing in and out, walking, talking. Oh, this is the showing of my potential. My potential creates patterns which I hold on to as being indicators of me, but when I look for me, what do I find? So, one way we can inquire into this more is we relax in the open practice, and then we take up these familiar 5 questions. Where does the mind come from? Where does it stay? Where does it go to? Does it have any shape and color? Does it have any size and dimension? We're not talking about something theoretical or abstract. We are here because we have a mind. Our thoughts arising in our mind have brought us to meet together in this setting. The thoughts that arose in our mind that brought us here were illuminated because they manifest in the luminous sphere of the mind. That is to say, we know we're having these thoughts, we go with these thoughts. What is this mind? The Buddha says the mind is chief. The mind is the most important. So what is our mind? We become concerned with our thoughts, with our feelings, with our plans, with our summer holidays, with all kinds of things. We become concerned. We become concerned with the content of life. But what is the pot? What is the container? The mind. We've got one. What is it? So this is vital. So excuse me. We just sit, relax and open, and then very gently allow this question to arise. Where does my mind come from? Now, you might have all sorts of solutions arising to that. My mind came from my parents. My mind came from this or that. Don't start a big conceptual investigation. Whatever thought arises as the solution, just stay present with it and see what happens. So we're just very gently looking, here I am. What is this mind which is my presence? Any thoughts or questions about that before we begin? Okay. So we should raise these questions in a very gentle manner. It's not something that you can investigate very strongly, because otherwise you set up a subject who is looking and an object that is looked for. But the mind is not an object. In fact, of course, the awareness is never an object of consciousness. So you can't look like a detective or a research scientist, but rather it's about putting yourself in the way of the showing of awareness through you. Just as the light and clarity of the mirror shows itself through the reflection. It's the luminosity, the clarity of our own mind which illuminates the issue. The ego thinks it has a light, an investigatory light, a Sherlock Holmes kind of light that can analyze things and pull them apart and see what's there. But that's not the light that will show you the open ground nature. Because clearly thoughts have some kind of origin. They certainly have a beginning, a middle and an end. So do feelings, sensations, memories. They arise and then they're gone. But the mind, does it arise? If it arises, does it arise from somewhere? This is not theory. This is your own existence. This is the ground of your being, which is here prior to everything else. And if we don't find that, all we have is the clouds in the sky and never the sky. Now, if we keep that image, you cannot have clouds without the sky. So even when your mind is very cloudy, the very fact of the clouds is the proof of the sky. So don't try to get rid of the clouds. find the sky with the clouds. When you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. You don't see the mirror, but you couldn't see the reflection without the mirror. So again, it's never either or. As soon as you go into either or polarization, you've got your scissors out and you cut a line down the middle. The appearance, even if it's a very foggy or dull or heavy appearance, is the showing of the manifesting energy of the mind. So the mind is there, because this is its showing. So what is that? Is it a thing? Does it have a color? Does it have a shape? You have to be with it and let it show that through you. And whenever you come to a conclusion about it, you don't have to say this is right or this is wrong. You just stay with the conclusion. And if the conclusion is conceptual, it will vanish. But if it's a direct experience, it will remain there, because that is the clarity of the mind illuminating the mind. Does that make sense? Because if you have a torch, the torch illuminates the non-torch. The torch doesn't illuminate itself because the light is radiating out from it. So we're used to the rational light of our ego self, which tells us about everything except the one who is looking. It tells us about the things in the world. So what we're doing here is to find the effortlessly arising intrinsic illumination of the mind itself. Because this is what is revealed at the point of death, when everything goes blanked out. There is no content, but there is a mirror without content. There is a sky without content. This is why the primordial Buddha of this lineage, Samantabhadra or Kuntuzangpo, the always good, is represented as naked and very dark blue in color. Naked because there's no ornamentation, there's no clouds, there's no covering, there's no reflection, it's just open. And it's dark blue because it's almost oblivion. If you go out on a dark night, there's no differentiation. You can't say there is this and then that. It's just open. So this is the ground, open nature. And then within that, you have everything which you're familiar with. Any points you want to raise, or any questions you have about what we've looked at so far?
During this sort of meditation, if it's a good day, I can recognise thoughts coming, and I can recognise emotions coming. But what I can't ever escape from is the commentary. Now, is that commentary just another thought, because it doesn't seem like it, it seems in a different order?
Well, the commentary is death. The commentary is what kills off the life. Because what you've got is the moment by moment arising, and then you've got this split, this sort of metacognition or overarching cognition that's running a little story about it, evaluating good, bad, should do more, should do less, why are they like that, and all the rest of it. So it's a kind of splits you internally. And of course it's a commentary that we run outside as well, going down the street, thinking about people, thinking about what they do. Commentary is how the ego establishes itself. For years and years and years, when my mum lived in her last house, and I would go home, she would start a commentary on the people who parked their cars in front of her house. It was a little semi-detached house on quite a quiet road. And when I was a kid, there was almost no cars there. And then over the years, more and more cars came. Now, she didn't have a car. She's very old. But she said, that's my garden. That's the pavement. That's the road. That's my bit of road. Why are they parking there? And she could go off on this and that. She said, wow, all these thoughts about that and that. She would get preoccupied with that kind of thing. and what people were doing and what they weren't doing. And then we recognize, my God, I'm doing the same thing. I won't leave it alone. It's just a fact. This has happened. But somehow we enter into judgment. We take up a position in relation to our own experience. Does that seem to connect with what you're saying? Well, it's a splitting. And so what you've got is focus and distraction happening simultaneously. So one of the simple ways of dealing with it is to do more of this Shine practice, focusing on the breath. Because that, if you can keep staying on the breath, you're taking the fuel out of the commentary. Firstly, because there's not much you can say about your breath. It's pretty boring. And secondly, because you're coming back again and again to simplicity. Now, although that practice is very simple to describe, it's very difficult for most of us to do because of the power of the commentary. When I say the commentary is death, I mean it's the death of awareness. It's the main cover-up, because it is the undermining of the simplicity of the first presentation. So coming back always to the simplicity. For example, say you're in a bit of an agitated state and you go to the movies or you switch something on the telly. You can be running a stream of commentary either about something else or about the movie you're watching. But if you're in a very tuned in state and you're watching a movie and you get the movie and the movie gets you, you're right in there. Would that seem right? Yeah, it's a really good movie or a really good novel, and it's got your attention. You're absorbed in it. So that gives us a clue. I get more commentary when I'm less committed to what's going on. Does that seem right? Because if I'm fully with whatever it is, whether it was playing golf or tennis or doing gardening or cooking, if you're right in there, there's less commentary.
I'm talking about specifically meditating now.
Okay. But it's the same thing, because if you've got the habit of running commentary all the time in your mind, when you come to meditation, it's going to be the same. So it's about one-pointed attention, whatever we're doing. And the danger for us is our automatic pilot, because many of the activities in our life we can do with our eyes closed. So you walk down the street and you don't need to think about where your feet are going. So you're mindless, but full of mental stuff. So it's that habitual formation which comes as the commentary in the meditation. So the exit is mindfulness, whether it's mindfulness of the breath or mindfulness of the body in walking or mindfulness of a visualization. But it's to gather all of one's mental energy and focus it in one direction. Because the commentary is the splitting off of aspects, almost like a pinball machine that's setting off all these lights.
So then you get fixated, and that's fine, because it blocks the commentary.
Yeah.
But you have to relax at some point.
Yeah, that's right. But, of course, if you, at first, staying focused is effortful, but actually you're just resting your mind on the breath. So it's only effortful because we're being carried away by the current of thoughts at first, like a swimmer in the sea and the tide's going out and you're swimming against the tide, trying to hold on. But once you get used to being settled, you're just settled, and it's not effortful. And then you have the same clarity through the course of the day. Whatever's going on, you're just there. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask about karma, because I always feel a bit uncomfortable when it seems to be implied that if you were born in a war zone or if you've been sexually abused, it's somehow your fault because of your previous actions in previous lives. And Just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Okay. Well, karma as a notion is about cause and effect. It's not about blaming or denigrating or making somebody guilty. So, let's say, first of all, that you're born in a place where there's a lot of killing going on. It's not your fault, because let's say Mary is born in a village in Afghanistan and there are bombs going off and there's landmines. So we'll call her Mary. Here's Mary. This is the consequence of actions which were previously done by whom? It wasn't Mary. So what we call Mary is the arising of the patterning of energetic patterns generated somewhere else, because we're always showing patterning. Patterning is how the world manifests, leaves, trees, raindrops, and so on. So the fact that someone has emerged from a mother's body in this village and is taking on this identity of a young girl, this is a blossoming forth of various causal forces. Now, life is getting bad in that village, and maybe bad things will happen to Mary. Did Mary make the bad things happen to her? If I walk outside and it's raining, I get wet. Am I making myself wet? The rain is not making me wet in the sense of having any intention. As far as we know, there are not, in the First World War, people used to say, well, there's a bullet with my name on it, and that's the only one that can kill me. Now, are there raindrops with James written on them, and these are the ones that land on me? Maybe not. It's just raining. So the rain isn't intending to wet me. I'm becoming wet through being in the rain. But it's the attribution of responsibility. So, is this a punishment for Mary? It's much more neutral than that. It's saying, due to causes and conditions, this is where we find ourselves. And if things are good, we shouldn't take pride and say, oh, I'm a wonderful person, look at my life. This is this incredible rejoicing that seemed to happen in competitive sport about 25 years ago. Somebody scores a goal and then and everybody's lifting them up. Madness. It's a wee rubber ball or a leather ball and they're kicking it about and you got it in a wee shape and hey, I did this. I did this. And then you look at the slow motion replay. Due to causes and circumstances, I did this. The fact that I'm quite healthy, the fact that I've been training, the fact that somebody kicked the ball at the right angle and I was able to get my head there, the fact that the goalkeeper's a wee bitty slow, I scored the goal. So we have a strong tendency to condense cause into what a wonderful person. And all the other background features are removed. So the overemphasis on agency, which is very, very powerful now, leads us into, I think, making somebody guilty of something bad happens. So we're born and we have a certain health in our body or certain ailments. We have a certain intelligence that helps us do well or not do well. This is the ripening of our potential according to the circumstances around us. Now, other people can say, you're very disruptive in the class, and therefore you are a bad person. So in the school I went to, we got beaten a lot. Teacher always had their belt out, whacking it on the desk. You, come here, whack, 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 6 of the best, whack, 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 fuck off. Very, very unpleasant. Why did that happen? Because it was allowed at that time. You know, you couldn't really say, I'm being abused at school. They'd say, well, don't be rude to your teacher. Now they would say to the teacher, oh, you abused the child. In those days, they say, well, you brought it on yourself. Don't be cheeky to the teacher. Do what the teacher says. So these are cultural formations about how you understand why something happens. The fact is, something is happening, and we are implicated in it, but it's, as it were, not our fault. Fault doesn't. Because of the complexity of causal forces, to attribute sole responsibility for this event to that person would be very bad. Well, the reason you were raped was because you went out on a night in a very short skirt with high heels. Well, you were asking for it. It's not so long ago that judges could say that with impunity. So that was a notion of, if you provoke men, they're likely to do that. So as the culture changes, different kinds of explanation of the patterning of causal forces arises. So I think one should just be observing many vectors pass through me. Because I can be a bit dull, I often don't see all the options, and I often don't carefully consider what choices I have, because I've gone into an automated response, and so I find myself repeating something. Does that make sense? So a lot of the time when we do get in trouble, it's because we participate through not clocking it. So I think karma is, it certainly has no value in terms of saying something like, you brought it on yourself. That would have no meaning. What it's saying is, once the game of samsara begins, the game doesn't stop. That's the scary bit. So in the Tibetan, we are called drowa, which means goers. We're traveling people. We're born into a game, the game of our family, the game of our school, our culture, and we move in that. Then we die, and then we're in another game, then we're in another game. We're always in some kind of game with so many variables going on that we're kind of buffeted around, and we've got some agency, and some of the time it's all happening to us. And that's why they say it's like the ocean of samsara. You know, if you go out in a wee boat and you go over the horizon, suddenly you think, oh, it's just water. Everywhere it's just water. And that's what the Buddha's saying. Look around, it's just water. There's nobody sorted here. We're all at sea. So if you want to find freedom, find the ground or the basis for the waves. Where is the ocean? You wouldn't have waves without the ocean. But as long as you stay in the movement of the ocean and you're trying to sort it out and say, well, it's all your fault, it's all my fault, whose fault is it? Well, it must be hers. That's what we do in the attribution, and it just makes more and more turbulence. So in a sense, what karma is saying is, this is a field of interconnectivity, and every move you make sets up some other movement pattern. But if you say, well, there's good people and bad people, that's not an understanding of karma. And if you say that this thing that happened to you is entirely your own fault, that's not karma's understanding either. Much more, karma is to say, life is very complicated. If you imagine that it's simple, you're going to have a hard time. Don't make it overcomplicated. Don't frighten yourself about the complication. How can you deal with very complex variables? If you overfixate on one, it's not going to work. You've got to keep a broad spectrum perspective and allow yourself to move with the various currents that are operating. Would that seem right? But it just keeps going. That's the thing, it just keeps going. And certainly when I encountered Tibetan people, in India just after a lot of them were being forced to flee from Tibet, you didn't see any big blaming of the Chinese. You know, you saw lots of people doing their practice, living very simply, and it was just, well, these things happen, that's happened, now where are we? Now where are we? And I think that's the really important thing, and in some way that's like a sea anchor, you know, like a little ship would have. The anchor chain is not strong enough, long enough to go to the bottom of the sea, but it drags with the current and stabilizes the boat a bit. So we continue with the practice in the midst of these fluctuations, and life keeps moving, but we're not so just blown hither and thither. But certainly karma should never be used to blame people. And of course in India, in the caste system, it was often turned into a way of saying, oh, these untouchables, they brought it on themselves, it's their fault. And if you help them, you're getting in the way of the purification of their karma. All kind of nonsense can be said then. Does that speak to your question?
Yes, yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking, that example. But yeah, no, that's a nice way of explaining it. Just, you know, make me feel comfortable with you.
So if we take these two principles, there's stillness and there's movement, and according to the tradition, these two are inseparable. It's never only going to be still. There's always going to be movement. Because movement is the breath or the life or the radiance of the stillness. So when you experience karma when you lose the stillness, and you've only got this endless movement. So if you try to rearrange the patterns of manifestation, it's very exhausting and you'll never be successful. Not because you're weak or useless or stupid, but it's just too complicated. So what we have to do is to integrate or see the unborn integration between the stillness and the movement, and rest in the stillness as the movement is occurring. And then there's much more spaciousness in the moment of the emergence.
So James, is it in a sense the delusion of seeing a self within those patterns that's liberated in this life, sort of by recognising the ground nature or the open awareness? That delusion of there being something called me is liberated. But the pattern itself, the consequences of this life, carry on energetically to something.
That's right. That's right. The patterns keep going on and on. And if you can see that what we call the self is the name that we give to the pattern, rather than being the source or the cause of the pattern, it's if you like, the result of the pattern or the label that we put on the pattern, then it's very different. I'm like this means essentially this is how I find myself to be, because I come after the event. So when you buy a shirt, the last thing done in the making of the shirt was to stitch the little label on. You don't start with a label and then make the shirt.
So yesterday's question is again about kind of rebirth, and the idea of taking ownership and the idea of me being reborn. They're just illusory ideas as well.
That's right.
That put onto these things. But in a sense, it occurred earlier that in a sense the compassionate thing in this life is to deal with your patterns so that the energetic karma that I create in this life, how it surfaces later, will be of benefit, rather than just thinking, well, I can do what the hell I want in this life, because actually there is no me anyway.
Well, the last thing would be generally seen as quite a delusion, because one thing that's often said is if you can't manage the causal situation, it's unlikely that you'll manage the consequential situation. So I can do whatever I like, absolutely fine. But when the consequences of that start to come back, then it will be very difficult. And That's why war, again, is a very terrible time, because in war, many people feel free to do what they like, to do mass murders, rapes, burnings, and so on. And then afterwards, it's very different, because they've done that. That doesn't leave them. And that stays in their social, biological continuum, and it will manifest for them as they move into other situations.
But not necessarily in this life. It's like an energetic thing.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
I can't get my head around the fact that when you die, you go into the garden, and what you're describing about confusion seems to imply a certain, an awareness. So if it's not me anymore, what is that awareness? And it's been answered already.
Okay, so if we go back to these two notions of I, there's I as the clarity of the mirror, and there's the I as the patterning of the reflection. Yeah? So there's me as James, born in Scotland, did this and this. I've got the whole narrative of who I am and what I've done and so forth. That's these patterns in the mirror. And then there's just a basic here-ness, not even a here I amness, but just here, that basic presence. Now when we die, all the constructed pattern stories of this life start to dissolve. So sometimes it's said like a rainbow in the sky. When a rainbow's fading, it's there. Oh, and then you can't find it anymore. It's just vanished. So all these patterns of your life start to thin out and fade and are gone. But the mirror is still there. But the mirror is you as presence, but not you as person. So it's a peculiar thing. We have a personal I and an impersonal I, if you like. And the impersonal I is me because present, but not present as me, not present as anything, just presence or pure presence or open presence, which reveals something if there is something to be revealed. So at that point of death, when you enter into the first bardo, there's nothing to be revealed. So it's just the open, empty mirror. So if you're used to that, then, it's just there. And then patterns start to arise, and well, you're used to that the mind is empty and then the mind is full. But it's when we've been clinging on to the patterns as who I really am, it's always the middle way. It's not who I really am, but I would be mad to say my patterns aren't my patterns. So they're definitional of my emergence, but they're not definitional of any essence or core which is enduring.
So are you saying that they're not carried over then? That karmic element is not carried over in that presence or awareness goes somehow, I don't even know how to say it, but goes forward into some other manifestation?
If you've got £100 in £10 notes, you take it to the bank, you put it in, you go back after a month and you say, I'd like my £100 back, they'll give you £100, but they won't give you the same notes. So you've got your karmic structure, you've got your £100. When you die, it goes into the big bank of emptiness. You come out the other side, that'll be it. So in the next life, the teller pays you out £100, but it's in a different form. It's still energy, but it's not yours in the sense. Because it's always this idea that when I die, I will be reborn. This is when we use this language, you're always starting from the assumption that there is an essential self. And Buddhism is saying that what we call ourselves is open and empty and manifesting. And the manifesting patterns are described in ordinary language, in the sort of shorthand that we use, to be me. But there is no essence to the me. So it's not that what my karma is going to be carried over to another life, because karma is the activity patterning which will manifest in another way. But is it the same person or different? And I think in the Tibetan tradition, with this development of reincarnate lamas, it became a great confusion, because there's this idea that people can remember previous lives and know exactly what they're doing. And that may be the case for some of them, I don't know. But it's like a literary trope. Once you had the development of Gothic novels, you know, then the Castle of Tranto, and then Frankenstein and so on, then you get lots and lots of novels following the same way, because it's a genre. And genres encourage, you know, the development, like rom-com movies and girl journey movies, 4 girls together on the scam, you know, off they go. It's like, once you got a shape, you whack anything into it. So what does it mean to be a reincarnation? Carne, back in the meat again? But the Tibetan word is trulku, which means emanation. So if they're an emanation, it shows the form of a human being, but it's not really meat. But as Shylock says, if you cut me, do I not bleed? So what is the status of people? These are social conventions, power conventions. They're ways of dealing with the transmission of the ownership of monasteries, with the ownership of land. These are complex anthropological phenomena, one bandwidth of which is a spiritual transmission, but they've got many other factors going on as well. So we say, oh, this person is the reincarnation of that person. But where's the person? As soon as you say that, then it's all gone wrong, because there isn't a person. There is a radiance. If the person is really radiant, that's marvelous. So radiance can feed into radiance, can feed into radiance, as it does for all of us. It's the solidification, essentialization that makes it go in the wrong direction. Because then people can start to think, oh yes, well, we know who that person is. But the Dharma, hang on, the Dharmakaya is unknowable. So who is it that you know?
I was just reflecting that with reincarnation sometimes there's evidence that people recognise things from their previous existence. So, sure we don't recognise it. So how does that connect? I mean, how does that look into scheme?
I don't know. I don't know. No idea. No idea. Why do some boys get a scholarship to Eton and have their life transformed? Some tulkus are from rich, powerful families and some are from poor families. But if they get recognized, it's the same as going to Eton and Oxford. A new game plan opens for their existence. They get special tutoring, special clothes, special food, special initiations and so on. They're on a privileged track, which could be good or could be a socio-political formation.
But the reason they got to that place of being privileged is because ostensibly they recognise things that belong to them past life of people that they're connected with.
Well, that's a story. The first formal one was Dusum Khenpa, the second Karmapa. And as soon as that lineage developed, all the others went with it. It's a genre. It's a way of seeing the world. It didn't happen in Burma, it didn't happen in China, it didn't happen in many, many places. It happened in Tibet.
And in India it happens, as you were mentioning this.
Pardon?
In India, yesterday you mentioned the children who remember.
Yeah, some people remember something. If it gives people faith, then maybe it's very helpful. It's certainly a way of organizing education. Tulku got 1,000 hours of education. The nuns next to the monastery got none. None, zero, zilch, nada. So, I'm a little bit suspicious. I was originally an anthropologist, so I have a particular eye about these. I would, pure or impure, these are matters of faith. If you have faith, as the tradition says, even a dog's tooth will give out light. But to say that someone is this person and therefore they're pure and holy, there's a fair bit of evidence that that may not be true. And that for the sake of money and privilege, people will tell all sorts of lies. All that glitters is not gold. And it doesn't really matter, because whether there's one karmapa or 2 karmapas or 10 karmapas, that won't help you find your mind. And when you die, knowing who is the real karmapa won't really help you. But if you know your own mind, that will be very helpful. Because if you know your own mind, you can't be led astray. But if you don't know your own mind, all you have are thoughts, opinions, feelings, things you've heard, things you've learned. You're constructing houses on the basis of received ideas, received information. And you could be deeply misled by that. Deeply misled. The uncle of my main teacher was a great chod practitioner. And when chod's a particular practice that you do for dealing with troublesome energies around. And part of the practice is that you carry a human skin. And a human skin, when it's dried out, weighs 15, 20 kilos sometimes. It's oiled to keep it soft. And in the course of the practice, he would beat the patient with his skin. So you're lying in bed, you're very sick, and here's this guy dancing with a big drum and whacking you with a leather skin till the blood's coming out of your mouth. These sort of exorcisms would not be allowed in the West. They're not allowed. We don't live in a world of exorcism, but exorcism was quite strong in Tibetan Buddhism. These are cultural readings of causes and effect. When the great lamas get sick, they're not going for exorcism. They're going to America for cancer treatment in very expensive hospitals. So one should be very clear. Clarity is the main thing. Emptiness, clarity, compassionate, non-dual participation. There are many, many stories that you can believe in, and they may be helpful or they may not be helpful. But if you close your eyes and think that that will help you see the truth, probably misled. Okay, any other things you want to raise?
You talked earlier about when you dissolve, when you're dying, it dissolves back into the mirror, using the analogy of the mirror. So, I'm getting this right. So, the ground mirror that goes back into the,
Doesn't go anywhere, it never moves.
Okay, but is one person's ground mirror, absent of the sense of self, the same as another person's? Is there some analogy in their individuality, albeit without the me, I, or is it a great, huge mirror and you just go back into the big mirror?
There's only one mirror. There's only one Dharmakaya. All Dharmakayas are the same. You don't have an individual Dharmakaya. You have individual Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya, but you don't have individual Dharmakaya.
So in terms of karma, then there's no individual karma, because if it's back, the awareness goes back into that presence. That's the presence that's beyond any boundaries of self or other. So when it remanifests, goes through the body and remanifests, and it's attracted back into our life.
You become someone.
Yeah, but it's not, there's no relationship at all to the particular karma that grew up in the deluded state of life as we know it.
Well, when we were kids, if you found a coin or something in the street, you used to say, losers, weepers, finders, keepers. Now, in some places, samsara, finders, weepers. You find yourself in a situation, and you find yourself feeling that you are you. Now, you are you as a manifesting energy formation, but the you-ness of you as the problematic of an ego identification is held in place because of the absence of clarity of the ground. Yeah? So it's like being an orphan. For whatever reason, your mum vanished and you've been adopted. And you're adopted into a family, I don't know, of Catholics, but your mum's a Protestant. And so you grow up thinking you're a Catholic. And then after many, many years, you meet your mum and she says, oh, what are you going in that church for? That's the wrong church. You come with me. The Archbishop of Canterbury's a good man. Now you get back in the right church so you know who you are. Who you took yourself to be through being adopted was a helpful identification because you were lost, you were an orphan, you had nothing, and you got this secondary identification, which was not original, but it was functional. And if you never find your real mum, that's all you'll have. Does that make sense? And your real mum is the great mother, the mother of all the Buddhas, which is Prajnaparamita, which means emptiness, Dharmakaya. So if you don't find your own ground, the empty basis of the mirror-like mind, then all you have is your adoptive home. Your mum, your dad, your school, your siblings, and so on. And they create this identity which you inhabit, during which you do this and that and create your karma, and then you die. And then again you get adopted by circumstances within which you feel this is me. But you don't know your real mother. You don't know your real source. Where do I come from? That's why these 5 questions are used in all the meditation traditions. Where does the mind come from? Where does the mind stay? Where does it go to? Does it have a color? Does it have a shape? Does it have a dimension, a size? Because everything you see in the world has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has some sort of shape or formation, something you can say about it as a color. There are the houses in the town, some are made of brick, some are made of stone, and so on. So we can say something about all the phenomena we experience in the world, but can we say the same about the mind? Is the mind part of the formation of energy, or is it other? Which is why we ask these questions, and you look again and again and again, and then you see. But if you don't see, all you have is your thoughts, and your thoughts will bind you into this second order of identification. And on one level, of course, that is very scary. If you believe in just one lifetime, life's much easier. This is saying this is an endless game. It doesn't end until you get out of it. And the exit is inside you already, but you keep looking in the wrong way. Like the Buddha himself said, all sentient beings want happiness, but they use all their time and energy to increase confusion. Why would we do this? Because whoever says your mind is empty, I mean, a school teacher might when they throw a bit of chalk at you, but generally speaking, they're not explaining that from the very beginning your mind is unborn. Whoever says that? Nobody on the telly. It's very unusual, which is why these traditions have been maintained for a long, long time in Tibet. People thought these were extremely important because they open the door to something you can't see. It's the gateless gate. It's the entry into the ground of being, which is not an idea.
This cosmic bag,
the 10 quid
Yeah.
that went in one end, when it comes out, then it could be 20, it could be in yen, it could be in something else. It's not particular.
That's right.
Even though it's different notes,
Yeah.
it could be actually, it could be in beans.
Yeah, exactly.
So the bank, the mirror,
Yeah.
it's a universal mirror. It's not my personal ground being.
It's yours as presence. It's yours as presence, but not as possession. Yeah. Well, if I was to take a pair of scissors and cut your nose off, you would be upset. I think we can agree with that. That you have a certain committed identification with your nose. Okay, I'll trim carefully. Got a new career here, Dharma surgery. So this is your body, your precious body, the body you want to keep healthy and relaxed and comfortable till you die. So this is our identification. But when we look for the mind, it's not like that. It's a different order. It is other. We say, I'm self, you are other than me. But that's a small other. The otherness of the mind is a radical, big O other. It's whoa, it's not like anything else. And yet it is our presence. So that's the unique breakthrough or transformation which arises. And that presence, like the mirror, is a showing. And it can show any of the possible formations of the world. And that's the scary bit, that indeed in another life I could be born as a sheep. And as the text say, even if you go to a cow and you say, "O mani pe mi hung ri," cow doesn't get anything, just a moo. To be born as an animal is to be at the mercy of the people who own you, or if you're a wild animal, to be at the mercy of predators, and you have no way of conditioning your mind because your life is largely instinctual. So to have a human birth is an amazing thing. To have a precious human birth in which you have access to some understanding that your mind is not what you think it is, it's not constructed out of thoughts, that makes it very, very rare and precious. And we have this opportunity. Any other thoughts, questions, opinions?
Can I ask if you're dying and for whatever reason you end up under the influence of heavy drugs?
Yeah.
Presumably that wouldn't affect your clarity when you go into the bardo, because we're not talking about like the mind that could, that can become confused by medication.
Well, it would depend on your practice. If you are used to being present with your own confusion, so when you sit in the meditation and your mind is very heavy and dull, and you, without entering into a judgment about it being heavy and dull, you just stay present with it. Big stupid, here I am. But except it's shiny stupid. So there's a shiny presence with a big dull stupid. Then, if you could do that and keep the clarity there, then when you die, if you're under the power of heavy sedation, you could probably maintain some clarity. But if when your mind gets heavy and dull, you fall asleep, probably not. Because you collapse into the sinking. The key instruction is don't merge with what's arising and don't try to avoid it. Stay present with it. With it means that they're non-dual, that is to say they're not two, but they're not one either. They're neither two nor one, but non-dual. So if you have that practice, that would help. But generally speaking, if you die in an operating theatre, there's not much clarity there. Okay, shall we take a break and then maybe 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and do some more practice. In English, when we start to think about the mind, there are many terms that we use, and they're often used in very different ways. For example, in the translation of Hindu texts, consciousness is often seen as something very high. So they translate chitta or chittata as consciousness or pure consciousness or transcendent consciousness or even just consciousness. In the translation generally of Buddhist texts, consciousness is not a very high term, and awareness is more high. But some people use awareness and consciousness as if they were equivalents. So it's it's a very complex field once you start to read in Tibetan books, because it's often difficult to get a handle on exactly what's being talked about. So maybe I try to show some of the differentiations that are made in traditional Tibetan language and see what that might mean for our understanding of our own mind, especially in relation to this topic of death. So often we think if we say somebody has a good mind, school teacher might say that kind of thing. It means the person is intelligent. In Tibetan, that is lo or loden. And lo, it means like, I suppose, having a bright mind. It's a mind that can illuminate something, so you can read a book, understand what's being said in the text, and be able to give a fair précis of it afterwards. It is a quality of the mind. Then you have yid. Yid means, in Sanskrit, it's manas, and it means the mind that can think about things. So it's a kind of conceptual capacity. So we have traditionally in the higher tantras, they have a notion of 8 consciousnesses. So each sense has its own consciousness. That is to say, you have a sense organ, and you have a sense object, and you have a sense consciousness. So you have 3 of things with each sense. So my eyes don't smell, my ears don't taste. Each sense has its own particular areas of operation and picks up these objects. So I have eye consciousness, which means that when the object outside comes in contact with the eye organ, the sense organ of seeing, there is a registering which is taken hold of by the Mikki Nambrashepa, the consciousness of the eye, which brings a formation of about what is seen. And the same happens with the other 5 senses. These then feed into a kind of organizing headquarters, which is Yidki Nambrashepa, the mental consciousness, which then brings these streams of information and comes to some kind of conclusion about them. So our consciousness lets us take hold of something by formulating there is something to take hold of, and then describing what has been taken hold of, and then looking in the direction of what are the consequences of this apprehension. So I see a car coming very fast down the road towards me. I look again and I think I need to jump out the way because this guy's nuts. So I'm not only seeing, but I'm interpreting, and the interpreting is feeding into a organization of energy. So that's what this mental consciousness does. It formulates, it brings about a rounded picture, which then acts as a springboard. Need to act, don't need to act. need to remember, don't need to remember. So when we're going through the world, we formulate very quickly, in an almost subconscious ways, many impressions of what's arising, but most of it, you just let it go. You don't need to hang on to it. You don't need to remember the sequence of the colors of the car on the road. Some kinds of personality orientations lead people to do exactly that. They become obsessionally attuned to patterns which for other people would have no meaning at all, but are reassuringly graspable for people who have a certain turn with some kinds of Asperger's and so on. Then we have SEM. Sometimes SEM, which also means mind, is used as like an honorific for Yid, but basically it means a broad spectrum mind. So we might say Sem Dang Sem Jung, which means the mind and what arises in the mind. So I'm sitting here and a thought arises in my mind. I've got to remember my jacket, because yesterday I went home without my jacket. I left it in here. Old age, sickness and death. So the thought arises, remember your jacket. So where does that thought arise? It arises in my mind. It might arise in your mind. Why are you thinking about my jacket? Leave my jacket alone. So it arises. It is very appropriate for the thought about my jacket to arise in my mind. So it's as if then the mind is a receiver or a displayer, almost like a television set. It's the site where this message is shown, or like a radio, or like a stage in a theatre. Now, the stage or the television or the radio can display many, many things. Nothing that it displays, again, tells you about the radio itself or the television or the stage. Any kind of play can be on the stage. The stage is a free displayer. So many things arise in our mind, but when I think it's my mind, I become unsettled of what is if the things that are arising in my mind seem unusual, scary, dangerous, inappropriate. I think, whoa, something's wrong here. This isn't like me. We all maybe have that feeling. So that would show that there's quite an intimate relationship between the mind in this sense and the content of the mind. I'm used to having these kind of thoughts. If I suddenly have some other kinds of thoughts, that could be a sign things are getting better or things are getting worse. When I was younger, because I was socially anxious and afraid, I used to have very violent fantasies walking down the road. I used to think of killing people and pushing them under buses and cars and so on. Poor wee me, I'm awful scared. Yeah, bastard. So this is not an uncommon thing in the royal domain of Glasgow. Because in feeling fearful, the things that we can't do or we don't know how to say or we can't make happen, we fantasize. And so if only I was powerful, I would do that. It's a slightly more vicious and uneducated form of imagining you're Superman or Batman or Spider-Man, which of course is what children do, because they find themselves in a world which is big and powerful and scary and unpredictable. So they also want to be able to dominate circumstances, because our paranoid position is always being controlled or controlling, dominating or being dominated, being in charge or being at the mercy of other people. And when you get a difficult time at school and you feel it's all on your case, you want to have some kind of compensatory framework. And so you have these thoughts. And then, of course, as life got a bit easier and I found my way around, that particular constellation of thoughts didn't arise. because it was my thoughts while I was having a particular formation. Then the formation changes and they no longer arise. Huh? So that gives us a sense of the constituents of my mental experience, which give me the sense of, well, I'm me, are also arising in relation to other events in life. But this mind, this SEM, is still dualistic, because I'm using my mind to think about other people. So mind on this sense is me, my mind, but my mind also as a tool or as a means for illuminating or evaluating what's going on. But it's evaluating it in relation to me, my likes and dislikes. So I go into a bookshop and I'm scanning along for the books that I like or don't like. I couldn't imagine reading so many of these books. Why would anybody bother? But I really want to get that one. So the mind in this sense is the means by which we generate and manifest the particularity of our identity. Does that make sense? So say, for example, you got to run for the train and you just nip into W.H. Smith's and you grab a magazine, you get on the train, you think, what have I got? I picked the wrong one. That would be tragic, wouldn't it? And they got 2 hours ahead of you and you got, I don't know, practical beekeeping. You can't get into it. There's a lot of pages in the magazine, and someone probably thought, the last copy's gone. Who would have taken practical beekeeping? That's my magazine. But now you're stuck on the train. It's a magazine, freely available, no secret locks on it, but you can't get your mind into it. That's where we have the notion of a personal mind, isn't it? This sort of formulation of our mind tells us what clothes we can wear, what foods we eat, where we might go on holiday, what we would regard as a holiday. So some people's minds say lying on a beach is wonderful. Other people's minds would say, no way. What am I going to do lying on a beach? Why would you do that? I want to walk in the hills or go and see the archaeology or this, that, or the other. So this is my mind as me. So this is our normal starting point. So what we've been looking at here is that my mind as me as the patterning of the reflection in the mirror. It is patterned, it is specific and developed through time, through our editing, our adopting and rejecting of the open potentiality of the world. We become accustomed to making particular kinds of choices, and these choices then get massaged into us as it feels like me. This is me, because this is what I do. I always do this, and I like being like this. And if I'm able to repeat this pattern, I'm confirming the continuity of me. Does that make sense? So most people have certain kinds of rituals that they have in their life about how they prepare some kind of food, or they've got to tidy the house, they'll start in a particular order or whatever. And it's just sequencing and patterning that gives a shaping. But these are all to do with process. They're the unfolding of particular patterns of energy. They're not the empty mind or the open mind or the mind of awareness. It's not that we've got 10 different kinds of mind. It has to do with when you're identified with particularity, this leads to further particularities. So I'm sitting here and I'm looking out at you. Now I turn my head to the right and you over there vanish. Hello. Really important people. Very glad to be hanging out with you guys. I think you're special. Oh, getting a bit bored. Hi, hello, here we are. This is embodiment. If you look right, you're not looking left. If you look up, you're not looking down. This is very powerful in our life that we don't see in 360 degrees. That our face, the way our sense organs are oriented, we have a kind of conal structure that goes out. And this is my field of experience. Then it's here, then it's here, then it's here, then it's here. And this is how it's showing itself. And so what is revealed to me is within the trajectory of my intention and my attention. And that becomes real for me. So if I keep making choices that turn my attention in certain directions, I'm effectively putting a lot of the world into the background. Which means I make certain choices more frequently. I engage in certain activities, internal in terms of thoughts and reflection, and externally in terms of behaviors. I do certain behaviors more frequently than others. So of course I become better at these, and they start to feel natural and normal for me. And there are many things which I don't do, and therefore I have less and less capacity to access them. So if somebody said, James, I'll give you £100,000 if you learn Russian, I'd say, well, porridge is cheap and cheerful. Why would I learn Russian? If I was 21, it might be interesting, but I'm not 21. So my life already has patterns and I have enough going on. I don't have extra space for Russian or Mandarin or a project like that. So this is, in a sense, the closing down. I know what I like and I like what I know. This is the dull, comfortable mind, complacent, at ease with myself. Oh, falling asleep again, never wanted to. And that's what we do. We fall asleep into these habit formations of our life. So this is the danger of the mind as a personal illuminator, because I'm looking not just for the qualities of the object, but for the qualities of the object as they stand in relation to the subject and confirm me in my validity of me being me. Does that make sense? Now, the unborn mind or open awareness is inseparable from its potential. So this is described in various ways in the text. There's a term in Dzogchen for the unborn mind, which is ngo. And ngo means the face, but it means just the openness of a face. And this face has the quality of being present, which is rangjin, which can, in this sense, means complexion. So your face has a complexion. The complexion shows the health hidden in the face. It's as if the secret of the face shines out through the complexion because somebody looks healthy or not healthy. Then, shining further through that, you have tukje, which often means compassion, but here means really the precise expression of the face. So if you're going to make contact with different people, you approach them in different ways. You maybe talk about different things. You try to find a way of making contact and getting on a wavelength with them. And that's compassion as it comes into the world. And that's demonstrated through how your eyes are, the shaping around your mouth, showing an availability. And you can see that in most people, if they go up and they see a little baby in a pram, their face is immediately altering. We have a baby-oriented face. it goes much softer. You don't stare at a baby. You can just look very gently. The baby looks out, oh, it all goes very soft. So that is compassion. That is to say, or in Dzogchen idea, it's more like co-emergence. I come into formation with you. So you and me together make this being with baby look. You and me together manifest as this being in love look, or being enemies look, or whatever it would be. There's a quality that manifests together, but that manifests out of the face. So you have the open potential of the face, the complexion, which is the beginning of the manifesting of the potential of the face, and then you have the specific arousal of the potential of the face in the gesture. So these are the three aspects of how the mind manifests, and they're pretty much a parallel for the three kayas of Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. Because the mind is empty, and it's radiant, or it has clarity. Clarity means that everything is revealed at once, and then inside that we move. Now, you could see that if my mind is not relaxed and open, if I'm kind of caught up in something, I'm concerned about something. So I don't have access to a panoramic potential. I'm organizing myself towards my particular concern, yeah? And that then leads me into an activity coming from me towards the object of my concern. Does that make sense? So I've blanked out a lot, not just of what's out there, but what's in here, because I'm over-mobilized. So this is how ignorance functions in the world. It starts with the foreclosure of there being something to protect. What is it we're protecting? Me. And who are you? Well, let me tell you. Off we go in our narrative. But who is that? When you try to actually find the unchanging form of that I, we find that it's empty. I am hot, I am cold, I am tired, I'm enthusiastic. I functions as a kind of doppelganger, as a kind of mystical twin for open awareness. Because open awareness has no form, no shape, no color, and thereby is able to show everything like the mirror. But I is the same. Oh, that was good. Had it up to here. No, no more. No, that was fine. That was lovely. No, thank you. Cake? Oh, well, don't mind if I do. How is that possible? Huh? Because I'm full stands in relation to what I can see on the table, and I've had enough of that. But now something else is arriving, and I'm arising fresh. Huh? So a self-definition is situational. The I which was full is now got a little bit of space. So everything we say about ourselves is true and a lie. It's true situationally, and it's a lie in that it's not really true, because it's just situationally true. If it's situationally true, it means that the determinant of what I feel, is not inside me. When the chocolate cake arrives on the table, somehow I can miraculously eat some. But I was full. So my fullness, which was me feeling full, is destabilized by something outside myself. I'm reconstituted in terms of my topology, my shaping, my potential, according to what's displayed. Does that make sense? So this is why we are unreliable creatures, because we form and reform in dialogue with the situation. The ego subject cannot be relied on. So in the Tantric tradition, we say there are 8 forms of Padmasambhava. Which is the real form? We didn't have a real form. The truth of Padmasambhava is the Dharmakaya. It doesn't have any form at all. He shows different forms according to circumstances. He shows millions of different forms. In fact, everything is a form of Padmasambhava if you're in that practice. There is no defining form of anything. Because you think you know something and you acquire information and then you're on secure territory and then you're not. So for example, we have tomatoes and you get different kinds of tomatoes. You get big buffalo tomatoes and wee cherry tomatoes and so on. But generally speaking, the mark of a tomato is when it's ripe and ready, it's red. And then you go to Spain and you go in a restaurant and they give you green tomatoes because that is their speciality. A tomato which is ripe when it's green. Category doesn't fit, different order. The ego mind is always trying to arrange things and have prediction of how things are. But if a tomato can defy its own definition, how much more can we? We are always slipping out of however we are defined. Would that be right? Which is why bullying and stigmatizing is so cruel and ludicrous and awful. Where somebody, especially like in a school situation, people start laughing at a particular child because they've got their number. And it's unbelievably cruel because subjects cannot be reduced to a definition. It is the death of the subject if somebody knows exactly who you are. Somebody can sum you up. So our freedom is our freedom to be fickle, to be changeable, to change our mind, or rather for our mind to show another modality of the ever-changing permutations of I, me, myself. If that richness of possibilities of I can really be recognized for what it is and lived, then you have the beginning of freedom to recognize the ground nature of the mind. If I can see that I am 100,000 people, then I'm not one person. So I comes after the fact. If this becomes clear to you, I think it's enormously liberating. I doesn't come before. I is not the ground. I is not the starting point. I is the conclusion. I like, I don't know, whatever I like. I like fresh goat's cheese. Maybe, sometimes, depends. Whatever we say about ourselves will be circumstantial. So, how could I define myself in relation to anything when it's always variable with the other? So, the world and me sometimes are fond of cream cheese. Emergence, this is procedure, this is the display of energy, the unfolding of energy. Who is the one who sometimes likes cheese? Me. How will I know if I like it? Well, I need to taste it first. The taste of the cheese tells me I like it today. I'm in the mood for this cheese now. So the cheese and me decide I like it. Or rather, the cheese and my mouth together decide I like it. The conclusion, I like this cheese, is a conclusion after the fact of tasting it, because I couldn't tell just by looking at it. So the narrative of self-appropriation is an unnecessary addendum. It's something which is tagged on to the sequential unfolding of interactive experience. The mind of the mirror and the mind of the reflection are the same mind. The reflection is the patterning of the energy of the mind as it unfolds. So again and again we come back to the point, if you don't settle into the openness of the mirror, all you've got is this flow of stuff. And it feels like stuff if you don't see that it's empty. It starts to get solid and real, and then there's a lot of stuff, and you've got to sort it all out. And that makes the mind work a lot. As we looked in the second form of ignorance, once you are cut off or that's an unhelpful way to describe it. Once the illumination of the ground is no longer shining forth, and there is a cover over, in this obscuration there is the appearance of a lot, and that lot is then sorted out in terms of the second level of ignorance, which is the naming and shaping and the beginning of the tagging of signs onto objects and onto subject. So now there's a huge compounded structure. The world is being compounded, that is to say, different elements are being brought together into juxtaposition like a Lego set. They're placed side by side to create the semblance of something solid, noble, and reliable. But what is it? It's just clouds. It's just reflection. But we'll only know it's a reflection if we understand the mirror. If you don't know it's a mirror, it's difficult. There's a wonderful old black and white movie I haven't seen for a long, long time, and it stars Dirk Bogarde as a rather nasty piece of work. And he's a young man with an older, I'm not sure, I can't even remember whether she's the lover or the boss in some way, but he sets it up to murder her. And I think it's set in Cornwall, where they've got very windy coastal road. And at a certain bend, there's a mirror. And he goes and he alters the angle of the mirror and cuts the brake on the old-fashioned car. And she sees this car coming towards her and swerves and goes over the cliff and dies. Well, if you don't know it's a mirror, what you don't know seems real. It's only a reflection. So it's just like that. We're caught in all this stuff. And so the more stuff there is, the more we work harder to make sense of it and sort it all out. So you can see how full of stuff we become in our life, how much information. You don't think how many choices you have for people to supply your water, your electricity, your gas, important decisions, who is providing your telephone, your broadband. As a consumer, you have a right to choose. That right to choose is an abuse. I don't care who provides the water. It doesn't interest me. As long as it's water, it's wet, that's fine. But we are pulled into making important decisions which are meaningless to us. In terms of the product, one kind of supplier of electricity is not giving you a different kind of electricity. So in that way, we become cheated into more and more mental activity to manage things which don't need to be managed, all presented as if this is empowering you as a consumer. And how many hours a year are spent working out all these nonsense things? Because each supplier does their billing in a different way, so how could you work out whether it's value for money or not? Huh? When I was at school, we had to learn this poem, He Fell Among Thieves. I don't know if you had to learn it as well. It's exactly like that. You fall among thieves. They take you over, they rob you and beat you up and then give you a bill for it. So all of this is to observe mental activity. Mental activity, what is it? Two answers are possible here. And this is what differentiates the practice of Dzogchen and some aspects of Mahamudra from other Dharma paths and from our general life. If you want to know what something is, you find out what it's called, the noun, and then you find out what its qualities are, and you elaborate. That's normally how we proceed. What is this? It's an orange. Oh, is it sweet or sour? This one's quite sour. Oh, is it a marmalade orange? Yes, it is. Oh, very good. So you get the noun, you get the qualifiers and the modifiers. And most Dharma understanding operates on that basis. The mind itself cannot be apprehended by nouns because it's not a thing. It's not amenable to capture in any way. So, what is the mind? You cannot see the mind, you cannot find the mind, you cannot buy the mind, nobody can give you the mind. It can't be pointed out by anyone because it's not a thing to be pointed at. The mind is here now. The mind is the ocean that you swim in. Just as the clouds move through the sky, our thoughts, feelings, memories are moving through the open clarity of the mind itself. So, if you want to find the mind, then you have to be the mind. You have to be the openness which invites the free movement of all the possibilities of energy within the mind. So this is the most important thing. And if we relax into that, then death is not such a problem. But if you identify aspects of the mind, your memories, your thoughts, your intentions, if we say, in this and all my future lives, may I remember the vows of a bodhisattva and work for the liberation of all beings. That's very nice. But it's a sequence of words forming sentences, forming an intention. It's completely dualistic. There are other sentient beings and I'm going to work for them. How will I work for them? Will I work for a butcher by sharpening his knife so he can cut the throats of sheep? Would that be a bodhisattva action? It would make the butcher happy, and it might make the sheep a bit happier because at least the knife's sharp. How do you help people? What is it people want? Can you ask them what they want? Can you give them what they want? Jesus said, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." So how will you help people? They don't know what they want, they don't know what they do. Oh, we'll decide for them. We'll take them to Dzogchen. Only one brochure. Dzogchen Holidays, the Pure Land of Amitabha. It's very, very nice. Excuse me, are there not some other brochures there? Couldn't I go to Zangdo-Paori? I hear it's quite nice too. Could I have 2 weeks in Zangdo-Paori and 3 weeks in Dzogchen? Would that be all right? So in Dharma, there's many, many possibilities of creating mental chaos. The main thing is, what is your mind? Is your mind a what? You have a mind. It's with you all the time, day and night. When you're happy, when you're sad, when you're busy, when you're lazy, when you're contented, when you're confused, it's always available. Because without it, you wouldn't be contented or confused, happy or sad. So you don't need any special help to find it. You just need to hang out with it and spend time with it. But if you devote yourself to thought production, memory control, and all the intentional products of creating edifices, life will go by and you will die. And the ground or the basis for all the experiences you've been through will not be available to you. So this is the central point of the Dzogchen understanding. Don't be deceived by your own mind. As some of you know, my own teacher, Jimmy Drigson, very often said about himself, he said, "I am liar number one, cheater number one." Now, if you know that about yourself, then you have the beginning of the possibility of practice. if you start to see how you cheat yourself, how you deceive yourself, how you tell yourself stories about what you're going to do and then you don't do it, and then you beat yourself up or you let yourself off the hook or this or that, and the whole of life goes by in funny game playing. Just don't judge, but observe. Then you see, oh, my cheating mind. And I cheat myself with illusions. Because what I cheat myself with is something which arises and dissolves and passes. And then it's gone. I turn illusion into delusion because I believe that the illusion is real. But the thing about an illusion, it's like Janus. It's two faces. It faces in two directions. I'm here and nothing's here. The mirage, here, not here. Nothing there, here, here, not here. So that's us. We get cheated by things that are not there, yet are there. But what we have to do is to tilt towards emptiness. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. We're tilted towards form. Everything in our education has been consolidating, making more dense, more intense. But it's illusion. It doesn't mean we don't have to do it. If you've got kids, you've got to help them with their homework, get them to school and all that. Keeping a life on the roads is a whole sequence of activity. But activity is the dynamic, playful unfolding of the energy of the mind. It's neither nothing at all nor something very real. It's the middle way. So that's the main point. Okay, so maybe we do a final sitting for today, because we have to end a little early for these people coming, and then tomorrow morning we meet and we do some more practice, and any more particular questions you have around death and how to bring this understanding into that situation. So the key thing for the practice is to have a sense of relaxation, of releasing fixation. Fixation on habitual patterns of arousal and so on. So we have our body, our energy manifesting through the breath and speech, and we have our mental experience. And these three operate together. So if the body can be still and the breath is flowing in an even way, and we can relax our dependency on thoughts, our tendency to take refuge in thoughts as if they were going to tell us the real truth or meaning of our lives. Thoughts are useful in terms of practical problem solving. You can think about where you've left your passport. You can think about how much money you need to have ready to pay the council tax bill that will come in soon. That organizing and planning of your relationship with the world is mediated through concepts. So on that level, they're very useful. However, thoughts can take on a life of their own. And then we're thinking for the sake of maintaining the apparatus of thinking. So the function of the meditation is to let go. And this is helped if you have some physical practice to do. In the Dzogchen lineages, there are particular kinds of yoga that you can learn. But in my experience of people practicing in Europe, I think the best thing is to adopt a form which is supported by some local group. So if there's a good local yoga group, that's fine. Or a Tai Chi group or a Kumye group. As long as you can get some support in doing the practice, it doesn't particularly matter what the form is, because they all go in the same direction. They're dealing with tension and release. Tension and release. And as you tense up, you're aware that you're tensing, and then you're aware that you're releasing. And what you become aware within any of these physical practices is how you have habitual forms of tensing that you're hardly aware of, and therefore you can't fully release. So if you're doing traditional yoga. You can begin and end with the corpse posture, the shavasana, where you're just lying, not doing anything, breathing in and out, but like a corpse. And for many people, that's the most difficult thing to do, because you can do the other asanas. You can bend, or you can hold the tension, or you can intend something. But in shavasana, there's nothing to do. And so in that way, it's very harmonious with the direction of Dzogchen. We don't need to practice doing to have intention and mobilization, but we want to see what is the ground or the basis out of which the intention arises. So in our understanding, that is the space of the mind, or the Dharma Dhatu, or emptiness. And so we only find the emptiness if we're not preoccupied. So anything that can help you not be preoccupied is very useful. So simple mindfulness, if you're washing the dishes or cleaning the bath or doing some work in the garden, again and again, bring your attention fully back to what you're doing, and then it's much more relaxing. Because if you're distracted, if you're thinking about something else, then your mind and body are splitting off. The body's carrying out actions in a quasi-autonomous way, while your mind is moving around thinking about other things. So if you bring your attention back and you're mindfully present with the simplicity of the task, that helps you to see the integration of body and energy and mental activity. So yesterday we looked a little bit at the nature of consciousnesses. And we actually only did 6 consciousnesses. We did the 5 sense consciousnesses and mental consciousness. There are 2 other consciousnesses, and they're important for thinking about death, particularly in its active form of killing. Because killing means to make something dead, whether it's killing mosquitoes, or killing animals in an abattoir, or killing soldiers in war, or killing people in a car accident. So we have the 5 senses feeding in, and the mental consciousness which organizes them. And that mental consciousness can be quite rational and clear, but the 7th consciousness is the consciousness which is the site of the imbuing of the moment with a flavor of the 5 poisons. So the 5 poisons are the movement of affective arousal which comes into our experience of what is arising. So the first of these is kind of mental dullness, or an opaque quality. Sometimes you translate it as stupidity. It doesn't mean stupidity in the sense of not knowing what day it is. It's not stupid in the way of not remembering the capital of France or Italy. It's not a loss of information, because you can be very, very intelligent and still be inside this kind of stupidity. It's a dullness which doesn't let you see the basis out of which things are arising. So, for example, I could say, well, I'm sitting here with you and I'm talking. The one who is talking is me. So, I am the doer of the talking. I am the talker. The agency is embedded in me. And we're used to that kind of description. That makes sense to everyone. Because when you're a child, you're told that you shouldn't fidget and you should focus your attention, and you learn to manage and control the organization of your bodily behavior and how you speak, and not to make too much noise if your parents are trying to talk together, whatever. So we learn a kind of adjustment, all of which is confirming I am the one who is doing these things. But if I'm talking, where does the talking come from? is there some little James, some homunculus living inside me that whacks the words out of my mouth? Who's doing the talking? I am aware that I'm talking, but I don't know what I'm going to say. So I'm finding the talking moving through what I would call me. Or the talking is an expression of me. But then, of course, when we look for who is the one who calls themselves me, what is the mind? And we think, does the mind have a shape? Does it have a color? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay? Does it go? When we investigate again and again, we see that there is no definable essence or substance. And so when I'm talking, the words are emerging out of, as it were, the sky within. Although there's no real division between inner and outer, it's as if from the inner space or the inner emptiness, the sound arises and moves into the outer space. We walk, moving with our inner spaciousness into the outer space. So movement is movement in space all the time. And when we say, I am doing this, I am eating, I am cleaning my teeth, this is a commentary, an interpretive narrative, which seems to be illuminating because it links us into culture and the normal way in which we as human beings make sense of what is going on. But it's actually an obscuration of the fact that this is arising by itself. So this is what stupidity means, is to claim agency and ownership for something about which you're actually only the observer. So in the Dzogchen tradition, we have two main aspects. Primordial purity, which in Tibetan is kada. Ka means from the very beginning, or like a pillar, something which is supporting everything. And that means pure. So pure from the very beginning means not created, not contaminated, not part of some compoundedness or interweaving. The mind is just open and empty. But this is inseparable from Hlundrup, or instant presence, or effortless manifestation. Hlun in Tibetan means a hill or a heap, and drup means to be made. So it's made all at once. It just is. There's a kind of instant presencing. Here we are, and everything's just here. And in that just here-ness is the field of our experience. So we're sitting here in the room, we see other people's bodies, we can see a bit of our bodies, we might see our knees or our hands. We have sensation arising, and we don't feel the sensation in other people's bodies, we just feel the sensation in ours. But what is the status of the sensation? It's something I experience. What is the status of seeing my hands? Well, that's an experience. Or seeing your faces, or seeing the color of your cardigan, or how your hair is today. Each of these are manifesting experiences. So you have a field of experience which is arising moment by moment in its particular configuration. And within that, we're moving in various ways. In the moment, most of us are being quite still. There's some movement with the bodies turning and so on. When we have a break, we'll get up, we'll go and make some coffee or tea or go outside, and then different movements arise. Each of these movements is a movement of the patterning of our energy in space. So if you see space and you see that space is shining as the presence of our experience, then you have clarity. But when you don't, when you lose touch with the space, then you're left with just a lot of stuff. And the stuff then gets interpreted because you've got to sort it out somehow. So life is happening. So it's a bit like volunteering in an Oxfam shop. You get all these big bags of old clothes, and you open the bag and you take them out and you think, oh, this is rubbish, recycle that one. Oh, we could get £5 for this. And that's what we're doing moment by moment. We have a selective attention. We're sorting out the stuff that's arising and attributing value to it according to our particular frame of reference. And this frame of reference is something we're constructing as well, because we see that other people are construing or interpreting or constructing the world in very different ways. How do they do that? How could they take that to be important? Actually, the question is, how do they take that to be important, and how do I take this to be important? That these are both gestures of organization and interpretation. And where do these gestures come from? They come from the ground. So Dzogchen, the ground is the most important thing. It's the primordial basis of everything. And if we're not aware of the ground, we just have stuff. So this stupidity or opaque quality or dullness is the stuffness of the world. I'm here. I'm inside me. That's our feeling, isn't it? I'm inside me, looking out through my senses, liking this, not liking that. I am the starting point of myself. We remember that we have parents. Today, of course, is Mother's Day. So, thank you, Mum. And so we have roots and we have origins, but actually, moment by moment, I'm just me. The feeling tone of being an individual self is to be somehow self-existing. I know I breathe in and out, and if I stop breathing, I'll die. But basically, I'm just me. Does that seem a familiar feeling? So that's really what stupidity feels like. Now, of course, when tick the box. Because it's a foreclosure. It's an encapsulation. Because I feel like me, and that feeling seems to be self-validating, it doesn't require any further investigation. It seems to be a done deal. It's just a given. Here I am. So why would I investigate it? So the meditation is the space of the opportunity to put into question, not in an intellectual way, but in a kind of revealing way, what is there. It's a way that lets us see the unfolding of the flow of mental experience, and to see whether there's any definite continuous self involved in that, or whether it's just streams of appearances arising and passing. But as long as we're in this cut-off, encapsulated individuality, I'm here in my body, and the one thing I definitely know is I'm not you. Whoever you are, you're not me. So self and other become an absolute separation or differentiation. Then looking at you, which could be people or houses or things in a shop, looking at these objects, we have two possibilities. Well, we have three possibilities. I like, I don't like, or I'm indifferent. So if you remember the 5 skandhas, the 5 basic organizing aspects of life in the general Buddhist tradition, the second one is feeling tone, positive, negative, neutral. A lot of what's here is instantly discounted. Nothing to do with me. So towards a lot of what's appearing in the world, there is a kind of numbness. Now, what is numb for me may be quite vital and alive for you. So I'm not at all interested in cars. So I don't look at cars except trying to avoid them hitting me. But people who like cars are checking out what's a new model of this and what kind of wheels they've got and this and that, because their attention is entrained to attributing value to that particular formation. So we all have that sort of selective attention. So the neutral is not very problematic, because if something is neutral to you, you don't develop an intention towards it. So if you don't develop an intention towards it, you don't mobilize towards it, and so there is no karmic consequence. And we looked at karma previously. But these other two, liking and not liking, lead into the next two of these poisons or afflictions, kleshas. And they are desire and aversion. Or it could be love, it could be longing, it could be yearning, it could be aversion, hatred, anger, disgust. It's wanting to push something away because the presence of this object is dangerous to me or contaminating to me or something unpleasant. And the other is, this object has value for me, I want to incorporate it in my world, I want to have access to it. So that's the great movement in the world that brings us into the endless busyness of our mind, a selective attention. I want more of this and I want less of that. And the kind of object that will take our attention will vary as we go through the various stages of our lives. When children are very small, they're drawn to particular kinds of toys, and then they become interested in other kinds of toys, and the first toys that were once the center of their world are no longer so central. And it moves on and on and on all through our lives. The kind of objects which hold our attention arise. Now, going back to stupidity, or this mental dullness, it's marked by the sense of lack. The ego is an orphan, an alien. It's lost its home. Its home is the open ground of being. And it's a fraud. It's riding on false papers. So, I am James. That's a forged passport. That's a name. What does James refer to? Well, the content of James is changing according to circumstances. So although I would go through time, through days and months and years, responding to the name James, James seems to be referring to me, but I am a fluctuating content. And so you never quite know what James is going to be. Well, I certainly don't know what I'm going to be. We are unreliable. The most reliable thing about me is my name. Isn't that amazing? Because our feelings change, our sensations change, our intentions change. We're affected by the weather, we're affected by who we're talking to, and so on. We're ceaselessly in interactive flux. That is to say, I am co-emergent. I'm interdependent with the field of experience. That's the phenomena of my existence. But I am James. I'm still me. So there's quite a tricky double move here in which I'm cheating myself by imagining that there is a substantial, essential continuity to myself underpinning what is going on, when in fact it's added on to the top. It comes after the fact of this endless change. And the endless change is not a problem, because when we open to the ground is truly stable. The open, ungraspable emptiness is not something other, it is the ground of our being. And when we rest in that openness, that indestructible Vajra openness, everything can be integrated, everything has its place. But when you identify with an ego that has a particular shaping, it's always insecure because it's not at home in itself. And that not at homeness needs, I need to complete myself. And I seek to complete myself by getting more of what I want and avoiding the things that would undermine my sense of self. So the ongoing editing of our interaction with the field of experiences is a way of maintaining our kind of best shot at the continuity of our ego self in a recognizable form. Does that make sense? So if something happens in our life, an accident or a diagnosis, we get a bit knocked off course. Because how can I incorporate the fact that I now have this disease or this condition into my sense of self? I'm now required to be more conscious of my condition, and that could affect our diet, it could affect how we need to sit, what sort of chairs we need, or what sort of supports we need. Because illnesses and the general collapse of the body lets us see that actually the body has always been dependent on the environment. Now, if I don't have my reading glasses, increasingly I just can't read what's in front of me. Me and the glasses means reading. Me without the glasses means sitting there with kind of a bit of an eye strained. I can't get through to what's there. Before I didn't need glasses and I just thought I can read. Me and a book and I'm reading. But of course it wasn't that. It's me, book, reading on the basis of breathing. If I wasn't taking the air from the world into my lungs, I would not be reading, even when my eyes were in tip-top condition. So I'm always in dependence. I need the air. I need to eat, I need to sleep, I need to drink, I need to shit, I need to piss, I need to get exercise, I need human companionship. I need a lot of things to keep this show on the road, but I'm just me. So the just me-ness of me is a way of ignoring my actual interdependence with the environment. And the more we see our interdependence, then of course we have to have gratitude for other people. Because I'm sitting here looking at you guys and you are my world. You're not some sort of optional extra. Because of you being here, I become me in this particular mode. My talking with you is dependent on you being here. So I am called into being in a particular way by you. And as we know, some people lead very isolated lives, not of their choosing, and gradually they find it more and more difficult to hold things together. We use solitary confinement as a deep punishment in prisons. Because if you have no stimulus, how can you hold yourself together? That's a very strong underpinning of the fact that individuality, autonomy, is a red herring, it's a delusion, it's a lure. We're actually in need of interaction with others because we are interactive. Why? Because we are energy in a field of energy. We're not some kind of monad, some kind of singularity. We are multiple because we have many aspects to our personality, many potentials, and these become evoked through the diversity of the interactions that we have with other people. So, desiring some things and hating other things arises from trying to keep this show on the road. So, we hear that somehow some aspect of the Russian Secret Service is abroad in Britain involved in poisoning. So I had a quick look at the television this morning at the news, and they were going through the different newspapers, And some of the newspapers are saying we've got to kick all these wealthy oligarch Russians out of the country because we want to have real independence. We don't want people, foreigners, interfering with our British way of life. But the fact is we need their money, so we want to hang on to them. So we don't like what they do, but we like their money. Oh, I think that applies to the Saudis as well. I think that applies to a hell of a lot of people that we sell our guns and bombs to, that we are divided. We're not really ethical. Because ethics would require one to think in a very clear way about the shaping of the situation and have one simple conclusion. You would speak truthfully with one voice, the voice of your heart. But we're not like that. We're duplicitous. We are doubled. We want the good things and we want to avoid the bad things. We don't want to become poor, so we have strange bedfellows. We're into surviving, which means scamming, double dealing, and cover-ups. And that's not just on the national level, it's on an individual level. We are all probably somewhat hypocritical because we've got to accommodate, we've got to make these moves. So that's how desire and aversion are moving. These are pulsatory. Desire and aversion is like a little two-stroke engine. Pum, 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 pum. Like, not like, not like. So we're interacting in this dynamic way with the world. And then, as the other main poisons, we have pride and jealousy. So pride is when we consolidate our sense of self and we think that we are something. Now, the old saying is pride takes a fall. And we see the dangers of hubris, the dangers of a kind of blind inflation in oneself, because what goes up must come down. Whatever is successful will not be successful. And so pride is an avoidance of the nature of causality and time. Everything is changing. Today's hero is unlikely to be tomorrow's hero. Every year, hundreds of thousands of books are published, and within 50 years, very few of them will still be available. Things move on. Lots of bands are playing in pubs and so on, but very few are going to make the big time. So people get very excited. Oh, we got our first gig. We're going to, and then it doesn't really go anywhere. But you have to believe in yourself. So pride is very tempting because it's a further sense of, I'm okay. And it can take quite a defensive turn. Jealousy is linked with envy. Envy tends to be a two-way or a two-person game in the sense of I'm envious of how you are. I'm envious of your skill in learning languages or whatever it would be. Jealousy tends to be more triangular. I have something, but what I have is in danger. So now we have the story in the paper of Colin Firth and his charming wife, and she's had an affair with some guy in Italy. That's painful. You and I have decided to be together, but you want to be with him as well. It means I'm not enough. So you, as the one who is completing me, are now turning your attention away from me, and therefore the stability of my sense of identity is being undermined, and I'm going to feel quite jealous. I want you back focusing all your attention on me. This person's an intruder, but they might not just be an intruder. I may be the extruded, because they may go into a new circle that puts me out. So jealousy is the feeling tone of the fragility of the fact that our identity is compounded. It's created due to causes and conditions, and it's not self-existing. So the big delusion for the ego is complacency, is to fall asleep on the job and to think, I've arrived. This is great, this is fine, this is sorted. But life goes on and there's new dynamics in relationships at every age. People in their 80s get divorced. You think, for God's sake, been together 50 years, what do you think would be better? Anything would be better. It's difficult. Life is not the way we want. So we go right back to the 3 marks of conditioned existence: suffering, impermanence, and the absence of inherent self-nature. The suffering arises from the delusion that we could stabilize the ever-moving surface of appearance. We're not in charge of the sensations in our body. We're not in charge of our physical health. We're not in charge of what thoughts arise or what feelings arise. Of course, you can, if you're preparing for an exam, you can try to orchestrate your focused attention to read the book and memorize the details that you'll have to regurgitate. But that lasts a very short period of time. Probably 2 months later, you will remember very little of what you were learning in that way. Mostly, thoughts are coming to us, feelings are coming to us. So these are the basic 5 poisons, and they're called poisons because they are against health. We're not healthy when we are caught up in these. Health is the state of integration, and integration is when manifestation or appearance or aliveness or clarity or vitality is inseparable from its own ground, which is emptiness, where the reflection and the mirror are recognized together. We become sick when we imagine that the reflection in the mirror has some kind of truth in itself, that we can create a representation which is continuous, or we can even use the representation as a double move, so that the representation becomes a kind of story which is not really me. And it doesn't really matter what story I have, because I have a separate existence. Like in the story with Oscar Wilde, where this man develops the understanding that the painting of Dorian Gray, the painting can contain the change. The representation can hold all the changing and the aging, while he himself steps out of that. Now, many of us may have that experience ourselves. We feel just me. And then we look in the painting, which for us is the mirror. In the morning, you look in the mirror and you think, who is that? That is me, but it doesn't feel like me. How come I look old when spring's in the air and I feel quite fresh? So the image is not who I really am. That's, I think, a common feeling as we get older. We can't recognize how we have turned out looking like this because we just feel the same. So there is a displacement between the presentation or the representation and the feeling tone. And we can't quite catch up with the fact that we are getting older. And therefore, the feeling of, I'm just me, is a delusion which can lead people into having accidents and making mistakes because they feel they still have the same physical strength that they had 20, 30 years ago, which is not the case. So these tendencies are 5 poisons, and they ripple out. You get in the text, you can get many different descriptions of patterns of how we become confused and mislead ourselves. But if we stay with these 5, when they're mixed in with our thinking, they seem to offer an intensification of clarity, because this is my friend and I like them or I love them and I wish them well. This is my enemy and I don't like them and I wish them harm. And that's a lot of what is going on. It's very clear that Britain's enemies are gathering around like vultures to eat us up after Brexit. The enemy tendencies were held at bay for many years because of the EU. The EU operates as a kind of referee that stops some of the more vicious fighting. But when the referee is no longer able to operate, we will really see we have a lot of enemies, a lot of historical things. Why? Because it's very easy to say, we don't like you. It's cheap and cheerful. Complex negotiations, I don't like you. Much easier to hate people. It solves problems, because if I hate you, I know that you're an arsehole. And that's all you are. Put you in a box. I hate you. I love you, you're so special. Put you in a box. Put you in a box. Get a new relationship. Oh, perfect. Introduce them to your friends. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. You don't understand what it's like being with them, because your friends see something you don't want to see, because you put them in a box. And that's why love and hate are so dangerous, because they're both modalities of blindness. So that's why these 5 poisons are dangerous. We think we have optimal clarity looking through a very opaque lens. And then the 8th consciousness is the alaya vijnana, or the ground consciousness. Now this ground is not the infinite open ground of emptiness. It's more like the ground of the ocean, which is covered in silt. It's a level of accretion of deposits. And it, of course, when you look at the bottom of the ocean, take a camera and you go down, you see the silt and it's what's there. And it looks like the ground. It is the ground, but if you stand on it, clouds of fine dust rise up. So there are different ways in which this is understood in different Buddhist traditions, but usually it's seen as an accumulated or a compounded situation in which there is a gradual build-up of trace elements of every experience that has ever occurred. And sometimes it's seen as a storehouse consciousness, a kind of universal bank vault where everything is some trace, or an archive where everything is held. Its actual nature, as the actual nature of everything, is emptiness. But it functions as a kind of holder. And so in some ways it's got some resemblance to some of Jung's ideas about archetypes and a kind of open psyche, a psyche which is not the individual mind, but is an informative force which might manifest in dreams and symbols and so on. So some of the time, I would imagine we've had the experience that in our life something arises in our mind and we can't imagine where it came from. It's just some kind of weird thing that comes in our mind. And that's because what I call my mind is not separated from everything else. Because I am an interactive creature through my body, through my speech, and through my mind, I have access to these resources. And the less I am caught up in my ego focus, the foreclosure of my own preoccupations, the more these other streams of information can arise for me. So for a lot of people, that main pathway is in dreams. You have really weird dreams. You think, what was that all about? Because in the dream, the ego is not in its defensive structure. And people who do a lot of meditation can develop a much more intuitive understanding. And what is intuition but a non-ego related way of knowing? You just know, and you don't know why you know, but it seems to ring true. Something comes to you. And of course, everything comes to us because we're not a little factory inside ourselves. We are more like a distribution point. You can see that. Certainly when I travel on the train, outside of the towns, there's some huge big warehouse, and it's got all these numbered doorways, 1 to 20 or 40, and these huge big trucks are outside. And that's a distribution point. Stuff is fed in there and then allocated and packed into the lorries for further distribution. And that's what we're like. Stuff feeds into us, gets moved around a wee bit, and then we package it out in different ways to different people. But we're not actually producing anything. We're communicating what comes in and what goes out. So, clearly, with these 8 consciousnesses, our felt sense that we are clear about what's going on is not necessarily very accurate. And so when we go to die, it's very easy to be in states of emotion, to have regrets at things that we've done, to be upset that other people will continue living and we won't live. You can read, unfortunately, on a fairly regular level of, and it's unfortunately, again, men who do this, men who kill their wife and then kill their kids. It was in the paper just the last week. A man stabs his wife to death, takes the kids in the car to the south coast, takes the kids and jumps off the cliff. If I can't have you, no one else will. Just imagining what that would be like to be in that state. To be so obsessed, so cathected, so merged into this emotional turmoil and this belief, this hatred and this desire and this jealousy, and it's all just a fuck you. And the kids have got to die as well. This is not at all uncommon. If I'm going to die, everything's got to die. Everything's got to vanish. So, killing arises very easily in this world. Killing, ding, ding, ding. Killing arises because the object is denied subjectivity. And in fact, if I manage to kill someone, I make them a permanent object. When you die and you become a corpse, in our culture, we don't want to keep our corpses at home. We could have them desiccated and then have just a kind of dried out mummy. Some cultures do that, keep them wrapped in plastic and relate to that, but we tend not to do that because the living person, the subject, has vanished and we're left with an object. And we don't want the object. Because what would you do with an object? And that's the same if you kill someone, you turn their subjectivity into something vanished and you're just left with an object. You cut off their life force. Why would you do that? Because if you're alive, you might hurt me. You might be more successful than me, so I would feel envious. You might do all sorts of things. But if you're dead, no trouble, no disturbance. The death of my enemies is my safety. We know that has happened with genocides. I can only be free if you're not there, because your very presence is disturbing to me. So there you see the perversity of the perversity of the misreading of dependent co-origination. The fact that we are interactive beings, and that this is our very nature, and it's a terrible thing not to be disturbed by other people. If nobody makes use of you, you are useless. Now, we might think, well, I don't want people to use me. But actually, if nobody uses you, if you have no use, it's pretty bleak. It's nice to be useful. I remember when I used to see my mum when she was very old, and she'd say, oh, right, Jimmy, I want to give you a wee bit of money. And she'd go in her purse and there'd be nothing there, because she would always just give the money away to people. And they just, I don't even have any money. How come I don't have any money? Oh, well, Mum, you know. But I'm your mother. I'm your mother. It's like that. It's like, I can't do that for you. And then she would get very sad. Oh, it's okay, Mum. You did all this, and we used to do that. And tell her a story, and she'd come a wee bit more back into herself. But it's something quite bleak, isn't it? I can't do anything. Everybody does everything for me. It can be quite a humiliating kind of feeling. So being useful, being of use, is enormously important. And being of use means to be connected with other people. And it also means to have the plasticity that I can formulate myself into the shape that will give me an optimal connection with you, so that I'm useful to you. Because if I just was a stookie and kept my own fixed shape, then it wouldn't be very helpful to other people. So it is my flexibility, my plasticity, my adaptability that is the basis of love or compassion or connectivity or caring or helping. It's the fact that I am not fixed that makes me useful. And that's an amazing thing. So the 5 poisons operate as a restriction on that, because they are the voice of the anxious ego that wants to maintain a fixed shape. But I'm just me. So if I can dominate and control the situation, then you won't make me do things, and I'll be the master, I'll be the boss. But it's quite bleak at the top. If you've ever been a manager in an organization, it's very lonely. Everyone else is having a wee blether and you walk into the room. I'm just me. Oh no, you're not. So power can, by excluding you from a certain communality, is often a burden to be borne. So the more we try to be the one who makes things have the shape that we think they should be, we're de facto attacking the freedom of people to make their own shapes. This is the new decision, the new pro forma that's come through from the head office, and this is how we're going to operate from now on. Really? A little bit of sabotage goes on, some resistance in the system, because we want to have responsiveness. We want to be able to have a mind of our own, a body of our own, emotions of our own, whereby we can relate. So the 5 poisons become a limiting factor to the possibility of trusting the free flow of interaction. That people, if given freedom and not too much direction, but with their freedom, the encouragement to pay attention to other people, something good will come of that. It's the basis of group therapy. In group therapy, you sit in a group, first you're just strangers, and gradually you find a way of having a conversation. You find a way of relating to people who are not like you, who say things that you don't particularly appreciate or like. But after some time, if you hang in there and you give attention to them, you start to, at first you're giving attention to what they're saying as it impacts you. Then you start to give attention to them as the speaker, and then somehow you give attention to them. And what they're saying doesn't matter so much because you've now got the feeling tone of a person. And then the group really starts to function and become supportive. Some of you may have experienced that. But that means not entering into judgment about the other person, not having a premature conclusion about who they are and whether you like them or you don't like them, but it's giving them space. Now, to give someone space means I have to find space in myself. So if I'm more relaxed and spacious, in that space, they have more space to be themselves, and then we all loosen up. So in terms of death, the flexibility and the malleability that arises from connectivity, compassion, caring, involvement is actually a very useful way of entering into the domain of wisdom, which would be letting go of everything at the point of death and opening into the ground spaciousness. So in that way, compassion feeds into wisdom and wisdom supports compassion. Are there any thoughts about that? Any things you want to raise or your own experiences? Yeah.
So you've been describing the different consciousnesses, the structure of our being that we're living through, and how that hides our ground nature. The practice is sort of poking holes through to that structure. Is it to make that, because we do have to live through these consciousnesses, is it a sort of trying just to relax that to get the space coming through? Is that an accurate sort of metaphor, or is there the intention coming from the ground itself?
Well, everything has the same ground. So everything is the display of the ground, and you can track anything through to the ground. So it's not that you have to change your behavior. Of course, in the general Buddhist teachings, the Mahayana Buddhist teachings, it gives a lots of encouragement to develop love and compassion and goodwill. But in a sense, it's a bit like moving the deck chairs on the deck of the Titanic. This body's going to sink. This body's heading to oblivion. And so, what is this boat? So, say you're very selfish. You can sit in the meditation, and because you're generally selfish, some selfishness arises. So, you stay with the selfishness, not merging into it, not stepping back from it and trying to avoid it, but you just... Now you see what is selfishness. Selfishness is a potential pattern of energy. That's all it is. And I become selfish when I merge into selfishness. Or if your tendency is to be angry, angry thoughts arise, you stay present with that. And this with is quite a difficult concept. In Tibetan it says toktu, which means kind of on top. But the image again would be the mirror and the reflection. To really be present, we have to be like the mirror. So a thought is arising. We think a reflection arises in the mirror. The reflection is not the mirror, because you turn the mirror around and that reflection goes and another one arises. The reflection is in the mirror. The angry thought is in me, intimately, but I'm not the angry thought. So I don't have to get rid of it because it's not me, but I have to not fuse with it. So it's really this balanced fulcrum point. I'm not tilted away from it. I'm not tilted to merging into it. I'm just with it. Anger is arising. Then maybe jealousy's arising, then maybe boredom's arising. All kind of things can arise. Now, if I have a distaste, if after the feeling of jealousy, there's a distasteful feeling, I don't want to be like this, what has happened? A thought is now entering into judgment on another thought. And if I keep doing that, then I have an endless ricocheting between self as subject and self as object. Because the jealous thought arises, me, I'm not like that. I don't want to be like that. So now what was me, the jealous thought, is now object, and I'm now the judging subject. I'm not going to be like that anymore. And then there's another thought that says, oh, but we were looking at how judging's not very helpful. So now Dharma thought as subject is looking at judging thought as object. And you get this kind of like Russian dolls endlessly, more commentary and more commentary and more commentary. And there's no end to that commentary. So if you take up a position and you try to correct or try to improve your mind, it's just more production of busyness, which on an ethical, dualistic in the world with other people is not a bad thing to do. It's not about being self-indulgent. But in the meditation, we want to be with what is occurring, letting it occur without identifying. And that is very tricky. It's balance. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. When you learn to ride a bicycle, you tend to go to one side or the other. And you're often trying too hard because you haven't felt through your body and through the bicycle what balance is. Now, before you got onto a bicycle, you were a wee toddler. To toddle is to kind of waddle, isn't it? When you see little ones and they're just starting to stand up, they're pretty unstable, and then they run a bit and then they fall down because they haven't kind of worked out what is balance. They have an enthusiasm which leads to a self-forgetfulness, so they fall over. So learning to ride a bicycle, you have to feel the bicycle. You have to incorporate the bicycle as part of yourself and not dominate it. Otherwise you do too much. Does that make sense? So it's the same way. This balance point of being with what is arising is very subtle. And the more I try to do it and to make it, I'm taking up a position. I am now the controller of the content of my mind, and so I lose the point of balance. So that's why we say it's about releasing and relaxing. Releasing the busy arousal that it's all up to me and I have to do it. And relax so that we let it happen, but we're present with the happening. So that's quite an unusual way of going. So of course, again and again, we merge into it and we get distracted and go off on a riff, or we come back, and then if we start to go into a judgment, we then think about what has just happened, which of course doesn't help. So the instruction is always be very tender with yourself, very gentle and kind. Just as you would with a small kid, you say, oh, accident, these things happen, never mind, sweetie, I'll wipe it up. And life goes on. But if you get into blaming the child because they've done something that they couldn't really help, all you get is retraction in the child and distrust. So it's the same for us. We have to not be on our own case, because if you're on your own case, a good part of you is located as the judge. And the judge is separate. It's very important in countries to have uncorruptible judges. There's a big theme in Italy, bribing judges. The mafia getting in there and slipping in the envelope. So if you have an incorruptible judge, it's a wonderful thing. But that means the judge stands alone. The judge seems to speak the truth. And that's what the ego judge position is like. But it's a lie. The judging will always be in the domain of duality. These apples are not good. Well, that's a useful thing to know in the world. I don't want to buy these apples. Look at them. Why are you trying to sell me this stuff? It's rubbish. Come on, give me a proper apple. No, if you don't want to get cheated, you have to have some discernment. But I see the apple is not good. Subject is here, apple over there is the object, and I'm putting a judgment onto it. In Buddhism, these are called the three wheels, and the movement of these three wheels together is what keeps the movement of samsara going. Subject, object, and the connection between them. So if you rely on internal judgment as your corrector, you are maintaining a dualistic stance. Now, many people, especially older people, were brought up where there was still quite a lot of parental opinion or super-ego structure in society. Kids got told off a lot. They were being corrected all the time and taught to do things the proper way, according to the family structure. That's softened in the culture. But when you have a strong judge, you can always evaluate, am I doing it right or wrong, good or bad, right, wrong, duality, polarity. Letting go of that is difficult. So the primordial Buddha in Dzogchen is Kuntu Zangpo. Kuntu means always, Zangpo means good. Always good. Everything is good under all circumstances. So being clear is good, being unclear is good. But we want to be clear. The way to be clear is not to try to be clear. Because if you separate clear and unclear, you have relative clarity, which is always in danger of darkness taking it over. Yeah? Because it's arising due to causes and conditions. But non-dual clarity arises when you see whether I'm generous or selfish, whether I'm cruel or kind. Cruelty is empty. Kindness is empty. This is not a prescription for behavior in the world. It's an encouragement in meditation not to enter into judgment, but to be present with the mind as it is, so that the empty nature of the manifesting forms can become clear. So that you see, for example, today it's a little bit cloudy, but maybe some big dark clouds arise. You think, oh God, it's going to rain again. So we say the light fluffy cloud is good and the dark cloud is bad. Both are clouds. They have no substance to them. If you get in an airplane, you can just go up through the cloud. There's no resistance, there's nothing there. It's just little droplets of water hanging in suspension. So in the same way, when you see a cruel thought is empty, it is a potential which will be activated if you enter into it. But, and that would be reinforcing it, so we'd think, oh, I don't want to do that. But if I think this is a cruel thought, this is a bad thought, I have to avoid it, you're also reinforcing it. Does that make sense? Because rejection is also pushing something. So if I push the wall behind me, as we learned when we were at school, the wall has to operate an equal and opposite force. Otherwise I push the wall over. So if I push towards the bottle of water on the table, the bottle will fall over because it doesn't have the capacity to operate an equal and opposite force, but the wall does. Yeah? That is to say, I'm rejecting the bottle of water, and I'm putting my energy into it such that it falls over. I'm reinforcing the energetic field of the object. Does that make sense? Because this is very important. So, we do nothing, but we are present. Presence is not an activity, it is an availability. We're here. So, The outer preparation for that is to generally be mindful of walking, of talking, of how you drink a cup of tea and so on. But it's ordinary mindfulness is still quite dualistic. I am mindful of what is going on. But the more subtle form of that is to recollect, just to be present. Here I am. Not as I am, but just here, just present. So that's why we sit, just open. And of course, a lot of the time we identify with things. If you identify with your body, then there's a kind of background sense, I'm sitting here trying to meditate. That's a construct. That's something you are telling yourself. You're explaining to yourself what is going on. I, as subject, am telling myself a story. Subject tells a story to object. Then the story ends. Then you're just here. And then another story catches you. And then the story vanishes. And the more you can see how you're caught up in the story, the easier it is not to get caught up in the story. And then you stay more balanced and grounded. All sorts of things are coming and going. And it is what it is. So a noise goes, a thought could arise, oh, that's a mobile phone. Why don't they turn their phone off? Blah, 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 blah. Whole riff of thoughts. Oh, it's just a noise. What is it? It's a noise. It is a noise, that's all. It's just a noise. The rest is our interpretation and mental elaboration. So this is the heart of the Dzogchen meditation. Less is more. If the ego does less and less and less to the point that it does nothing, then it becomes inseparable from the ground awareness, and so Rigpa shines forth, awareness shines forth like the sun in the sky. But the more ego is in its selectivity, accepting this, rejecting that, trying to formulate the world according to its own interests, dispositions, habit formations, then the ground is covered, it's opaque. And what's it covered with? Our own projections, our own beliefs. I'm like this, I like this, I don't like that. Is that clear? So, luckily, we have this recorded both in video and audio recording, and you might, if it takes your fancy, you could listen to this again and again. Just listen to a bit, stop, examine your own life, do a bit of practice and think, is this true? Is what James is saying, does it illuminate how it actually is for me? And if you're interested, you can look in the book Simply Being, and it has 3 chapters on meditation and meditation problems. And the meditation problems are always in the format of, I can't get beyond this limit in my meditation. I become angry or I become jealous. And the instruction from great yogis like Patrul Rinpoche is always, don't enter into what is arising. The problem is your identification with the emergent form. Relax and stay present, and the emergent form will manifest its own empty nature. So you don't have to purify the mind, because everything has been pure from the very beginning. What you have to stop doing is spraying pig shit over everything. Okay, let's have a break. Let's have a short break, because we don't have so much time. If we have a break for 20 minutes, please. So in terms of preparing for death, when you wake up in the morning, first thing, without moving, if you're just lying in bed, just relax into the out-breath and remain relaxed and spacious for, as you can manage, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. You might have a very busy life and be called forth, or if you have young children, they might come into the bedroom. If the young kids come in, you put an arm around them, take them into the bed, and just be quiet together. And then life goes on. So in this calm state, it's open. And from the openness, the formation of the day begins. So manifestation is within openness. The key thing is not to split stillness and movement, or openness and content. Because if you go from one to the other, now you've got a polarity, now you've got the duality, and then you're thinking, oh, I wish I could spend more time in bed, because I want a compensation for the need to arouse myself to deal with all the tasks of the day. Now you're already into adjusting and directing and editing. So relax in the out-breath, then you're just lying there. Sensation arises, sounds arise, and so on, arising and passing. And then you enter into the day. Now, how does that occur? How do you get out of bed? You let getting out of bed occur. You move, one leg goes over, your legs are dangling out of the bed, and you stand up. And then this happens, and then that happens. And you move your foot to get it into your slippers, and then you get to the bathroom, and you have a pee, and you are in interaction. So yourself and the world are moving together. This is the most important thing, because if you start from the position, I have to do this, then your conceptualization is from the inside to the outside. The world is out there, I'm in here, and I've got to put the kettle on, and then I've got to do that. And so you're experiencing yourself mediated through the notion of a separate ego. You can perform exactly the same activities in a softer way by you walk towards the kettle, you lift it up to see if there's water, pour out yesterday's water, put in some fresh water. Just the sequence of... So as you lift the kettle, you feel the weight. So you have tendons, you have muscles, you're registering that, and then you go to the sink, you turn the tap. Depends on the kind of tap you have. So I'm turning the tap, mastery. I'm turning the tap according to the kind of tap I have, collaboration. Does that difference make sense? The world is showing you how to behave. If you've got boots, you might have a zip to pull up. If you've got shoes, you might have laces to tie. What your hands do, how the muscles in your arm move, is in relation to the shoe. So when we organize everything in terms of this monologic kind of, I am doing this, I have to do this. Subject is acting on object, but actually the shoe is calling you into a communication. The tea is calling you into a communication. So you're working with the tea. You're working with the water. Because the kind of tea bag that you buy, if you use ordinary tea bags, might depend on the kind of water. Some tea bags are especially suited to hard water. If you have hard water, if you have soft water, you might use something else. It's communication. It is collaboration. I am collaborating with the shape of the world. And what that does is it creates a sense of inclusion. And then you step out your front door into this world and you're included already within it. Rather than thinking, who are all these people? What are they doing? Why is that? What? Because these sort of thoughts separate you further and further from what's going on. But also, in the early stage, a very useful reflection is to think, this is the last day of my life. So I'm going to spend today saying goodbye. So I say, goodbye teacup. Now, you can't say goodbye to the teacup without looking at the teacup. You lift the teacup, goodbye teacup. Oh, I'm registering the teacup. So the thought, this is the last day of my life, is a support for being mindful. Goodbye shoes. Goodbye maybe partner or friend. Goodbye stairs. Goodbye. So I'm connecting and thinking, this may be the last time I see this. What am I seeing? This may be the last time I hold this. What am I holding? I'm here. This is here. Here I am. So now you've got the vitality of live presence in the world. Rather, the big danger for us is automatic pilot. That we're just going through the motions because we've done it so many times before and we don't need to think about it. Well, we don't need to think about it, but it does help if we're present with it. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The fact that you can do it in your sleep doesn't mean you should go through the day asleep, but being present, being connected and aware. And really observing. Not observing out onto the object, but observing yourself in relation to the world. In the Dzogchen tradition, there are many different kinds of meditation. And if people have a lot of time, I'm happy to show some of these. But actually, the world will show you if you give yourself to the world. Because most of the different kinds of meditation, there are things that you do, making particular sounds or gestures. You make it for a while and then you stop and you see what is arising for me as a consequence of this. But you can do that through the day. So, for example, you can observe a tree. And you can let the tree, as it were, come to you, or you can go out and tell the tree what it is, or you can receive the tree. And if you receive the tree, it touches you, it impacts you. Me and tree, tree and me, what? How? Then me and car, car and me. How? How is this? Something has happened. If you get into a car, look at how many things happen to bend your body, to tilt your head, to get into the seat, to turn, to get the safety belt, to pull it across your chest. There are a lot of movements going on there. You can be present with these movements. How do I feel doing this? I was standing in the street. First I was walking, then I'm standing in front of the car, I'm opening the door, I'm doing this. It's a whole sequence of movements, each one of which is bringing me into a different relationship with the world. How is this? Staying present with the process of the unfolding of experience moment by moment is again and again a way of massaging softness into the rigidity of the perception of self-existing entities. Because you can say, I'm getting into the car. There's me and the car, and now I'm in the car. And the car's a car. But how is this carness? Different cars have different kinds of seating. We're all different heights, so sometimes the car's not quite easy for somebody to see in through the windscreen and so on. This is you. This is your life. I am coming into manifestation. I am becoming this and then this and then this in dialogue or interplay or interrelation with what's going on. Now the meta commentary, the sort of overarching commentary on the top is, I'm just sitting in the car. But better go. There's nothing to consider because I've done it before. That's what we were looking at just before the break in terms of mental dullness or stupidity. Because you're not registering the actuality of the situation. Here I am. What is this? Sensation in my buttocks, sensation in my legs because I can't extend my legs. I've got them at a particular angle. My knees are giving messages. A lot is arising. This is life. I am embodied life with my senses. So hopefully you can see the relationship of this to the sitting practice that we do through our open senses. Experience is arising ceaselessly, and we are present. Presence, if we really relax into it, doesn't change, and experience is always changing. Presence is hidden by conceptualization, and the ceaseless flow of experience is hidden by conceptualization. Conceptualization is like a wall, an opaque wall that hides in both directions. You don't see the open ground of presence, and you don't see the particularities of what's arising in the moment. So anything can remind you, oh, it's just this, it's just this. Just this. Whatever it is, just this. You have to go into a hospital, go through the swing doors, can be aware of maybe some anxiety or fear, or there's a particular smell in the air. You look at the people, you see the nurses are quite happy, they're all chatting because they're not sick, and you see the patients, they're all looking a bit, woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, then you have, oh, this is what is arising. Having a thought about it doesn't really do anything, but oh, this is this, this is this. Because when we move into death, the capacity to maintain the overarching narrative goes down. If you sat with people who are dying, they're not giving an overview about their existence. That vanishes, and they're just there. There's just breath. The eyes looking out. Then the breath starts to change, going into this chain breathing. I'm vanishing. That is to say, they can't hold themselves together through a conceptualizing of identity or the performance of a narrative account of what's going on. These two capacities are dissolving. And it may be that a lot of the time in our lives we don't actually need these capacities. These abilities actually are an obscuration, but in our dualistic world they appear like a clarification. So we could see the difference. Now, actually, if you're just sitting in the car and you're in touch with what's happening in your body, to most people looking from the outside say, hey, what's happening? What are you doing? Why don't you start the engine? Let's go. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. You're receiving what is. This is the happening. And say, oh, moment by moment, this incredible richness of life is happening with me as part of it. I'm on the inside. This is the integration of subject and object. And you can drive the car exactly in that mood. It'll make you a careful driver because you're very attentive to everything that's going on. You're not spacing off in thoughts. You're just here. And here is dynamic and interactive so that the presence, unchanging, is not interfering with the movement of subject and object as you overtake a car and then you park. Subject and object are movements of energy within the mirror of the mind. The clarity of awareness is not the subject, but the more you allow yourself to be present as the subject, you start to relax into open awareness. Does that make sense? So that's what you can continue all day long, whatever you're doing. And when you get distracted and you find yourself kind of alienated from presence and you're just thinking about things or making lists, or you're sitting in a meeting and you find yourself doodling because you're bored with what people are saying, oh, this is suicide. I am killing myself while I'm alive. I'm not here. But it's boring being here. Now, why is it boring? Boring is our inability to inhabit the situation. Because we don't like it, or we don't like what the other person's saying, or I've had enough of it. So we are installing a limit that causes us to not give our full attention to what's there. But what is there? What is there is not our concept about what is there. What is there is what is showing itself. So we can pay attention to the postures and gestures of people in the meeting. In the meeting, we can listen to somebody's voice, even if they're incredibly boring and tedious, and you've heard it before and you don't want to hear it again. You're not hearing, you're interpreting. What do we hear? We hear sound. We interpret sound as information. If that person was speaking in, I don't know, Portuguese, we probably wouldn't understand what they were saying. But they speak in English, we know English, so English is a kind of catching capacity. This sound which comes out can now be comprehended, first of all apprehended and then comprehended by me, because I understand English, they're speaking in English, and we can get a fit. But what did I hear before I interpreted? Sound. So in the Tantric tradition it says, after you do the dissolving practice and you're entering into identification with the deity, all sound is the mantra, the sound of mantra, the sound of sound and emptiness. Mantra means mind protector. It means it's a sound which has an energetic presence, but the semantic content is not so important. So if you stay just with sound, you can listen to any old garbage. Listen to politicians. Why do you get upset hearing these particular politicians? Because of the working of your own mind. What they say is sound. Sound and fury signifying something. But we are Buddhists. So what we hear is sound and fury signifying nothing. We are punished by something and we are liberated by nothing. It's just sound. It's just sound. Sound is movement of energy. It's vibration. We remember that from school. The vibration in the air comes in your ear and sets off this vibration. That's all it is. We go into the interpretation of that. So that's our positioning. So I don't need to go into the interpretation. Of course, our interpretations have become habitual to us since we first came into language when we were 2 and 3 years of age and we started to swim in this ocean of conceptualization. It's become second nature to us to think that we hear what people are saying. But when somebody speaks, as I'm speaking just now, I'm sending out vibrations which can only be picked up by you if you have English language receptors. If you don't have that, you won't be able to pick it up. So we have receptors that operate in terms of the pitch of the sound, as we know with dog whistles, but in terms of the sound being able to be interpreted. It is a mental activity. So it's very, very useful, especially if you're traveling in the train and some bugger's on their mobile phone. It's very useful just to not enter into a reaction to it, not sort of blank off to try to avoid it, but just to hear, oh, this is sound. Because what's annoying is that you can sort of hear what they're saying. So either you want to say, shut up, or could you speak louder? Because this is quite interesting. But it's just sound. Just sound. So when we see things, people's behavior, throwing rubbish on the street and so on, it's just patterns of color. But they shouldn't do that. But they're not thinking that. I'm thinking that. So who is being disturbed? Me. How could they do that? They just did it. So there's a lot of mental activity which gets us aroused as if we should do something and something should be done, but we don't do it because we don't really have social permission anymore. And all that's happening is we're distressing ourselves. And we're caught up in a flow of concepts and not registering the immediacy of the light shining on the puddle. If we were 3 years of age and we had little red rubber boots on, that puddle would be very, very important. We would need to jump up and down in it until all the water was splashed out of it. But we look at the puddle and we don't register it. So that indicates again and again that meaning in the world is projective. It's associative. It's not inherent and it's not intrinsic. So this is the basic freedom. I don't have to align myself in identification with the current projection which is arising in my mind. If there is something to be done, if it is a workable situation, of course we mobilize ourselves and we say something or we do something. But a lot of the time we start to heat up or mobilize inside, but because we can't express it, we retroflect it, we turn it back into ourselves, and it sets the wheels running. Does that seem to link with your experience? And then all you have is agitation and disturbance, and more preoccupation, and more sensitivity to reactivity about the behavior of others. So again and again, stay with the senses as they are. Just what is being received. Not what, actually, what isn't the right thing to say. Something is there. The what comes when you come into some identification or naming or value judgment of it. But in fact, it's not even a somethingness. There's an appearance or a communication or a contact. And you're in connectivity because it's arrived. And then you like, don't like, want more of, want less of, and so on. But it's actually arrived. Sound comes to us, and then we think, well, why are they saying that? Well, it's already in. So if you stay just with the freshness of the arrival, maybe there's nothing much to make sense of it. Because the judgment is the allocation of the meaning, and this is what consciousness does. Remember, the meaning of consciousness in the Tibetan language, Nampa Shepa, is knowing shapes. It's formulation, it's organization, making sense of things. But prior to that, there's just knowing. The mirror just receives everything. So you will smell, you will taste, you will hear, but less obligation to do something with it, less reactivity. And so there's more space. And when there's a appropriateness of responding, a response will arise. But basically, more calm, more clear. Okay, we have a little time for some more questions, if there are, before we do some final meditation. Yeah?
Could you do mindfulness of telly or watching a film?
Okay. Well, generally, mindfulness is both connective and disconnective. It's connective in that you're giving your attention to something, but as it were, you're giving your attention to the surface of the thing. A film's only going to work for you if you suspend disbelief, if you give yourself to it. So a film that doesn't hold your attention becomes an annoying or a boring film. But if you suspend disbelief and give yourself into it, the subject that gets involved with the play of the movie has less mindfulness. So mindfulness, in a dualistic sense, from a subject who is mindful about an object will not be maintained if you're watching a movie. However, the awareness of the ground or rigpa is also a mindfulness. In the Tibetan language, they use the same term, dramba, which means sati in Pali, or mindfulness. But here it means to recollect. That is to say, to collect yourself back into the awareness of the ground, not to go out into identification with whatever's emerging. So, you do your bit of practice, you press a button, movie comes on. Just as when we're sitting here, we do the practice and you're aware there's tension in the muscle in your legs, you feel your back in the back of the chair, you have thoughts, you have feelings, you see people moving in the room, there's shifts of color, someone's phone starts to ring. Subject and object are arising together within the mirror of awareness. But if you fuse into identification as the subject, I like this film, and in that identification you stay in it, you forget the open ground. The open ground is always there because that is the ground. You don't have anything without the ground or the source or the base. But you can deny it. It's just this. I'm just here with this. But I'm just here as a thought. So my immersion in the movie is a giving myself into fusion. Now the practice says, don't fuse and don't step apart. Don't merge into things, don't grasp at things, and don't reject them or abandon them, but stay present. So if you stay present, you really, it's actually quite a good thing to do. You really can see, I am not the subject and I am the subject. So the expressive quality of me as me coming into the world is me. I like this movie. I don't like every movie. Sia Lama liked avocados and wonton soup. Namkai Norbu likes Brunello de Montalcino. Very nice wine. So everybody likes something. Enlightened people like things as well as other people. I shouldn't think the Karmapa would like haggis, for example, or black pudding. So there is a particularization to our energy as it manifests in the world. So I am somebody who likes this. This is a thought, an energetic formation arising within the field of awareness. It's not either or. It's not that you leave spaciousness and enter into the world of duality. Everything comes from the same ground. So, this relates to what we looked at yesterday. There are these three aspects to our mind or awareness. The first aspect is the openness or the emptiness. When you look for the mind, you don't find anything. There is no substance or essence or any definable characteristic. But it's not nothing at all because here, presence. And with this presence, you have clarity. And the clarity is the revealing of everything all at once. And within this field of clarity, there is movement. Everyone in this room is moving in one way or another. You can scratch your ear or adjust your back or whatever it is. We're all moving within the field that we are part of. And the field that we are part of is the clarity or the display of emptiness, which is the ground. So, as I move in relation to the movie, I'm in the movie. It's a good movie. Pity the popcorn's finished, but anyway, we'll keep going. So I'm in the movie. And presences can be here. So I'm open, I'm in the room, the television's on, and I'm in the movie. These three things are inseparable, except 1 and 2 vanish, and I'm just in the movie. Why? Because of forgetfulness or ignoring. I ignore where I am. I give myself into this situation. Where am I? I'm watching the telly. You're in the room. Where's the room? It's in the house. Where's the house? In the street. Where's the street? In the town. Where's the town? It's always here. And where is this? It's all in space. So in space, there is the clarity of the infinity of whatever's arising, within which there are the micro gestures of this moment. And our work is always to bring ourselves into, relaxing into the integrity of these three. We're not integrating them. We are ceasing to disintegrate them. From the very beginning, these three modes have been inseparable, but because we don't attend to space, because of the fixation that we have on somethingness, that creates a disintegration. Now, this disintegration arises in the manner of a dream or like a mirage. It appears to be the case, but it's not really the case, because you're always somewhere. The decontextualizing of experience that comes with people talking on their mobile phones on the train. They get into the conversation, they forget they're on a train. This is a public space, it's not a private space. But you're making the public private by denying the existence of other people. It's an annihilatory gesture. In fact, it's a gesture of hatred and contempt. But it's commonplace now, because hatred for people is pervasive. We're not like the French that go marching in the street and the farmers come and dump their cow dung in the Champs-Élysées. We just hate each other in a quiet, nasty way. Unpleasant. Vive la France. So we abandon ourselves because we don't recognize that as me. So this is the problem in the meditation. You sit to meditate, a thought arises, you think, oh, my little friend, hey, let's hang out together. Because you know what to do with a thought. And then the mind's a bit more spacious. What next? Anything happening? And then, of course, something happens. The subject and object, which are born together, which belong together, which are actually non-dual, when they come apart, it's like a missing half, like the story that Ovid tells in the Metamorphosis, that at one time human beings were both male and female. But then they're punished by the gods and they get split in half, so people go looking for their missing half. They're seeking that which will complete them. The subject seeks an object to complete it, but you never find an object that actually completes you. So there's a hungry looking for something. Somethingness is very exciting. Nothing, openness, is not exciting for the ego. So if you start from the point of view of the ego, it's more difficult, which is why if I come here to Macclesfield, I always say the same thing, I always go over the same territory, because it's about getting the feeling of what this ground might be, that it's like spacious, like the sky, and that we start to see, oh, my thoughts and feelings and bodily sensations and hopes, they're arising and passing in a space in which I have the lucidity to experience what is going on. I am the space of experience. And when I look for the space, I can't find it, but it's here because there's always experience. And at this moment, this is the experience. So that's the integration. So you can bring that into watching the movies. But if you get caught up into over-fixation onto the subject and end up making a narrative of interpretation about the movie or judging it, you lose yourself. You lose the situation. You lose the ground of being. But without the ground of being, you wouldn't be there. So that's why it's stupid. Because you lead yourself astray.
Can I ask about that? Because I've just recently seen a movie which is really very beautiful. So are you saying, I mean, when I was watching it, I was there, I was kind of totally absorbed, and it touched me in a way that I'm not often touched in life. So are you saying that that is problematic in a way because by fusing or by entering the film in some way, I've lost the sort of ground? Because for me it was such a beautiful, it gave rise to a lot of beautiful feelings and tenderness and a part of me that isn't normally expressed. So in that sense I saw it as very positive and it's really affected me since then. But it's not that I thought that's me and I'm not me anymore. It's like what it did is it resonated, it expressed something in me that I don't normally express. And maybe all people don't normally express that. So for me it was a very rich thing. So I think if I just sat there and tried to keep this tripod sort of idea, I would have, the joy of it was really immersive.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
Humanity.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, you can't keep these three factors in play by conscious intention. They are already in play. We can relax and become aware of it, but it's not something to be done. Now, the movie that touches you and moves you deeply opens up, as you very sweetly indicated, it opens up access for you to parts of yourself that might be dormant for a while. So it connects you with more of your potential. And that's a wonderful thing. Now that potential is arising from the ground. So if you're working with the level of the potential, that's a fantastic experience. The next thing would then be to see that the potential is the radiance or the quality of the ground. So it's not a bad or a wrong thing to do, but in order to open ourselves to the depth and richness of an aesthetic experience, maybe looking at a painting or a good movie or something like that, we're on a kind of bandwidth of our attention. It's deeper and more intense than our usual, often very surface interactions. But it's not the full depth of the openness of the mind, but it's a very good way of doing a bit of spring cleaning, because after that you think, oh, you're a bit more present. And then you can work with that to have more depth and clarity.
And you think the way of working with that is a meditative one, or one where you do into the arts, which also feed that? I mean, people talk about soul, don't they? So we're not talking about a soul here, but something to feed that aspect of your of the ground.
Absolutely. I mean, as we know, Tibetan monasteries had a lot of beautiful images in them, and a lot of attention to colors. So they're working to create an aesthetic field which is rich and evocative and kind of reassuring about the beauty of what we're doing. So it's not an either or.
I suppose I was just struck by the contrast between that sort of film and what it was pointing to and what it aroused in me, and every day the world I'm living in that's around it was such a huge contrast and kind of, not grief, maybe that's the wrong word, but horror. Oh my God. You know, you see a glimpse of what's possible, not only in, I mean, it's a romantic film, but in itself, but it also the lack of opportunity to be like that. I'm not saying we may never did more work and ignore that, but I can't do it on that. It's like, it has to be with others and people, you know, it has to be a community thing. So I suppose that struck me as well, but I don't want to think that I can't watch a film that I can completely be transported somewhere else. Very beautiful. It's not anywhere horrible.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think being transported is a particular experience, because I'm me and I'm stuck in my ordinary sense of self. And then I have that kind of experience. and I am otherwise than me, but I'm still here. So my usual, whatever it is, anxious or depressed or a bit confused or perturbed way of being is now one possibility of me. But due to this experience, another possibility of me comes up. And the more I open myself to the world, I see many. I am multiple. I am legion. Because this is the expression of the rich potential of our possibility. None of these is the true me, but the different energetic qualities bring a vitality which can then make me more able to relate to other people. So being enlivened allows me to bring more of my liveliness into the world. And then that's a kind of positive move. But the ground is the field within which this movement is occurring.
So it's okay to look for things that are going to evoke that in me.
Fantastic, yeah.
That's not an aversion, it's a desire, but it's a good desire because it actually arouses something very wonderful rather than clinging, craving.
Absolutely. And the beauty of nature is a great support. You know, that you can go out walking in the hills and sit by a little stream and you hear the water babbling down and you see it rippling over the rocks and the moss moving a little bit. The mind becomes sort of washed out because there's nothing to do with this. You're just there with it. And it's these moments of simplicity that allow a little bit more of the unchanging clarity of the world to show itself to us. Because that's the thing, that ignorance and confusion covers the world or disintegrates the world, but the world itself is beautiful, deep, shining, contactful. And we become alienated from that because we choose a very narrow swathe of life and we over-privilege certain habit formations, and then it's just more of the same and more of the same. And then, of course, our energy starts to go down. So opening to these different situations is very helpful. Okay, let's do a final sitting before we end. So this style of practice that we've been doing is described as unelaborated. There are many different kinds of practice. You can have practice with lots of rituals and mudras and recitations and so on, in which you have a big shrine with many offerings and tormas and so on. These can be extremely elaborated. But in this unelaborated practice, you have everything, because when you open into the mind, this is the primary refuge. To take refuge in your own mind as it truly is, in the ground, this is the great refuge. And by doing the practice, you're actually enacting the refuge. And there is no limit to the mind. Everything is within it. It means all sentient beings in all the different realms are within this spaciousness of the mind, the Dharma Dhatu. So the Bodhisattva intent, which is to remain connected with all beings and to bring them into the state of awakening, is manifested in being connected with all beings while staying in the state of openness. And then at the end, we might dedicate the merit for the sake of all beings, but since all beings are already in our connection, whatever we gain is already flowing with them. So when we leave this room, we go out, go on different journeys, meet different people, meet people who haven't been here, but they're not other than us. They are arising in the field of experience, and they have the same status of us as we do, which is these are moments of experience. Each experience has its own patterns, and these patterns can be linked to a wide range of potential or a very narrow range of potential, but they are the manifesting of the potential of the empty ground. So instead of labeling people and judging them and evaluating them and putting them in boxes, We can just stay relaxed and open with the energetic formations that we meet. Some people are easy to talk to for us. Some people are not so easy to talk to for us. We don't need to come to any general conclusion, but we work with the possibilities of connectivity. And that's to integrate our being in the world with the ground of being, so that the intention of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 3 times are fulfilled. And our brief time together comes to an end. We're fortunate that we've had our filming and our recording, and that will be made available. We're very fortunate that we've had many people helping with the organization, because this is a collaborated experience. People do what they can in various ways to allow events to arise. This is all our life is the movement or the direction of energy in particular patterns. And these patterns can be vitality and connectivity and fulfillment, or they can be contrarian. They can be moving against towards conflict and differentiation and dullness and oblivion. So we are very fortunate. When we meet together, there's a lot of good-hearted feeling, a lot of supportiveness. So this is a great pleasure for me. I'm very happy to be here. We may meet again, we never know, but I wish you a good journey.